Coming to this space, we were going to have some space challenges, and so did want to flag for folks that if you are standing, there is additional standing room out on the balcony. There's a door here in the middle that kind of lets you pass through. Apologize again for the tight quarters, but what better place than at the sea to have a workshop on the Salton Sea? So, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Board. And today is March 19th, and it is 8:35. Tuesday, March 19th, 2009, and it is 8:35. I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing our board members and staff. With me today are my fellow colleagues. To my left, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. To her left, Board Member Sean McGuire. To my right, Board Member Tam Doduck, and to her right, Board Member Laurel Firestone. Ms. Stobeck, would you please introduce the staff? And before you do, though, I would like to give a special thanks to Janine Townsend, the clerk of the board. The logistics in this room, of course, are not the easiest, and if not for Janine's work and Courtney Tyler, her assistant, I have to give special shout out and thanks because this wouldn't have come together so quickly if it wasn't for her work. So thank you. And Ms. Stobeck, our executive director of the board, would you please introduce the staff assisting us today?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, and to speak, there's a button on the microphone, so our panelists and staff.
Great, thank you, Chair Esquivel. On my left is our Chief Counsel, Michael Lawfer. On my right, going down the row, is my Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer, and then you've already introduced Courtney Tyler and Janine Townsend, who are the assistant and clerk of the board, respectively.
Thank you, Ms. Stobeck. A couple housekeeping items. We do have translation services today, and so we can make a quick announcement.
The following will be an announcement just for our Spanish speakers. Si alguien necesita de interpretación simultánea, estamos ofreciendo el servicio en español y los receptores están del lado de atrás en la mesa que está pegada a la pared. Gracias.
Thank you. I also want to let you know that this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please speak into the microphone when you come up. Additionally, if you would like to speak on any of the agenda items, but particularly on the Salton Sea item or whatever it may be, please do fill out a blue speaker card now so that we have a sense of who will be speaking and how many speakers we have. We need to start planning that out. And the cards are over here at Janine's desk. With that, we'll move on to our first item, which is public forum. This is opportunity for anyone wishing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, so not on the Salton Sea item or the Tijuana River Valley New River issues item. And at this point, Janine, do we have any for public comment?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so those of you that are maybe first joining us for a board meeting of the State Water Board. We actually have a number of agenda items that we will quickly run through before getting to, which I think most of you are here in attendance for, the Salton Sea item, the Salton Sea workshop and update. And as a matter of housekeeping, I think currently the agenda has us having item number 5, which is the water quality at the U.S.-Mexico border in Calexico, California item. At the end, after the Salton Sea workshop, we'll go ahead and move that up. So we'll have a discussion on water quality issues at the U.S. border before moving then to what is currently item 4 on the Salton Sea. So just to flag that for individuals and those that were planning on speaking on the items. Great. Next, the board, we will consider minutes from the March 5th and 6th board meeting. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move for adoption.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Minutes pass. We will now move to item number 3, where an item from the Division of Financial Assistance. Ms. Stobeck, would you like to introduce? Or, sorry, I think I just kind of did, so. Christopher, by all means.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, Christopher Stevens, Supervising Engineer with Division of Financial Assistance. I see you have a very busy day today, so I'll be very brief. I have a PowerPoint. I don't know if we can get that up there. I just have two quick slides. One, of course, the board has many responsibilities. One of those is that we help fund water infrastructure, drinking water infrastructure, with the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund and several associated programs. There it is. One of the ways we can fund more projects is we can sell bonds through the Drinking Water SRF. And so that's what this item would give authority to the executive director to sell those bonds and sign the necessary documents. So currently, the Drinking Water SRF program has not sold any bonds. There's 0 bonds outstanding. Just as a side note, we have sold about $1.2 billion in bonds for the Clean Water SRF program, very similar program, but it funds wastewater infrastructure. Currently, the loan commitments for Drinking Water SRF outstanding about $790 million. So based on our cash flow forecast, we think we'll need about $100 million within the next year or so. The iBank actually issues the bonds. They are what's called a conduit issuer. They have the statutory authority to do that, and they're very helpful to do that. One of the things I will point out this year, we're amending and restating the master trust indenture. That's basically the document that we tell the bond market, here's what's securing the loans, here's all the things that we promise to do to repay those bonds. And the main thing to point out there is that we're cross-collateralizing the Drinking Water SRF program and the Clean Water SRF program. They fund separate projects, but if there was a financial difficulty in paying back the bonds for either of those programs, then we could take cash from the other program and make sure that we make those bond payments. Of course, that's very important. We're looking for about $100 million in cash. What we'll actually have to pay back to people is about $84 million to be able to do that. So people pay a premium based on the interest that we pay them. Estimated cost, somewhere between 2.5% and 3%, subject to market conditions, of course, on the day of sale. They will be issued as green bonds. We think that they're inherently green bonds because they help protect drinking water, provide drinking water and protect public health. And then just a quick note on the schedule. So we will price these tentatively scheduled April 24th and 25th, and then close in early May. And then one thing I do need to, my last thing here very quickly, I do need to give you some information for the resolution on resolves number 6, 7, and 8. There's some placeholders there for the dated dates of the documents. So those dates should all be, there's 4 dates on those 3 resolves, and they should all be April 1st, 2019. So with that, if you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Fellow board members, any comment?
I think it's fabulous that we're looking at ways of leveraging the funds that we have and creating more cash flow for these needed projects. So I appreciate staff's leadership on this, and hopefully we can do more of this kind of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the water boards, folks sometimes forget that actually our largest division by staff is the Division of Financial Assistance. And so we have an incredible resource and tool when it comes to the state revolving funds. So we're always looking to find out how to better take advantage of those funds. So thank you. With that, do I have a motion?
I'll move
Second.
Oh,
on the
Resolution.
adoption.
yes.
I will add April 1st, 2019 to the date of the resolution for the placeholder language, and then move to adopt.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
That carries. Thank you. On to item number 5 on the agenda, water quality at the U.S.-Mexico border in Calexico. And we have Paula Rasmussen and David Gibson presenting for us. I'll give time for folks to come up front. Good morning. Good morning. Paula, would you like to, and please, okay, yes, I can see your mic is on. Okay.
Good morning, I'm Paula Rasmussen.
No, we can't, though. Make sure the red light is on again.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, try. Try the microphone next to you.
Good morning. Got that. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Paula Rasmussen. I'm the executive officer for the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board. And I really want to welcome you today to our region. It's fantastic that you're here. I'm glad you're at the shore of the Salton Sea, and I think we're going to have a very interesting day today. I'd also like to acknowledge today at this meeting, we have a couple of members of the Colorado River Basin Water Board here, and I'd just like to introduce them. We have our chair, Nancy Wright. Nancy. And we have Jane Powell and Ed Music, are all members of our board. So we have a presentation today on the pollution issues at the border with Mexico. And I have some staff here today that will help in the presentation. I'd like to introduce them. Frank Gonzalez, who's the Assistant Executive Officer, and Adriana Godinez, who is our staff member, who is the point person for the New River and border issues. And with that, we have a PowerPoint presentation that we will go through, and Adriana will be presenting.
Thank you, Paula. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Escobar. We're currently waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. Thank you. All righty. So as Paula mentioned, my presentation will be on the water quality at the border, and this presentation will include historical problems, past efforts to address them, water quality impacts, and current activities at the border. This map shows the New River, which is a transboundary river that flows from Mexicali, Mexico, through Calexico, California, and drains all the way to the Salton Sea. Of the final volume that ends up at the Salton Sea, 20% is attributable to Mexico, while the remaining 80% comes from treated wastewater treatment plants, agricultural runoff, and sources in the United States. The New River has been recognized for its significant water pollution problems since the 1940s. By the 1970s, it had acquired the reputation for being one of the most polluted rivers in the United States, with many of the pollutants posing serious human health hazards. Pollution sources have included untreated municipal sewage, trash, treated and untreated industrial discharges, treated effluent from municipal wastewater treatment plants, storm drainage, and a variety of agricultural irrigation runoff on both sides of the border. And the pollution has worsened due to the rapid population growth and industrial development in Mexicali. Based on the available water quality data that we have, the impact of each pollutant and determined to be the most severe are pathogens, toxicity, and trash. This image shows the New River in the early 2000s as it crosses the international boundary at Calexico. And this image shows the trash in Mexicali in 1985, which is the black and white on the left, and versus the early 2000s. The situation hasn't changed much, and trash continues to be a problem. A water rights treaty was adopted in 1944 that bound the two governments, the United States and Mexico, to work toward the sanitation problems along the border. The International Boundary and Water Commission had been created through an earlier treaty, but the 1944 Water Treaty entrusted the IBWC to give preferential attention to the solution of all border pollution problems. Agreements through the treaty were made between the United States and Mexico sections of the IBWC for border sanitation efforts, which included defining the border sanitation problem, creating standards for the new river, the first binational project, and the creation of the Binational Technical Committee. As part of the U.S.-Mexico Water Treaty, the Binational Technical Committee was established. The IBWC established teams of technical personnel and technical advisors from agencies of each country with expertise in wastewater infrastructure. The Regional Water Board is a member of the U.S. section. The BTC serves to help identify pollution problems, oversee development and implementation of the binational sanitation projects agreed upon by Mexico and the United States, and they also make project and policy recommendations to address New River pollution from Mexico. A series of quick fix sanitation projects were implemented in various locations in Mexicali in 1992 and 2007 as part of that U.S.-Mexico Water Treaty. These projects focused on improvements to the collection system and rehabilitation of pumping plants in 1992 and the construction of a new wastewater treatment plant in 2007. Pollution worsened due to the rapid population growth and industrial development in Mexicali. For context, the population had soared from 65,000 in 1950 to more than 500,000 in 1974. The population has since doubled, and Mexicali has an estimated population of 1 million. The projects implemented back in 2007 did not consider this boom in population, and the capacity of the wastewater treatment plants just simply wasn't large enough. In 2013, new problems began to emerge in Mexicali due to collection systems aging, inadequate oversight of operations and maintenance, and continued sewage spills. Efforts to address and deal with these New River pollution problems have been ongoing, and those measures will be discussed further in my presentation. So approximately 1.3 million gallons were reportedly discharged in 2018, as seen in this table. While some may be spills caused by infrastructure problems, such as failures and leaks, others are actual discharges into the New River. Depending on the location of the problem, discharges may bypass the collection system and may be discharged into the New River. The untreated sewage contains pathogens, nutrients, volatile organic compounds, and other constituents of concern that ultimately end up in the Salton Sea. Based on water quality data, the impact of each pollutant determined to be the most severe are pathogens, toxicity, and trash. This graph shows the bacteria in the New River at the international boundary. The U.S. water quality standard is 400, which we can see in this faint purple line at the bottom. And it's 400 most probable number per every 100 milliliters. Although Mexico does have applicable standards, they are higher. The graph shows that the bacterial levels at the international boundary exceed the U.S. standard. For context, before 2007, which was when the second wastewater treatment plant went online, the bacterial levels were over 1 million. Because water quality objectives are not being met, measures to address the pollution are necessary. New River pollution at the border was addressed through the adoption of the resolution by the Colorado River Basin Regional Board that requested that the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the International Boundary and Water Commission, and the North American Development Bank enable Mexico to acquire equipment to reduce these discharges of raw sewage. With the urgency reflected in the 2017 resolution, the bypass equipment was received in Mexico in May 2018. These pictures on the right show the bypass equipment during a raw sewage discharge. The Colorado River Basin Regional Board regulates discharges into the New River by controlling pollution from 3 different areas. We do non-point sources, mainly agriculture, by implementing total maximum daily loads and programs for agricultural runoff. We also control pollution from point sources, which are essentially wastewater treatment plants. And we also integrate water quality monitoring, which is taking place monthly. Other efforts to help address the New River pollution at the border include the New River Improvement Strategic Plan. Assembly Bill 1079, signed into law in 2009, required the California-Mexico Borders Relation Council, which serves as the central organizing body that coordinates cross-border projects, to create a strategic plan to study, monitor, remediate, and enhance the New River's water quality to protect human health. This strategic plan, which was put into place in 2011, has 3 goals: to improve public health by restoring and transforming the New River corridor, to transform the ecology by improving water quality, which also contributes to the restoration of the Salton Sea, and strengthen the economy by enhancing community development opportunities. This strategic plan consists of 5 reaches, essentially following the river from Mexico, here, all the way to the Salton Sea. One of the strategies proposed included the New River Improvement Project in Reach 1, Calexico. This slide shows the design of the New River Improvement Project in Reach 1, Calexico, which essentially reroutes the New River over a 2-mile stretch to minimize the community's exposure to the polluted river. The project consists of 3 components. First, a trash screen, which would remove a ton of domestic trash per day. Trash is a carrier for pathogens and other compounds that pose a health threat. The trash screen would be located closest to the international boundary, right here. The next element is a bypass encasement, which would divert the New River flow to bypass the city of Calexico. Encasing the flow minimizes human contact. The diversion and encasement would start near the international boundary, and we would follow the yellow dashed line all the way till it reaches a little bit east of the All-American Canal. The last element is the pump back system, which would pump back treated wastewater from the City of Calexico wastewater treatment plant, which we have here in the center, into the existing riverbed to replenish the flow and create wetlands into the community. So the treated wastewater would be pumped in this green line to the beginning, to where the existing riverbed is. Essentially, what goes into the pipe comes out of the pipe, and it's not treated. The design was completed on October 31st of 2018, and funding to construct this project is estimated at $27.6 million, which already $10 million has been obtained. This slide identifies some of the activities that our region is engaged in regarding border pollution problems. Regional board staff participate in the binational technical committee meetings and New River observation tours. The regional board also held a workshop on the New River and a community meeting to inform the community about the New River projects. The New River Improvement Project design was completed on October 31st of last year, in which the regional board staff managed the design contract. In January of this year, regional board staff, along with Cal EPA, went on a wetland sites tour with a nonprofit organization interested in restoring potential sites. Water quality monitoring is also conducted monthly at the New River by regional board staff. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. We are available for any questions and comments.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, if you'd...
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. While we're bringing up the presentation and for the benefit of the audience, thank you again yesterday for the tour and the opportunity to show you the Tijuana River Valley and the unique values and ecosystems that are threatened there. and I will not try to repeat everything we covered because I know we have a little time today. But I do want to cover a few things that we didn't have much of a chance to see, and so I have mainly photographs for you, not a lot of slides, but mainly photographs. The Tijuana River is shared with Mexico. About 75% of it is in Mexico. And what we didn't talk about yesterday is that the upper watershed in both countries represents some of the highest quality waters in our respective regions. In fact, the upper watershed in the United States was set aside as U.S. Forest Service at the request of the city of San Diego to provide for watershed protection for drinking water supply, and in fact has accomplished that with respect to Barrett reservoirs and Marina reservoirs. Down in Mexico, Carrizo and Rodriguez are also fairly high quality reservoirs, and the upper watersheds represent some of the highest quality in their region. The Tijuana River, the lower river, is one of the few water bodies on the coast in San Diego that is not bisected by a railroad line or a freeway. From the border to the sea, it is uninterrupted in flow, although we do have a number of issues there that I'm going to talk about. There are still a significant amount of wildlife values there. There are something in the range of 300 to 400 bird species that are documented there, and in fact, this has become a birding destination for those aficionados. But it's also habitat for several endangered and threatened species, including willow flycatchers, leafspells, vireos, terns, and so on. It is also an area of recreational value. This is one of the few places in the San Diego region where you can, in fact, ride a horse on the beach. You can't take your dog on that beach, but the state parks does allow horses. And the equestrian community in Tijuana River Valley is quite large. There are thousands of horses that are boarded and stabled there because there is access to miles and miles of trails, which are also shared by mountain bikers, and of course the surfing community and the annual sandcastle building contests are a very important part of the amenities of that area. It is also very important for the U.S. Navy. As we mentioned, the outlying field is located in the Tijuana River Valley and is presently at risk because of advanced erosion from the northern channel of the Tijuana River. All of the helicopter crews that work in the Indian and Pacific Oceans train at this facility at least once during their cycles of duty. And of course, we also have the U.S. Navy SEAL training base. Recently, Congressman Vargas has been expressing concerns, and Congressman Davis also, because of reported illnesses and issues with SEALs who have been training in the flows from the Tijuana River on rainy days. We also have agriculture in the valley and sustainable agriculture, including organic farms that provide food for local restaurants as well as for export. And the border security is, of course, one of the topics that we talked about a lot yesterday. And among the issues that has been brought to the board's attention, including at a board meeting last week, was Customs and Border Protection having done their own analysis of water quality at the border and having over 86 reported cases of workers' comp claims by agents who've been exposed to waters, either in the handling of suspects crossing the border, working on equipment that has been in the waters, or have been exposed to it themselves. What is not commonly known and what they didn't talk about yesterday was that on many occasions, especially during the winter, when the Tijuana River goes from nothing to a Category 4 kayaking adventure, the Customs and Border Protection are also on search and rescue. They are frequently pulling people out and saving their lives who have been attempting to use the high flows to cross the border. And in that case, it is a full body immersion that they're experiencing. And I'll show you a few photographs about what that can mean. For the Tijuana River, we have the main channel itself and several canyon collector or canyon systems. Las Laureles, Matadero are the two larger ones, and several canyons come together in Zapata and Del Sol, and a smaller one at La Salsa. So we don't just have one channel, we have about 5 or 6 channels that we have to be concerned about there in terms of what comes across the border. And what does indeed come across the border. This was a routine storm event, not even a particularly large storm event. So we have an enormous amount of solid waste. We also have a great deal of sediment, far in excess of the handling capacity of the river valley or the estuary. And when the waters recede, we have literally thousands of tires of all sizes and shapes and types. Flooding has been a significant problem. There is so much sediment that is deposited that lower picture on the lower right, that's the drive-up kiosk entrance to Borderfield State Park in 2005 with 3 vertical feet of sediment from one storm event in 2005. Because of that event, state parks on an emergency basis installed 2 basins in Goat Canyon to intercept and divert some of that sediment as well as the solid waste. Without that, over $60 million worth of restoration in U.S. Fish and Wildlife and state parks habitat would have been completely lost. in the intervening years. They are now maintaining those basins at a cost of $1.5 to $2 million per year, and the legislature has been authorizing one budget change proposal after another to maintain that. But it's an ongoing investment in cost for state parks. It's really quite outside their mission. That flooding, though, also produces risks to the property owners, to the farms, and to the equestrians. As I mentioned on our tour, I'm fairly sure that the horse in that photograph is on his hooves. I'm pretty sure she is not. And this is not an unusual event on a particularly rainy day, especially when we get these atmospheric river events. We also have, though, industrial flows. This is Las Laureles Canyon and Goat Canyon. This is a runoff, or rather effluent, from a dye job up in a factory up in Las Laureles Canyon that does leather work. And so we have seen every color of the rainbow come through that canyon collector. This is actually the canyon collector operated by the International Boundary and Water Commission, and that structure is designed to divert waste flows into the treatment plant. This is a winter scene, but that is a day when the facility is not operating as permitted. Although it was not raining, this is not rain runoff. The facility was supposed to have been opened and prepared to receive the waters, and as you can see here, the waters are bypassing the bollards and the intake system is off to the left and not capturing any of the flows. This would have been a violation of the NPDES permit on a dry weather day. And what does that mean? Well, again, there's Goat Canyon top and center, and so those are photographs used with the permission of Customs and Border Protection agents who have been exposed to the flows, and they're experiencing dermatitis. In one case, one of the agents contracted flesh-eating bacteria and nearly lost a limb in the course of his duties on job. And they frequently report that they're losing their equipment, including leather boots, which dissolve after only a few days of duty in the mud and in the flow. That's not unusual when you consider that they're using detergents, very concentrated detergents, solvents, degreasers. We also see chromium and other compounds, organic solvents that would easily dissolve some of those glues and materials. And the result is that from Imperial Beach, from Borderfield State Park to Coronado, on almost any rainy day, the colony-forming units per 100 mLs are in the millions. And so the County of San Diego, which does the monitoring on a weekly basis, and IBWC, which reports its monitoring on a weekly basis, we routinely see the beaches closed from Borderfield State Park all the way north to Coronado. And indeed, one of the more recent complaints from the city of Coronado is that every time there's a border issue, the Hotel del Coronado is on the front page of the report, because that is one of the tourist areas that's most often affected. But before it reaches there, it's already impacted Imperial Beach, and the board is also concerned about the impacts on Playa de Tijuana. We're not just concerned about the U.S. side of the border. And we're left with this in the river valley, and for all intents and purposes, when it gets down into the habitat, this material is there to stay, and it will eventually find its way out to the ocean and become part of the large amounts of plastics which make it out into the ocean and which are a habitat and an ecosystem issue. The plastics themselves are bad because as they break down into small pieces, they tend to adhere organic compounds and other materials that are in the water, which dissolved in the water are at a low enough level not to be concerned about, but on the plastics, they're a toxic poison pill. And so when fish and birds consume the plastics, mistaking them for natural food sources, they are ingesting a poison pill. And we do see bird mortality in the estuary as a result. Because of all of these issues, the Water Board was asked in 2008 by Wild Coast how long these issues would continue to pertain until the Water Board used its authority to address some of these issues, understanding that there was a transboundary flow and an international nature. The board considered a number of options, including total maximum daily loads, cleanup orders, and permits, and decided to take this approach with the stakeholders on both sides of the border and to find collaborative and outcomes-based approaches that should get to the solutions rather than go through extensive planning and regulatory actions. And out of that came the 2012 recovery strategy, Living with the Water, which has 7 key work areas, number 1 of which is partnering with Mexico on effective source control. The other sections concern understanding the hydrology, the natural loading of sediment that's necessary for river health and estuary health, and the measures that we could use to intercept and divert the wastes where they are attainable and practicable, both in Mexico and in the U.S. The board adopted this strategy in 2012 and renewed it in 2015 in lieu of TMDL's enforcement actions and other tools to try to incentivize over 30 organizations and agencies working together under the recovery team to find ways to, within their jurisdictions and within their authorities, work together on real solutions for the river valley. we've had some successes, I will report. One of them was we developed this map of the river valley, which looked at the flow issues and found that we could manage a 25-year flow event, in particular if we were able to make some significant changes to the valley floor. One of them in the dead center, right where it says floodplain, is the Brown property, which was an illegally placed fill in the 1980s and 90s to elevate the property. But what they essentially did was put a cork in that hourglass which flows through there, so that the flows in the Smuggler's Gulch, which is marked there on the transitional mixed use area of the map, when those flows come in, they come in at a 90-degree angle and hit that sediment load, and it actually forced the Tijuana River to flow back east, uphill, and then around that towards the north where it says military operations. And that's one of the reasons why the Navy is more presently impacted than they should be. Our goal is with the Brown property restoration to remove that plug and to allow those flows from Smuggler's Gulch to swing to the left and for the river flows in the main channel to swing to the left and open up that entire floodplain. The County of San Diego has just received a $1.3 million grant to do the final design and studies and CEQA documents and permitting for that, and we're hoping to see an actual removal of that waste within the next 3 to 5 years. You'll notice in this map that there are 3 areas that are marked managed channels in blue. One of the outcomes of the recovery strategy was an agreement with International Boundary and Water Commission, the City of San Diego, and state parks that we would actively manage these areas of the channels, not for habitat protection, for preservation themselves, but for protection of habitat downstream. And that means that these would be the locations where we would install interception and diversion devices and structures to remove sediment and solid waste and to manage polluted flows of industrial waste or sewage when they happen to occur. Nonetheless, though, we do have a number of issues still outstanding despite these efforts. One of the other successful outcomes, though, that I want to mention is Minute 320. In the previous presentation, you saw several references to treaty minutes. One of the key advantages of the 1944 treaty is it does allow the State Departments of Mexico and the United States in the respective sections of IBWC to come to an agreement on measures to implement binationally that would protect water quality. Out of the recovery strategy came Minute 320, and Minute 320 embraced the 3 areas that were addressed by Wild Coast in their speech to the Water Board in 2008, in which the recovery team had identified as our key areas: sediment, solid waste, and polluted flows. Unfortunately, though, Minute 320 has stalled. We simply have not had any work group meetings nor binational core group meetings in over a year and a half, and that we do not have the engineer's report nor a deadline when we'll see one. And the engineer's report would identify the things that we will in fact be able to do in both countries to begin addressing some of the flows. A basin was constructed in Los Laureles Canyon, which substantially reduces sediment loads to the state park's Goat Canyon basins. That was a great success, but we need several more of those, and there was no timeline yet for those. We also had in 2017 large and sustained and long sanitary sewer overflows, up to 30 days and one recently over 42 days, in which sanitary sewer systems have been broken, and they are simply diverting the waste flows into the Tijuana River or the Rio Alamar. And we had over 256 million gallons of wastewater flows that did not make it to the wastewater treatment plants. So we can expect that they actually reached the river and the ocean. Because of the slowdown in Minute 320 and the issues with the sanitary sewer overflows, the board decided to shift gears in 2018. So we have right now pending an investigative order that will require IBWC to do monitoring throughout the year rather than just episodically, so that we can better understand what the actual threats are to human and ecosystems. The board has also agreed to develop 2 total maximum daily loads, one for solid waste and one for pathogens and indicators. This specifically came out of a 2017 Environmental Justice Symposium in which the board conducted a town hall meeting, not unlike this one here today, and asked the public what their #1 concern was. And their #1 concern was transboundary flows in the Tijuana River. That was not just Imperial Beach, that was also El Cajon and Escondido. Residents throughout the region who had seen the news were identifying this as their #1 issue. Those TMDLs are currently underway, and we are anticipating bringing them to the board for consideration in December of 2020. We are also working with Senator Hueso's staff in the County of San Diego on Senate Bill 507, which is an update of the recovery strategy and a comprehensive needs and opportunities report. We had originally intended to use that funding to identify or do a feasibility study, rather, of a sediment basin trash interceptor system for the main channel. Unfortunately, because of the federal government's refusal to allow us to even study within that actively managed zone, we were forced to widen the scope and look at projects throughout the river valley that would benefit from advance. When this report is done, we will have an updated strategy, but we'll also have about 3 or 4 projects in which we've gotten all the way to the design phase. And so at that point, local agencies will be able to partner with the federal government, assuming that they are then willing to work with us on those projects. And 1 or 2 of those projects will be projects to manage the condition in the river valley as best we can without assuming the responsibility of the federal government. And so those may be county-led or City of San Diego-led projects. The Water Board has also filed suit. We filed a separate suit from the cities of Imperial Beach, and the suit filed by the Water Board, which has been joined by the City of San Diego and I believe the State Lands Commission, focuses on the MPDS permit violations by IBWC at their facility. Stay tuned for more on those. We are still focused, however, on the recovery strategy and on real solutions. And Surfrider, who is party to one of the other litigations, has conceptualized discussions on the recovery team for the last 10 years and produced a schematic that looks something like this. And in essence, in the main channel, we would see 1 or 2 weirs, low elevation dams, to impound water and to collect sediment. This is already a channel managed for sedimentation removal. It also allows us to intercept and divert the larger tires and other debris. And a low-flow channel would allow us to divert some flows to the international boundary and Water Commission's wastewater treatment plant. Some flows, not all storm flows. Some of those flows could be mixed with the influent in the wastewater plant at perhaps 1 million or 2 million gallons per day. That is currently the condition in the several canyons. They intercept and divert about that volume of water in dry weather to the treatment plant. Among the options that's being evaluated by EPA and North American Development Bank is, can we expand the size of that treatment plant to accommodate more flows? But also, we would consider whether or not to install a separate treatment system, mainly to remove solids, and avail the IBWC of the use of their ocean outfall, which has a 100 million gallon capacity, of which only 50 million gallons a day is being used right now. With some minimal treatment, some flows could be accommodated in that outfall and discharged 3 miles offshore, which, although not desirable, would be far preferable to discharging through the estuary and onto the beaches, affecting Playa de Tijuana, Borderfield State Park, and Imperial Beach to Coronado. This is, I stress, a conceptual design. This was what we hoped would come out of the Minute 320 work group discussions. This may yet come out of the engineer's report when we see it. Something like this is already in place in Goat Canyon on a much smaller scale and has made the protection of the estuary downstream possible. And this was the photograph that we took yesterday at Goat Canyon. This is the upper sediment basin. And that is a trash net, which frankly, I am hoping to see more municipalities employ throughout the region. As they're implementing the trash policy that you adopted and identifying source control measures at catch basins, we nonetheless have many places where we have homeless encampments and areas where we have a lot of debris in channel already. And State Parks has experimented on several iterations and has really refined a trash net system that's very robust. It survives some very high flows, and it does a very great job of holding the trash back where it can be managed easily before it gets down into that vegetation. The health issues that I mentioned earlier are something that the board is now more concerned about, especially with the Customs and Border Protection agents, but also reports from the public. And in fact, yesterday, the Lyft driver who drove me to pick up the vans for our tour related to me as an Imperial Beach resident. He had been mountain biking in the river valley and had inhaled a fair amount of the dust in summer and ended up with a chest and a tracheal infection, which required antibiotics and treatment. And he attributes that to the dust and debris in the river valley from the sewage flows during the winter, which have dried out on the ground during the summer. So our board has asked that I request the assistance of the California Department of Public Health to do an epidemiology study or other focused study on the health effects of the waste in the river valley on the public and on agency staff, state, federal, and local, that are exposed to it. I've been also asked to ask the IBWC to resume the Minute 320 work groups in the binational core group and to identify a pathway towards completion of the engineer's report. And I would like to ask you today to consider perhaps establishing a State Water Resources Control Board position that you once had in the regions, either here in Region 7 or in Region 9, to act as a liaison, not to manage all the work that we've just talked about, but there are opportunities for us to have cross-border pre-treatment programs. We have had them in the past, and it required that kind of back and forth daily contact. not a high-level contact, but there's also an opportunity for local agencies to assist one another across the border during spills. There's a spill break in Tijuana that lasted 42 days. It was a relatively small line. The city of San Diego has the equipment to bypass and to do that kind of emergency work, and I'm sure that if there had been a liaison and the ability to open up the phone lines between CESP and the city of Tijuana, a short-term loan of that equipment would have been practicable and could have saved on the order of 3 to 5 million gallons per day over 42 days in the river valley. There's a real value in that position, which you once had in our office, and I would suggest that you look at it again as it is practicable in the future. We are experimenting with modern technology, and so I'll just very briefly mention that when I took some of the photographs yesterday, I was actually uploading them into our document system. And so we're hoping to use this now to do real-time live inspections and uploads so that as we're in the field, we can complete our inspection forms there in the field and cut out maybe 1.5 or 2 days of paperwork actually turning that information around. So there it is, a photograph of sites that we have just done in the last couple of days. Several staff have been out in the field and uploading information, including myself. The red dot in the bottom is actually 2 dots. And when you zoom in, you can actually see this is what the supervisor sees on his desk when the photographs are taken and the report submitted. And so we're experimenting with this and looking into using older model iPhones or tablets to begin doing real-time data collection in the field to expedite inspections and enforcement and streamline the work. We would like to get to the point where the public we're serving knows at the moment we're concluding the investigation or the inspection what's happening. They themselves would have a copy of this. We would send it to them as well. And this allows the supervisor to see in real time where his staff are and what they're doing. And those photographs, when they're located on the map, they're also located in orientation. So it documents permanently not only where it was taken, but what was the compass direction of the photograph. There are many other assets to this tool that we're experimenting with right now that will be very valuable. So with that, on behalf of the Tijuana River Valley Recovery Team, several organizations of which you met yesterday, and the many who you did not get to meet, and the San Diego Water Board and its staff, I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you, too, for your time and attention and your patience today. And I'll leave you with the question is, can Imperial Beach and Playa de Tijuana be as safe and clean as La Jolla? And our answer is, in the San Diego Water Board, yes, it can. And I will quote the US EPA at a recent stakeholders meeting, it is not only possible, it is necessary. And so there are many steps left for us to take together, and I'm looking forward to sharing that experience with you and achieving the real outcomes necessary to protect ecosystems and communities.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you.
And thank you again, Ms. Rassman. As you indicated, Mr. Gibson, we had the pleasure of actually touring around the Tijuana River Valley yesterday, and there's no replacement for actually being there in the community and seeing the work and seeing the sites as well. So again, really appreciate all the work your staff did to accommodate us on what was a very busy day yesterday as we kind of zipped around the area. Transboundary environmental issues in a state with many challenging issues is probably one of the harder. We have an entire other country right there across the border that we must collaborate with, that are key to being partners around these issues. But we as boards, when it comes to water quality, we can't fix the economies in Mexico that are oftentimes or sometimes the root of what their challenges are. So it becomes sometimes difficult to find those access or those pathways rather to solutions. But they're there in the offing, and it's because of the leadership that both of these regions have demonstrated. And I've articulated this. I think that we as boards need to better than describe and articulate, I guess, our approach to the border region, because the environmental challenges, particularly around water, are so very unique. But no, I know that this board is really committed to continue to ensure that you have the resources. And thank you again for highlighting a lot of the innovative work that you're doing in the San Diego region to try to do more with the staff that we have. It's very difficult for us. For those that don't know, we're a fee-based organization, so all of our resources are actually from the regulated entities that we regulate. And so it becomes, we will always be at somewhat of a disadvantage, I feel. So leveraging technology, finding new tools to be able to do more with the staff that we have is going to be such a critical component to all the work that we do, let alone these very challenging issues down at the border. I'd like to open it up for my colleagues if they have any comments or questions to Mr. Gibson or the Regents. Vice Chair Diadama.
I just had a couple of questions regarding the scale of this in terms of, I know that the recovery strategy, you don't yet have the engineer's report, but, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't catch your last name, Adriana. Godinez. Ms. Godinez, could you provide some information on phase one, $27 million, but the entire strategic plan, is there any sense as to what the cost would be for the entire plan, to implement the entire plan?
There is no estimated cost for the entire strategic plan. As you saw in the map, there are different reaches. So as of yet, we have only done the design of Reach 1, but there is no estimated cost on the projects along the Salton Sea, to the Salton Sea via the New River.
Okay. And then how about on the Surfrider, the conceptual plan? Any sense?
So Commissioner Drusina himself actually offered an estimate, which I concur with, based on our experience with the Goat Canyon and the State Parks project, that in the main channel for sedimentation and solid waste and diversion, it's a cost of approximately $10 to $12 million. We're not talking high tech. That's to the existing treatment facility, and an annual operations and maintenance cost of between $3 and $5 million, and that tracks very closely with State Parks' experience at Goat Canyon. Where there they cost them about $5 million to build the basins and then about $1.5 to $2 million per year to maintain them. In a real world, I would say that the cost is probably in the vicinity of $15 to $20 million when you add all of the bells and whistles and maybe additional facilities and equipment at the treatment plant. But the annual operations and maintenance costs would be in the vicinity of $3 to $5 million per year.
And what do you expect the funding sources to be?
That is always the fascinating question, especially operations and maintenance. As I related on the tour, State Parks reacted in emergency mode to protect their core areas of estuary and riparian, and they assume the responsibility, in our view, of the federal government, and it has cost them ever since, without much compensation from the federal government. Once or twice they've offered to pay for some of the cleanout. The City of San Diego, the County of San Diego are adamant that they will not assume that same responsibility in Smuggler's Gulch or in the pilot channel of the Tijuana River downstream. Nonetheless, they're willing to offer matching funds to the federal government if the federal government will identify itself as a lead for the project and the scope. And that has in fact been the custom, the style, and the practice of the treaty minutes, is to identify local partners to support the federal role. And so there is a place there for the federal government to identify its primacy and then to have the support of the City of San Diego and other agencies. There's no shortage of partners once that role is nailed down.
Right. And then on, I'm glad you mentioned O&M, because on the phase one component for the New River, what's the plan on ongoing operations and maintenance?
There has been an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, in place within the different stakeholders. I'm not sure of the number. 50,000 for each of the three stakeholders that are involved, and the MOU hasn't actually been completed. It hasn't been signed to the full extent, so that would be words.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, with regard to the, I have a question with regard to the New River. You mentioned that you have $10 million set for this project so far. Have you identified other potential funding sources for the remainder of the $27 million project?
As of yet, we have not established any of other funds, no.
Anyone else?
Well, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the leadership with both these regions, and despite the challenges of the cross-border issues, coming up with really concrete pathways forward on these challenging issues. And I am going to be the state board liaison with both of these regions, and am really committed to sitting down and working more to think through many of these funding challenges and making sure that we can see this move forward. So appreciate all of the work and look forward to connecting more.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you again, Mr. Gibson and Ms. Rassman and staff. Thank you. And then we'll, at this point, I think, move on to the workshop then. I was going to maybe contemplate a break, but I think maybe just launch into the workshop and we'll start and have a break afterwards. Give a moment to reshuffle here. So I have a few introductory comments to make. So we are moving on to item, then, just make sure I'm properly numbering everything. Yeah, now, as seats begin to open up for folks, as we get settled here with the first part of our panel, hopefully maybe some folks can kind of sit in. And those that were here for just the New River and Tijuana River Valley items, I think most of us are here for Solncita. Yeah, if anyone has any open seats next to them, do just raise your hand so maybe folks can squeeze in and take advantage of some shuffling that's going on. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're moving on to item number 3, which is the Salton Sea. Sorry, item 4. I'm sorry. I am a bit lost here. Yes, item number 4, the public workshop. So this workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated February 15th, 2019, and subsequently revised on March 8th, 2019. And again, thanks to staff for the revision and changing the location, which originally the workshop was scheduled to be in San Diego. And just, I think we all felt it was appropriate to be down here at the sea. I will also note that besides having a tour of the Tijuana River Valley yesterday, we then caravanned as a team here down through Anza Borrego, or up through Anza Borrego, and then down to the southern part of the sea. And we're actually able to get on the sea and be able to experience what an incredible resource it is. But it did remind me of the lack of recreational opportunities currently at the sea and access at the sea. And a number of the board members remarked, particularly those that were the first time there, that they were expecting something of a sort of a desolate wasteland if the news stories were to be believed. And that's not what it is. As we drove up here and see the sea now, know that it is continues to be a thriving resource and a critical resource, not just for the wildlife that visits here, but for the communities that live around the sea. And I really do hope that we can begin to switch this discussion so it's less about the sea being a liability that nobody really wants to touch as a sticky wicket, and instead an opportunity for investment, common investment and a common vision, because it's an incredible resource. So as a workshop, the board will not take any formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board members and its staff may, however, ask clarifying questions of speakers. After receiving comments at this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding future tasks or actions. The purpose of today's workshop is for the board to receive written and oral comment on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program, including a report from state agencies on their progress implementing the program during 2018. Board staff has prepared an agenda. We have a couple of panels that we'll go through. Copies of the agenda are available here at the desk with Janine, I believe. We'll begin the workshop with comments from elected officials who may be in attendance, and I believe I have 3 currently that are on my stack. If there are any other elected officials or their representatives that do wish to make comment and have not yet, again, filled out a blue card, please do so quickly, or just flag for Janine or me right now in real time that you're here and want to comment. We will then receive presentations from board staff, the California Natural Resources Agency, and have 2 community panels. Following the panels, we will then provide the opportunity to receive unscheduled comments from Salton Sea stakeholders and members of the public. And again, if you do wish to comment, please get your cards in early so that we can help plan out today. We may pause between or during panels. We will definitely do so, so that we can allow others, elected officials that may have come in late or to make comment and to take breaks. If you intend to speak today, yes, please do fill out your comment card. Again, reminder that we do have translation services today, so if you need them, please go to the back. We are broadcasting this workshop on the internet, so please speak clearly into the microphones. And with that, I gave some bit of intro as I did my comments, but I do want to open it to any board members that would like to make some comments before we begin to hear the updates. Hearing none, I'll first kick it over to our staff to do an introductory presentation. Justine Herrig, would you like to start?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Justine Herrig. I am the Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist within the Division of Water Rights of the State Water Resources Control Board. I am the lead staff assigned to implementing the board's oversight role of implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program. So here's an overview of the topics I'll be covering today. They include a description of the Salton Sea, the current conditions of the sea, background information of State Water Board actions, overview of the board's most recent action, the stipulated order, a brief description of the Salton Sea Management Program with a few moments on funding, followed by board activities during 2018, written comments received for the workshop, and I'll finish up with my conclusions. So I would like to take a few moments to describe the Salton Sea, how it got here, and why it's in the condition it is in. So the Salton Sea is California's largest lake, and its watershed covers an area of approximately 8,000 square miles from San Bernardino County to the Mexicali Valley. A little hard to see in this image, but it's the black-lined area is the watershed. So the Salton Sea lies at the lowest point in the Salton Basin, or the watershed, and collects natural runoff and agricultural drainage from Imperial County, a portion from Riverside County, smaller portions of San Bernardino and San Diego counties, as well as the northern portion of the Mexicali Valley. The yellow arrows just depict the flow towards the Salton Sea, where there's no outlets for the water to go. Historically, the Colorado River has periodically meandered west to fill the Salton Basin, creating ancestral freshwater lakes that ultimately evaporated away after the river meandered back to the east. The current iteration of the Salton Sea was formed in 1905 when massive flooding caused the Colorado River to break through an irrigation canal to flow uncontrolled into the Salton Sea for 18 months. So once the breach in the irrigation canal was fixed, the Salton Sea was formed. And since then, the sea has been primarily sustained by agricultural drain water, approximately 80% of which flows from the Imperial Valley. The remaining inflows come from the Whitewater River and agricultural drains in the north, with a smaller percentage of inflow from tributaries on the east and the west. So the majority of the inflows to the Salton Sea originate from imported water at the Colorado River via the All-American Canal, which is located on the eastern corner of California. The primary purpose of imported water is for agricultural use. Water used for agricultural purposes that is not absorbed by the crops or lost to evaporation flows towards the Salton Sea, carrying with it salts from the soil and other agricultural-related nutrients. As the Salton Sea has no outlets for the water to go, the salts, nutrients, and other impurities in the water concentrate in the sea, resulting in salinity of its water to be greater than that of the ocean, with increasing levels of toxicity. The increasing salinity is caused in part by a long-term water transfer, but also other factors that is resulting in less water flowing to the sea, causing the sea to shrink, shoreline to recede, and the lake bed to become exposed. The exposed lake bed is often referred to as playa. The playa contains salts and other impurities that were left behind as the water receded. There is the potential that this playa can become airborne in certain situations, which could negatively affect public health. Along with the public health impacts, there are wildlife impacts caused by the degraded water quality of the Salton Sea. Since the sea has become a permanent feature in the landscape, it has become a critical stop on the Pacific Flyway for migratory birds. Whereas birds have lost wetland habitat elsewhere in California, the Salton Sea has become a place where the migratory birds can rely on their stopover on the Pacific Flyway. However, with increasing salinity, many of the fish species, which some of these migratory birds depend upon as a food source, have disappeared. Currently, there's only tilapia within the sea, and the native pupfish, desert pupfish, on the fringes of the sea within the river and agricultural drain outlets. There we go. Okay, now I just want to give, sure, thanks. Now I just want to give a brief overview of the current conditions of the Salton Sea in relation to water surface elevation and exposed playa. We will hear in following presentations with more detail on the current conditions of related to public health and wildlife, which I'll leave to those individuals to provide. So here's a table to the left that shows the current information related to water surface elevation as of last week. Between the current water elevation in comparison to elevation in 2003, there has been a drop of 8.5 feet in the surface elevation of the water. The table also shows that there is an estimated net exposed playa of approximately 21,000 acres. Oops. And then the graph to the side is from USGS, with just as another way to visually show the documented downward trend in surface elevation, water elevation since 2003. So next I'll review the board's actions related to the Salton Sea. But before, I would like to cover, I want to go over the quantification settlement agreement, often referred to as the QSA. So California's use of Colorado River water reached a point where water was being diverted in amounts greater than what was allocated to California. In order to stay within California's allocation, Colorado River water users finalized the QSA agreement in 2003. The QSA is a collection of agreements intended to settle disputes over Colorado River use within California. The QSA established water budgets for the signatories and authorized contracting parties to pursue water transfers. In particular, the QSA allowed for the long-term transfer of conserved agricultural water from Imperial Irrigation District to urban use in coastal cities. Also, the QSA prompted the state to undertake the restoration and mitigation efforts of the Salton Sea. So in anticipation of the QSA, Imperial Irrigation District filed a petition for a long-term water transfer, which was approved by the State Water Board in October 2002. The long-term transfer is for the transfer of conserved agricultural water from Imperial Irrigation District to San Diego County Water Authority, Coachella Valley Water District, and Metropolitan Water District of Southern California for a 45-year transfer with an option of an additional 30-year renewal period for up to 75 years. The long-term transfer was revised shortly after it was approved to require IID to supply 15 years of mitigation water to the Salton Sea to maintain the salinity level, while a regional solution was developed to address the public health and environmental concerns at the Salton Sea. In November 2014, IID filed a petition with the State Water Board seeking modification of the revised long-term transfer order, since the mitigation water would come to an end soon and no plan or solution was in place to address the Salton Sea. Following IID's petition, the Governor's Office created the Salton Sea Task Force, which included members from the Governor's Office, the California Natural Resources Agency, the California Environmental Protection Agency, State Water Resources Control Board, California Air Resources Board, and Energy Commission. As part of the task force, the board monitored and assessed progress being implemented for the Salton Sea and held multiple workshops during 2015, 2016, and 2017. So in March of 2017, IID filed a motion with the State Water Board, which prompted a draft stipulated order to be developed for consideration by the State Water Board. As a result, the board adopted an order, usually referred to as the stipulated order, which amended the revised long-term transfer order to include specific annual acreage milestones to address public health and environmental concerns. These milestones coincide with acreage targets within Phase 1 of the Salton Sea Management Program. The stipulated order was supported by the Resources Agency, IID, San Diego County Water Authority, Audubon, California, Defenders of Wildlife, Sierra Club, and the Pacific Institute. Okay, so moving into the board's most recent action regarding the Salton Sea, the stipulated order. The stipulated order includes annual acreage milestones for habitat and dust suppression projects. The table presented here shows the annual milestones from 2018 to 2028. The order also requires that 50% of the total acreage shall provide habitat benefits for fish and wildlife that depend on the Salton Sea ecosystem. Each annual milestone requires an annual report to be submitted to the State Water Board within the first quarter of the following year. Also, the stipulated order does not confer additional enforcement authority to the State Water Board. So the stipulated order added Condition 28 to the revised long-term transfer order to require that the State Water Board hold a public workshop to receive written and oral comments on the status of the Salton Sea mitigation and restoration efforts by March 31st of each year. Today's workshop satisfies the public workshop requirement of Condition 28. The State Water Board, as part of its oversight role, was selected to hold the annual public workshops to provide transparency and provide a public forum for governmental agencies, residents, stakeholders, and other interested parties to provide input on the progress of the state's efforts to mitigate the effects of the receding shoreline and degrading water quality of the Salton Sea. So the order also requires a report be submitted to the State Water Board by the Resources Agency. That annual report needs to identify what projects were completed for the previous year, the amount of acreage of projects completed for each dust suppression habitat construction, broken down by habitat type, upcoming projects to be completed, and the milestone to be achieved prior to the next annual progress report, status of financial resources and permits that have not been secured for future projects, any anticipated departures from the dates and acreage identified in Condition 24 of the order, which is the table from the previous slide, and what progress has been made towards development of a long-range plan. So the Salton Sea Management Program, or often referred to as the SSMP, just to provide some context of the SSMP and its structure, the SSMP is being implemented by the California Natural Resources Agency. Within the Resources Agency, there's the Department of Water Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The Resources Agency is lead in the overall implementation of the SSMP. The Department of Water Resources will implement the construction of SSMP projects. The Department of Fish and Wildlife will monitor fish and wildlife, establish habitat criteria, and help develop long-term operations of the projects. Due to the size of the SSMP, the long-term nature of implementing the project, the Resources Agency established advisory committees on specific topics that would play into the long-term success of the project. The advisory committees are convened on behalf of the Resources Agency to allow review and input from individuals with expertise in specific topics, including other relevant stakeholders and interested parties. So there's the Science Committee, the 10-Year Plan Committee, Air Quality, Long-Range Planning, Community Engagement, and Water Quality. So we will hear a representative from each of these committees later today to receive an update on what activities or tasks they have been doing for 2018. So again, due to the scale of the mitigation and restoration efforts that are needed to address public health and wildlife concerns, the SSMP will be implemented in multiple phases. The SSMP is currently in Phase 1, which is from 2018 through 2028. The goal of Phase 1 is to cover just under 30,000 acres of approximately 48,000 acres of estimated exposed playa during that time period. The planning document for Phase 1 was released in March 2017, and the document was subsequently revised in August 2018. So the image to the right shows the Phase 1 projects, and that they will be focused primarily on the south end and north end of the sea. So moving into funding, funding has been a continual topic related to the Salton Sea. The Legislative Analyst's Office completed a report on the status of the Salton Sea Management Program that was released in August of last year. The report provided a good overview of funding and showed that between state, federal, and local funding, approximately $730 million have been authorized for the Salton Sea or projects related to mitigation or restoration in and around the Salton Sea. Of the $730 million, over $500 million remains unspent. The table shows the breakdown of the funding sources between state, federal, and local. The most recent addition in authorized funds for the Salton Sea projects was Proposition 68 that passed in June 2018. No additional money has since been authorized for the Salton Sea projects. So board orders actions for 2018. So the State Water Board held 2 informational items on March 18th and October 16th to hear an update from the Resources Agency on the status of the SSMP. Both informational items included a presentation from the Resources Agency, and written and oral comments were given from non-governmental organizations and local residents of the Salton Sea. State Water Board staff attended several SSMP advisory committee meetings to stay apprised of issues or concerns related to implementing the SSMP. Staff also attended a legislative oversight hearing by the Assembly Committee on Water, Parks, and Wildlife, a symposium on the shrinking shorelines in the Salton Sea, and a meeting held by the Colorado River Water Quality Control Board on water quality issues within the watershed. So the deadline to submit written comments regarding the workshop was by March 14th by noon. 5 written comments were received by the deadline. 2 comments from the general public, 1 letter from the California Institute for Rural Studies, 1 from Septon Water Technology, and 1 letter as a collective group from a collective group of NGOs. Topics raised in the comment letters include concern with the lack of progress on projects, the need to have better community engagement, the adequacy of environmental review for the projects, and the need for improved transparency of information. So now we're reaching the end of my presentation. So to wrap it up, the Resources Agency submitted the annual report as required by the stipulated order. The Resources Agency did not meet the 2018 acreage milestone of 500 acres. They constructed 0 of 500 acres, so there's a total annual acreage deficiency exceeding 20%. For this year, for 2019, the target milestone target is 1,300 acres for a cumulative of 1,800 acres by December 31st of 2019. The board must hold another workshop no later than March 31st of 2020. However, the board at their discretion can hold other agenda items before that time if they choose to do so. So just to provide some context or overview of the workshop has included so far my presentation as State Water Board staff. Following me will be a presentation from the California Natural Resources Agency. After that, there will be 2 panels, 1 panel consisting of representatives of each of the SSMP advisory committees to provide information on what those committees have been doing for 2018 and any challenges they see facing the SSMP in relation to their specific topic. The second panel consists of a group of non-governmental organizations representing wildlife, public health, and community engagement. And then after the panels, the workshop will move into an open comment period. So here's my contact information for anyone who's interested. The State Water Board also has a Salton Sea website that includes past actions by the Water Board, and it's updated with any future actions that we may have. There's also an email subscription service for the Salton Sea. So if anyone wants to stay up to date on Salton Sea, on State Water Board actions related to the Salton Sea, getting on that email subscription is the best way to do so. You can get on the email subscription on the website, which is listed on the side. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrig. Ms. Herrig, you know, maybe we get a bit.ly summarizer for that Euro link it was really large. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
I'm just joking. I quickly do want to pivot to comments by public officials, because I kind of glossed over that. I just skipped over my agenda item, so I apologize for that. So I would like, with that really good, I think, introduction at this point, to call up James Hanks from the Imperial Irrigation District. Good morning, Director. Good morning. Good morning. That microphone may need to be turned on top. I don't know if, maybe you just want to test it to see if it's live first. Okay, I don't think it is. Oh, it is. Okay, you're good. Thank you.
My voice doesn't carry too well, but okay. I'm Jim Hanks. I'm a elected official with the IIDA director. I also serve on the Salton Sea Authority Board and also sit on the Colorado River Board for California. Thank you for joining us here today at the Forgotten Invisible Salton Sea. I want to share with you briefly the key lessons I have learned from the drought contingency plan process and how it relates to the Salton Sea. Over the past century, the Imperial Irrigation has been the key leader in the Southwest for Colorado River affairs, working not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all Colorado River communities as a whole. Leaders of our valley were key to the formation of the Colorado River Compact between the 7 basin states, providing the durable and adaptive framework for how the river operates to this day. Our own Congressman, Phil Swing, authored the Boulder Canyon Project Act to build a Hoover Dam, providing flood protection, water storage, and power generation for Southern California, Arizona, and Nevada. We built the All-American Canal to serve the people of Imperial and Coachella Valley with reliable supplies of water and cheap and plentiful power in the process. In the QSA, we bore the brunt of the sacrifice to allow California to fit back into its 4.4 million acre foot entitlement to the tune of about 500,000 acre feet a year. The reason I share with you this history is because it is now history. The good faith we have acted in over the course of a century has not only been unrequited, but insulted. Our consistent efforts have created greater stability and prosperity for all Colorado River water users, sometimes to our own detriment. But today, just hours from now, a drought contingency plan that excludes IID and ignores the catastrophic environmental and public health disaster at the Salton Sea will be celebrated in Phoenix. Perhaps in our rural, naive way, in our own tradition of neighborliness on the river, we expected our efforts would be reciprocated. Instead, they are ignored, unmatched in our own time of need. We were promised that as part of the drought contingency plan, all parties would cross the finish line together after building essential consensus upon which the management of this stream is built. That was a lie. Our sister California agencies, signatories to the QSA, pledged their mutual concerns in defense of the Salton Sea and to work together for the good of all Colorado River water users. As evidenced by yesterday's 8-1 vote, that too was untrue. The 6 other states of the Colorado River Basin preach about how critical collaboration, mutual understanding, and cooperation is to the success of the Colorado River management. That is, until the name Salton Sea is so much as mentioned. At that point, as was the case in the past several weeks, other water agencies became more allergic to merely naming the Salton Sea in federal legislation than the asthmatic residents of Imperial Valley in the midst of a Salton Sea dust storm. As a result, the proposed federal legislation to pass the DCP has been excised of any reference to the Salton Sea, courtesy of our so-called collaborative partners on the river. Though we have repeatedly pled our concerns for years about the Salton Sea, our requests that the DCP not negatively impact the Salton Sea were referred to as unrealistic demands by the Bureau of Reclamation. Only after the DCP became slowed by repeatedly blown arbitrary deadlines did the Bureau of Reclamation make an empty paper gesture towards the restoration and protection of the Salton Sea. When we shared our grave concerns about the initially proposed federal legislation that read, notwithstanding any other provision of law, as granting the Secretary of the Interior unfettered ability to waive environmental protections and key provisions of the law of the river to carry out the DCP, including those that protect the Salton Sea and California's senior water right, we were again rebuffed. Miraculously, within the past 24 hours, this proposed legislation was completely reworked without IID input, delivered via an email 10 o'clock yesterday to me at a board meeting in El Centro. Again and again throughout the DCP process, we were reminded of the urgency and critical importance of passing a DCP quickly, committed to getting a DCP done rather than getting it done right. The Reclamation Commissioner threw down deadline after deadline, compressing the most key decisions and worked as part of this 5-year-long process into a matter of weeks and red-eye, sleepless nights. When the Salton Sea weighed down and slowed the supposedly urgent DCP, the IID and the Salton Sea were thrown overboard. It was based on this argument that the DCP could not wait, yet somehow the deteriorating Salton Sea, thousands of dying birds, and Imperial Valley asthmatic children could. Was the DCP shoved through? Yet, within the past few days, hydrology reports from the Colorado River indicate that not only will we not enter a shortage this year, but the recent record precipitation eliminated the risk of a shortage in 2020 and substantially reduced the risk for 2021. In other words, the critical urgency of the DPC was bogus. The declining Salton Sea did not have to become a sacrifice for the already improving Lake Mead. After 5 years, what I have learned, quite frankly, that in our supposedly progressive 2019, wealth trumps public environmental health, that despite the Imperial Valley working for the benefit of the river system for 107 years, being the single largest user of Colorado River water, and having the largest lake in the Colorado River Basin in our backyard, our concerns are ignored as we are actively excluded, indicating that the other Colorado River water users are more equal than the people in Imperial Valley. As we gather here today on the shore of the Salton Sea, strewn with bleached bones, bird carcasses, and a growing shoreline, and as champagne is being prepared for debauched self-congratulations in Phoenix, remember this: the IID is the elephant in the room on the Colorado River as we move forward. And like the elephant, our memory and rage is long. I'd just like to share this with you so that everybody is aware of this. Senator Feinstein worked very closely with the Salton Sea Authority, the IID, the vegetable growers of the Imperial Valley, and with Bruce Wilcox, and passed the Senate version of the Farm Bill. It was in tough competition with the House bill, which had $0 eligible for the Salton Sea. In this process of the Farm Bill, there are over $5 billion annually that the Salton Sea is eligible for. And in the ask of the DCP, the Imperial Irrigation District, as one of the conditions of participating, was that the federal government, which owns several thousands of acres here, one of the largest landowners at the Salton Sea, that they put up a match dollar for dollar with the state of California. That would roughly be, over the life of this project, of the 10-year management plan, about $200 million. That is not an unreasonable request. In the election season, Gavin Newsom came to visit the sea. I stood with him on the Red Hill Bay, visiting the geothermal. And his comment to me, and I have it on tape, hold me accountable for the sea. And that's what I'm here to do today, is to ask you guys that represent him, appointed by him, hold him accountable. This money is available. We have pilot projects that have been implemented. And the way these funds were written, for the first time, an irrigation district or a tribe or the state can participate in this. None of this money that was asked for was to go into an IID account. It was to see that this project, this 10-year management plan, was fully funded so that the people around here could get some relief. That was voted down yesterday, 8-1. It's not over. We're going to keep pursuing it because that's the nature of the people around here. And I would just ask that for whatever reason, the silence that's been going on in California by the water agencies and some language that was supported by some of our environmental people that had supported this petition. For the life of me, I do not understand why they signed on to support that language that was in there unless they were just unaware of it. But they need to go back and check off what they approved. So I just ask that progress be made. There's some efforts. This thing's been studied to death. I've lived around the sea for 73 years. I got 6 grandkids that live next to the sea. 5 of them have asthma. And so on behalf of them, damn those people. Damn them. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hanks. I'd like to call up Andy Horn, representing Supervisor Ryan Kelly.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the State Board, Andy Horn from the County of Imperial. Mr. Hanks and I are going to play good cop and bad cop, and I'll let you decide after I'm finished which one is which. On behalf of the residents of our area, the Imperial County Board of Supervisors would like to express its concerns pertaining to several issues at the Salton Sea, identifying and implementing common sense and environmentally sound solutions to the many challenges facing the sea has been and will continue to be a top priority for our board and for the residents of this area who, on a daily basis, are confronted with the declining conditions around the sea. Over the past several decades, Imperial County staff, consultants, and board members have spent countless hours working in a collaborative manner with all local, state, and federal partners to achieve our common goal of a stable and healthy sea. Still, at times, we feel our voices are not being heard. Our board continues to be, as you likely are also, somewhat frustrated and disappointed by the lack of progress in the form of projects being deployed around the Salton Sea. More than 15 years after the signing of the Quantification Settlement Agreement, at which time the state of California assumed a principal role in mitigating impacts associated with that water transfer, little to nothing has been accomplished in the form of tangible measures to address deteriorating air and water quality. We are certainly aware that the state has plans to move forward with several worthwhile projects around the sea. However, the timetable for completion of those projects has been repeatedly delayed, well past the deadline set by the State Water Resources Control Board in your recent water order. At a recent meeting of the Salton Sea Authority, California Natural Resources Agency Assistant Secretary Bruce Wilcox provided an update on the Salton Sea Management Program, during which he outlined some of those current plans, including a recreational North Lake concept in Riverside County. Given that the bulk of the Salton Sea, along with the vast majority of people living around the sea, is located in Imperial County, we were greatly dismayed that a similar South Lake design was not included in the current version of the SSMP. We strongly encourage you to work with us to ensure that future plans for development around the sea include a robust recreational component embodied within a North and South Lake, along with a perimeter lake design. A perimeter lake would provide much-needed deep water habitat, create recreational opportunities, and stabilize the shoreline of the sea where it is needed most, where people live. The County of Imperial remains committed to working with the State of California and other partners towards a critical objective of avoiding an environmental and economic catastrophe at the Salton Sea, at the same time creating a sustainable habitat and recreational resource. At the Salton Sea, we cannot accept less than what was promised to us. The Salton Sea Management Program has failed to meet acreage coverage for 2 consecutive years. Air, water, and business impacts were to be addressed by the water transfers, and the State of California took on that responsibility. We demand that the State Board exercise its duty to assure that these commitments are enforced in order to protect the environment and the people of Imperial County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I think what we'll do is I'll announce our next panel, take a short 5-minute bio break because we're going on, almost 2 hours here without one for folks. And then we'll launch into the presentation. So our next panel will be from the California Natural Resources Agency, and will include Thomas Gibson, the Undersecretary of the California Natural Resources Agency, Bruce Wilcox, the Assistant Secretary of Salton Sea Policy at the California Natural Resources Agency, Oral Withicum with the Air Resources Board, Christopher Trinell, who is the Deputy Director of the Integrated Watershed Management Program, and Arturo Delgado, Salton Sea Manager at California Fish and Wildlife. So give folks an opportunity to come up, get their seats, and we'll take a quick 5-minute just bio break so folks can reorganize. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I think we're going to try to start up again. So if you can please take your seats, or if you'd like to continue your conversations, you can go outside. That'd be okay too. No, what I've always found with these gatherings is the opportunity for us as community and people to actually have other conversations. You actually get a lot of work done. So I appreciate everyone engaging and talking. Before we actually do move to our panel, there was a card that was submitted. We have the chairman from the Torres Martinez tribe here, and so I would like to call Thomas Torres up to give a comment. Yes, hello, Chairman. How are you doing? Hello, thank you. Yes, yeah, and you can pull that down.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, good morning.
Good morning, Thomas Torres, Chairman for the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you for letting me speak today. And hope you're enjoying our warm weather, as we don't get a winter here very much. But I just wanted to say that as far as Torres Martinez, being the chairman for the Desert Cahuilla, and also recently being the president for the Salton Sea Authority, which is a joint cooperation, a joint powers authority, which we've joined to help mitigate the Salton Sea. And I've spoken before in different times and want to relay my past messages from the Torres Martinez, from our people and the elders and the Salton Sea. Many of you may not be aware that the Torres Martinez was established in the 1800s and was flooded in early 1900s. So half of the reservation, over 12,000 acres, lies under the sea. And so it's been 100 years since, we've had viable land that's replaced, that's supposed to replace the land that's inundated. One of the most important things that Torres Martinez sees for the Salton Sea and wants to relay to the state and the federal governments is that we see, the priority, as everybody else does as a community, is health, the human health, right? The human health and the catastrophe that, many people say is imminent and is about to happen, but it's already happening. We have, documentation of our children that are exposed to the toxins in the air, the airborne, dust, and we have rising rates of asthma. We have elders that have to live with oxygen tanks. So those, are eminent. Those are, documented facts that we have to live with. And as I have spoken before, the Torres Martinez tribe, we were given this land to live on. So we're here. We've always been here. We've been here since the Salton Sea was a dry lake bed. We've been here since this, is a recurring fact. This land floods and then it dries and then it floods and then it dries for thousands of years. And, our ancestors talk about how the sea was alive. And, through all natives, water is life. It brought life to our tribe. It brought life to our area. The only difference now is the human factor. The human factor, that wasn't here before. We have the insecticides and the pesticides coming in from the north. We have what we're talking about today is the wastewater coming in from the south. So we're doing everything we can as far as the tribe. We have a little piece of land that we started a project with and was funded by the state, which is the wetlands, and it was a successful project. We've done with phase 1, we're starting phase 2, and it's evidence that we can work with the state, and it's a project that can work through the funding, funding authority that gave us that ability. So as far as a pilot project and mitigation for the dust, and we're bringing back habitat, and actually, in the end, bringing back economic, opportunities, there's evidence that can be done. So again, I just wanted to say that as far as Torres Martinez, we're happy to do, what we can with the state, but I also like to send an invitation to the federal government. That's our next step, is to get the federal government to do their share. Since, we're talking about everything that the state's doing here, thankful for the Water Board doing, what you've progressed so far here. And I want to thank the Salton Sea Authority for having Torres Martinez on there, giving us a say. And again, I just want to relay that message to the federal government and help us all in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Torres. We'll move on to the panel now then. Mr. Gibson, Undersecretary of California Natural Resources Agency, would you like to kick us off?
Please, yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the Water Board. I'm Tom Gibson, Undersecretary for the California Natural Resources Agency. First off, thank you for hosting the workshop, and thank you in particular for hosting it here at the sea. I think it's really important that you move the location to be here at the sea itself. So thank you for that. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of our agency and on behalf of our new Secretary, Wade Crowfoot. He regrets that he could not be here today due to his scheduled conflicts in Sacramento, but he did ask me to convey his absolute commitment to working with the Water Board and all of our partners to advance the Salton Sea Management Plan. In fact, as some of you know, he made his first trip as Secretary out of Sacramento to the sea itself a few weeks ago. Since that trip, he and I have met with IID leadership, and he has several times convened the state team in a meeting to convey his expectations and the priority level that he's really put on advancing these projects and moving this forward. So both Secretary Crowfoot and the Newsom administration recognize that resolving the sea's public health and ecological challenges is a top-level priority. They've tasked our agency team here with redoubling the state's efforts to implement projects that will benefit the communities here at the sea, as well as the key species here. This morning, you will hear from the state agency leads with the key role in implementing the Salton Sea Management Plan. The presentation and written report submitted last week constitute our annual report under the Water Board stipulated order from November of 2017. So with your permission, what I'd like to do is walk through some of the high-level takeaways from the report and then turn it over to my colleagues for a deeper dive into the status of the plan, the current conditions at the sea, and our next steps. First, as you've heard, and as you and many here are already aware, the progress on the first phase of implementing the Salton Sea Management Plan has been slower than hoped. The state did not meet its 2018 target of 500 acres of habitat restoration. Many factors contributed to that, but the inability so far to attain agreement around access to the project site for the Species Conservation Habitat Project has been a significant challenge. A final easement agreement with the Imperial Irrigation District is needed to allow us to move forward with that project, which anchors the first phase of the Salton Sea Management Plan. The key to getting that done is the new leadership of Secretary Crowfoot and IID's General Manager Henry Martinez. Under their leadership, we are working diligently to resolve the outstanding questions and concerns with the focus on reaching agreement by May 1 of this year. In fact, Secretary Crowfoot and I will be back in the area with the agency team next Monday to spend a day with IID's negotiating team and General Manager Martinez to make progress towards that goal. We are committed to getting this done. Importantly, in these efforts, the state is increasing and reorganizing its staff and is increasing accountability to implement the Species Conservation Habitat Project and the overall plan. As you will hear from my colleagues, leadership teams are being refined at the agency, at the Department of Water Resources, and at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Secretary Crowfoot has tasked me specifically with working with Assistant Secretary Bruce Wilcox to ensure coordination among all parties as we move this forward. We will also continue to engage with stakeholders and community groups, as well as tribal governments and state, federal, and local governments on an ongoing basis. Finally, we recognize that since the 2018 acreage milestone was not met, the State Water Board had requested the agency submit a deficiency plan describing how we will make up the deficiency. You will note that our annual report does not include a timeline for how we will get back on track and how we will get back to pace with what the board's order provides. That's because in the coming weeks, instead, what we intend to do is work with the leadership at the agency, at the Department of Water Resources, at Fish and Wildlife, at California EPA, with the Water Board staff, and with ARB as appropriate to really analyze what are the barriers to implementation, why haven't we been able to move forward, what are the limiting factors for the pace at which we think we can achieve implementation, and then where can we push on those limiting factors to increase the pace of implementation. Once we've done that, then I believe we'll be in a position to provide you a realistic timeline that we can stand behind and say, this, we can get this done, and we can get this done on this pace. And I want that to be a commitment that where we can live up to that expectation. One aspect of that we've already moved towards is with respect to the Species Conservation Habitat Project. While we're working on the land access agreements with IID, instead of just working on the pilot project of 640 acres, we're working to resolve them for the entire 3,700 acre parcel, so that once we get past those terms with the IID negotiating team, then we should be able to move forward with that entire project. So I think that's one area where we can move forward more quickly once we're able to negotiate those issues. We are committed to addressing the critical public health and ecological challenges at the sea, and we look forward to engaging with the board, its staff, and all of our partners to assess the best way to achieve the vision of the Salton Sea Management Plan. So with that, I will hand it over to my colleagues for more detailed presentations, starting with Bruce Wilcox.
Good morning. Thank you, Tom. I'm going to do a little bit more of a deeper dive into some of the aspects of the SSMP. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. And we'll talk about elevation, water quality, the status of the fish and the birds, and air quality. Earl will actually talk about air quality issues at the Salton Sea. And we'll also talk a little bit about how we're adjusting the team at DWR to better fill the needs of the program, And Arturo would talk a little bit about the work we're doing on getting an MOU between the two agencies so that for operation and maintenance moving forward with the projects. So roughly 2,260 acres of new playa have been exposed. I didn't catch the numbers on the other presentation. They may not match exactly. It depends a little bit on when you measured it and that sort of thing. But that prediction is pretty close to the SALSA 2 model, which is the hydrology model that we use to predict, well, it actually was used in the water transfer to predict sea elevation, and then the bathymetric data, which gave us, if you combine the two, it gives you an exposure number of how much of the playa will be exposed. It's very flat out there, so even the slightest drop in water elevation means a pretty big drop in playa cover or playa exposure, or pretty large increase, in playa exposure. But there is probably a 15 to 20% margin of error. That should say 20, not 2. Margin of error in that because we don't have exact bathymetric data. A lot of it was developed via LIDAR and some other things. So the data that we have for bathymetric data is not quite as accurate as we would like it to be. We have some new data that we're working on right now. IID collected that data with LIDAR, which will be much more tighter data, and we'll be able to better understand the elevation and the exposure. According to our models and according to the model that water transfer used, the exposed playa and the elevation of the sea will stabilize in the mid-2040s. That's important because we think that's what we have to work towards from both phase 1 and longer range planning at the Salton Sea, is to understand that there is a portion of the playa or a portion of the lake that will still be there in 2040. And the water quality may be an issue, certainly, but there isn't as much dust control issues on that area as there would be if it was exposed. Bureau of Reclamation has monitored nutrients and selenium and other things. The current salinity, all of which have come back with remarkably good measurements. The selenium is very low in the sea itself. Nutrients are a little high, and some of the algae blooms we've had lately are problematic. The salinity is about 63.7 parts per thousand, just as a reference. Ocean water is about 33 parts per thousand, so it's twice as saline as the ocean is. And it will get worse because of evaporation, and the water going in isn't too terribly salty, but it evaporates at such a rate that you'll get a lot of concentration of salts in that water. And that also matches reasonably well with the SALSA 2 model that was done back in, well, it was updated a few years ago, a couple years ago, I think. This I'm going to leave for Earl to talk about later. The status of the desert pupfish, which is one of the listed species out there, the DWR has been monitoring desert pupfish around the Salton Sea and in the drains around the Salton Sea. They're doing relatively well in some places and not so well in others. San Felipe Creek is a disappointment because that was one of the natural areas where the desert pupfish was, and it seems to be declining there. And I think that's because of lack of water, quite frankly. Non-native species also prey on the desert pupfish, the mosquito fish, and the sailfin mollies and other things. So we have a problem with those fish that are at the edges of the drains too, which is where the pupfish usually hang out. And then as the sea gets more salty, we're going to get to a position where we are not going to be able to sustain pupfish in the sea itself, and that's probably about 75,000 parts per thousand, and we're creeping towards that fairly quickly. The HCP, draft HCP, and the mitigation measures of the quantification settlement agreement require drain connections before that happens. We're working with IID now to make sure that as we move forward on these projects, we build in drain connections as necessary. Other fish, this is a diagram of where the folks have been out in the sea doing gill netting. That's a terrible job, particularly in the summertime. It's hot. They have done yeoman's work in getting some of that information for us. And what we've seen is that tilapia is the only species that was caught. Let's see if we've got, no. And that the tilapia were declining year to year. Last year, 2017, we didn't see a lot of young tilapia. This year, or 2018, we did see young tilapia. So that means there was at least a partial successful hatching or reproduction of the tilapia, which should help with the overall goal of maintaining a population. But be it the take-home message is that those areas are rapidly becoming pretty problematic for even the tilapia, which is a tough fish. The bird populations have declined dramatically, particularly in the last couple of 3 years. We work with Audubon and with several other local bird groups that provide us information, and DFW collects information to look at the population of the different bird species. And the piscivorous birds, or the fish-eating birds, have declined amazingly to where there used to be thousands of pelicans, and now we're really happy if we see hundreds. So now a little bit about the status of the SSMP itself. As Tom said, well, let me go back to this. As Tom said, we are not going to meet the goal this year, and we are working on trying to decide how best to build that into a recovery plan to get us back to the goal. Part of that is changing to 3,770 acres from 640. That will help. The North Lake project, which is now becoming larger than it was, will also help with that. Just a real quick mention of this, and then Chris is going to talk more about this. But this is the current team that works on the SSMP thing. So we're gathering people as we go along, and there'll be more in the very near future. So we're looking at about 7,000 acres at the new, excuse me, at the New River. We're looking at about 6,000 acres of the North Lake concept, and about 3,500 acres on the Alamo River. Now those are concept numbers. They may change a little bit, but those are pretty large habitat numbers that most of that will be habitat, by the way, not just, habitat. So that we think we'll be ahead of our requirements when we get those projects on the ground. Here's a location map that shows where some of the projects are. The south end, the yellow areas. The red area is Red Hill Bay, and let me talk about that for just a second. Red Hill Bay is a project that IID, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the state of California partnered on. It's a very emissive area of the Salton Sea, and the plan is to reflood it with river water and with water from the sea. And the earthwork is all completed there. The pumps have been ordered. We have to pump the water back out of the river and back from the sea. They've been ordered. IID has the power line in the queue, ready for installation when it comes up. And they're getting ready to advertise for the barge. There's a barge that will float out in the Salton Sea to hold the pumps for the saline water that comes in from the Salton Sea. So we're hopeful that in the next couple of months we'll be able to get all that put together. We had to work with the Wildlife Conservation Board a little bit to readjust the funding in their grant. We've done that. They were very helpful. IID did a great job of working with them to get that done. We're also looking, hopefully, at the Bureau of Reclamation helping us fund a shortfall on this project. When we designed the project, we didn't anticipate needing a barge to float the pumps, and that's much more expensive. The other area on the south end over by the New River, and on the north end, up by the Whitewater River flood channel, is the North Lake concept. There also is a small star or dot on the west side of the lake, about 2/3 of the way up, that is a small harbor project that we're looking at doing to help the folks there with dust control and vector control. So the New River project of 3,770 acres, the area, this area is already designed. This area is not. We've combined the two into a design build process where we will look at taking this area and applying some of the same concepts that we have here, knowing that we could, knowing that we could, if we had to start construction of this area while we were still working on this area. And we haven't decided if that's a good thing to do or not, but we're looking at that to see how the phasing might work. These are big projects. That's a big area. So it's not like they would get in each other's way. There's plenty of room out there. It's a series of water management ponds for fish and wildlife. Some of them will be deeper than others. You heard Andy Horn earlier talk about recreation at the south end. That's a relatively new concept that's been brought up just lately on the south end anyway. And we can look at what we might be able to do for recreation in these areas. But it's very flat, and the idea behind this was to put something in that we could put in fairly quickly, even though we haven't been successful to this point. Once we get it ready to build, it'll build fairly quickly, and we can get those areas covered from a dust control perspective. And we think right now that it will be completed in December of 2021, and that's the 3,770 acres. The Whitewater River is a relatively new project in that we've just started working with Riverside County and with the Salton Sea Authority on developing that project. The North Lake was always in the SSMP, as you saw in that earlier slide, but now we're starting to look at the concepts and how we might be able to build that, and how we might be able to build that so ultimately you could have a perimeter lake down this side of the Salton Sea and maybe a ways down this side of the Salton Sea that would provide shoreline stabilization, dust control, and some habitat. We're in the concept stages of this right now. There are no permits issued. We're going to need NEPA at least, maybe CEQA, and we're working with the Corps to try to get them under contract to do that right now. And this is the Alamo River SCH project, which is has CEQA coverage, but no other permits are issued, and we're working on getting those permits done so we can implement that project in 2022, or 2022, sorry. So we anticipate reaching the 2022 target of habitat and dust suppression. The WRDA contract, I mentioned that with Army Corps of Engineers. Easement negotiations are ongoing. I'm actually rather excited about the level of commitment from both the state and IID on getting the easements done by May 1st. That will really help us move these things forward. The long-range plan is part of the 10-year plan. We're required to develop a long-range plan along with it. We look at water import proposals. We have several of those. We're going to look at water quality projects or treatment projects, and you'll hear a little bit more about that from Salton Sea Authority. Phil Rosentrader is the chairman of the Water Quality Advisory Committee. And then other supplemental water sources, SAPA line or brine line, or some other groundwater sources might be usable. And just as a reminder, the PEIR, the programmatic EIR, contain a perimeter lake, a marine sea, and a saline habitat complex. So those were all studied under previous documentation, which should speed the process up. So a quick update on the 10-year plan. Oops. I've already talked about the Whitewater River and the fact that we are just getting started. Well, I should say the Whitewater River Flood Control Channel. We're just getting started on that at a concept level. Riverside County's been very helpful. Tetra Tech, our consultant, is helping us with that. And I'm hopeful that we will get to the point where we can start looking at putting together a design build contract for that. And we're going to revise the cost projections moving forward and refine the goals and objectives. Here is, you saw this slide earlier, here is the funding sources that are available. And the coordination and outreach, the stakeholder engagement hasn't worked out as well as we would have liked it to, getting people involved. And so we're working with KDI and Alianza, I think, on putting together a public process that challenges the people at the meeting to provide ideas for recreation or other things around the Salton Sea. It's we'll use that on the south end. We'll really use it on the north end, though, because the north end doesn't even have a concept design yet. So that's in response to the concerns about that. We'll see how that works out. We had the first meeting about 3 weeks ago. It went fairly well, I think. It's new to us and it's new to the people at the meeting, so it was a little confusing, but I think we made progress. We're working with Bureau of Reclamation on several things. This lists a 3,900 acre dust suppression project. Bureau of Reclamation is also talking about helping fund the shortfall on Red Hill Bay. And that would be important for us from a habitat perspective. The dust suppression is also very important from a health perspective, but Red Hill Bay is clearly one of the most emissive areas on the sea. And then we've had public meetings, as you see there, and we had one about 3 weeks ago, and we're going to have additional meetings as we move forward and have more to talk about. And I think at that point, I turn it over to Earl. So
Thanks, Bruce. Right. While we're loading up the slides, I'm Earl Withicum, an air resources engineer with the California Air Resources Board. I serve as the board's technical lead on large area dust control projects such as Owens Lake and the Salton Sea. And my presentation is limited to recent historical and current air quality conditions at the Salton Sea. We're still waiting to load up a short slide presentation. But while we're doing that, as a preview, I'll be talking about air quality monitoring networks, both here at the shoreline of the Salton Sea, community air monitoring networks operated by the California Air Resources Board and the two air pollution and air quality management districts here in the region, the South Coast Air Quality Management District on behalf of the Riverside County area, Coachella Valley, and Imperial County Air Pollution Control District responsible for monitoring in Imperial County. I'll then talk about the drivers of particulate emissions coming off of the playa, which are high wind conditions. I'll summarize one metric, which is exceedance days, exceedances of the applicable federal 24-hour or daily air quality standard for PM10, and then talk and then dig down into episode days, exceedance days in 2018 at the 6 shoreline stations to identify the source areas. Okay, thanks. Again, this is the overview of the short presentation I'll be making today. In 2009, Imperial Irrigation District, working with an Air Quality Advisory Committee, constructed and began operation of 6 shoreline stations monitoring the principal component of dust from a health perspective, which is called PM10, or particulate matter smaller than 10 microns. 10 micron particulate matter is inhalable and deposits in the upper respiratory tract. The diseases, the respiratory diseases that are then influenced and affected by inhalation of PM10 are the upper respiratory diseases of asthma, chronic bronchitis, and some forms of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. These stations also monitor meteorological parameters. The network began operation in February of 2010 and records continuous data for those parameters to this day and into the future. The stations there are 2 stations located in the North Shore, one at the Torres Martinez Wetlands Project, one at the headquarters of the Salton Sea State Recreational Park, which is probably the closest station to this location, 2 at population centers in the center of the along the center of the eastern and western shore, one at Salton City at the Salton Community Service District's wastewater evaporation ponds, and one at Bombay Beach, immediately adjacent to the edge of the community on the eastern side, western side. And then 2 in the south area, one at the former Naval Test Base and one at the Sonny Bono Wildlife Refuge. In comparison, the 2 air pollution control districts in the state of California operate regulatory monitors in Palm Springs, Indio, a site in Mecca that's been in operation for only about 2 years. Imperial County operates monitors for PM10 at Nyland, Westmoreland, Brawley, El Centro, and one at Calexico. Our analysis of high wind conditions at the 6 shoreline stations produces some information that I think is highly relevant to forecasting not only the current impacts of any windblown dust from the playa, but especially into the future. These are high wind roses. In other words, the fingers from these diagrams basically point upwind during the hours of high wind events. And high wind events are defined here as wind speeds on an hourly average that exceed 12 miles an hour, which from experience in evaluating windblown dust problems in the Pacific Southwest region of the United States, is the threshold velocity in almost any desert area for generating windblown dust. Windblown dust is generated primarily by the wind beginning to move sand particles on the surface of the soil, and as those sand particles begin rolling and then bouncing over the surface, each impact on the surface fractures soil agglomerates, and the finer soil fractions of silt and clay particles are then entrained into the air by eddy currents on the surface and carried typically for tens of miles, but PM10, the windblown dust, typically deposits, about 90% deposits within the first hour of being transmitted and carried by the wind. So PM10 is more of a localized problem than a regionalized problem, which is the case, for instance, for ground ozone or a PM2.5, soot or combustion particulates. The wind directions that we've measured since 2010 at the 6 shoreline stations show 2 predominant trends. In the Coachella Valley, 85% of high wind hours are resulting from wind flows that come down the Coachella Valley from Banning Pass through the valley and then over the sea, which means that both now and in the future, most of any windblown dust coming off the playa will blow over the sea. And because of the dimensions, the long dimensions of the sea, we expect that much of that material will probably fall out in the water. Some of it will be impacting areas on the western and eastern shores where there are communities and residential structures. However, the impacts of exposed playa on the North Shore will not significantly contribute to air quality at this time in the eastern and southern portions of the Coachella Valley. In Imperial Valley and Imperial County, the prevailing high wind directions are almost from due west to west-southwest, and this is the case for, again, about 85% of high wind hours, at least in the western shore stations of Salton City and Naval Test Base. Bombay Beach receives about 70% of high wind hours from the west and about 20% of high wind hours from the north, the same flow that comes down the Coachella Valley. At Sunny Bono, again, about 85 to 90% of high wind hours, the wind is blowing from the west. What this means in Imperial County is that the communities south of the very southern tip of Salton Sea will not be significantly impacted from any windblown dust that's coming off the playa in this southern region. The cities, and those cities would include Westmoreland, Brawley, El Centro, and Calexico. The communities that are currently being impacted, we believe, and have the potential for being impacted by increase in emissions from exposed playa in Imperial County would be the communities of Bombay Beach, Nyland, and Calipatria. And those are the communities that I continue to follow as closely as the ones in southern Coachella Valley, parsing the contributions of playa dust from other disturbed soils is always a challenge. And I'll show you the results of the preliminary analysis we've done so far of the 2018 data. But first, a useful metric. Well, that was interesting. Let me back up. A useful metric in tracking air quality is the number of days in which the federal 24-hour standard is exceeded in each year. And this slide is a little difficult to read, but the bottom scale is in years from 2014 through 2018. And the vertical axis is number of exceedance days per year. The solid lines represent the trends for the community stations, and this is for the north shore of the Salton Sea. This data is collected entirely within Riverside County. The blue line represents the station operated by South Coast AQMD at Indio, and the yellow line represents the station operated by the same agency at Palm Springs. The number of exceedance days at Palm Springs over the last 5 years has been fairly flat and has been decreasing at Indio, indicating improving air quality in the region. 2018 exceedances were slightly higher, however, than in 2017. At the shoreline stations, first shoreline station is at the Torres Martinez wetland site, and that is this line right here. Air quality and the number of exceedance days improved between 2014 and 2016 at Torres Martinez, but then has sharply taken an uptick through 2018. We'll look more carefully at each of the individual days in a minute. At the Sonny Bono site, and this is pretty much characteristic of the stations on the east side of the Salton Sea, the number of exceedance days has stayed fairly flat at a level of about 3 to 4 exceedances per year. Understand that the federal criteria for determining that an area is non-attainment is 1 exceedance day per year. The stations at the shoreline are designed as research instruments and are not certified by EPA, although they are technically as accurate and competent instrumentation as the ones that are certified by EPA. But we selected these in order to generate a more robust data set for research purposes. We are beginning to install, the Air Resources Board, in cooperation at least with Imperial County, are beginning to look at the installation of regulatory monitors at these locations as funds become available. The next slide I'm going to present is similar data for exceedance days in Imperial County. And again, the solid lines represent the concentrations at community stations, and these two represent, and I've got to look at my slide. The longer term trends in the regulatory stations are for the sites that monitored PM10 every day of the year, which were for Calexico and Brawley, according to my plot, and those two lines are represented here. Because exceedance, and you can see that basically, although there's some variability, which really is driven by the number of high wind days in any year, which varies according to changes in climatic conditions and weather conditions. Air quality has been fairly stable at the regulatory stations. These three stations of El Centro, Westmoreland, and Nyland only commenced operation every day of the year starting in 2016. And the data, although they're short, suggests that air quality is neither deteriorating nor improving at these sites. In contrast, the number of exceedance days at the shoreline stations, especially those on the west coast, are quite variable and tend to show some increasing trend. And these are the stations at Salton City and Naval Test Base. The stations at Sunny Bono and Bombay Beach tend to be less variable, lower in the number of exceedances, and do not particularly show any degradation, nor any improvement in air quality. The last thing I'm going to present is a dive into the exceedance days at each of the 6 shoreline stations in order to determine whether communities are being impacted by windblown dust for the playa. We look primarily at what's happening at these shoreline stations and trend data. The trend in this column represents the number of exceedance days at which high winds blew from playa areas toward each of these 6 stations. And you can see that for 4 of the stations, the 2 in Riverside County and the 2 on the southern and eastern shore of Imperial County, winds came primarily from non-playa areas. But for the case of Bombay Beach and Sunny Bono, because of the prevailing direction of high winds, winds blew from the playa at these 2 stations 100% of the time at Sunny Bono, but only 4 exceedances, 80% of the time at Bombay Beach for 4 exceedances. But in comparison, the high winds came from non-playa, either disturbed desert soils or disturbed soils upwind of communities, much more predominantly at the Riverside County stations and also at the 2 stations at Naval Test Base and Salton City, the 2 western ones. We recorded some fairly high concentrations at Naval Test Base and Salton City, and those are due almost entirely, as you can see, 89% and 95%, from desert soils to the west of those 2 communities. I wanted to spend, in giving you a final note, addressing challenges that we're facing. And those are at least 2. One is that there is a large deposit of unconsolidated sandstone that lies between Anza Borrego and Salton Sea that during thunderstorm microbursts contributes significant erosion and movement of sand and silt to the coastal shoreline of the Salton Sea on the western shore. And that sand, which inundated the area surrounding the Salton Sea station in 2014, resulted in very high concentrations on high wind days. As the silt in that deposit is being depleted, the peak 24-hour concentrations and the annual average concentrations at Salton City have been decreasing. But we need to develop essentially catchment basins to catch that sand before more events bring more sand down to the shoreline. If that sand continues to migrate onto the playa, it will not only, by Imperial Irrigation District's estimates, increase emissions on the playa by a factor of 5, it will also sandblast the effectiveness of any controls that are applied to that playa. This is a problem that is not being experienced currently because IID is trying to keep that sand at bay right at the old 2002 water line. But this is going to be an increasing problem in the future unless we figure out a way of catching that sand and then stabilizing the sand that is already on the coastal plain. At Naval Test Base, we have what are called transgressive sand dunes, marching sand dunes that are moving about 60 feet a year toward the edge of the playa, and we need to figure out a way to stabilize those also. One of the other challenges is in evaluating the toxicity of the blowing dust, which we have been undertaking now for about 2 years. The emergence of cyanobacteria as a potential contaminant or source of respiratory disease and other adverse health effects being carried with the playa is a new discovery and realization to us. We're not particularly experts in cyanobacteria. We will be working with our sister agencies in Cali, PA, to determine the viability of cyanobacteria in dried, desiccated soils, and then its prevalence in windblown dust. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Trinnell, Deputy Director of Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources. It's a pleasure to be here today. Just have a couple slides, and they're not really even all that necessary to look at too much. I'll walk through them and hopefully get the points across. And two things that I really want to leave you with today. Somewhat surprising maybe in that they, on their own, aren't necessarily the most exciting per se, but very important. And those two pieces are this. One is the team is coming together. The team is being strengthened. The team I'm talking about is primarily from my perspective at the Department of Water Resources, but also our relationship with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, our shared relationship with our parent organization, the California Natural Resources Agency, two representatives from which you heard earlier on the panel. And again, while this should be essentially a given, it hasn't always been. And we want to make this a given, that we have a really strong team coming together, that it's we have staffing on board, resources available, clear direction, clear lines of authority, and so I'll be talking a little bit through that, just so we all leave with a clear understanding of where that lies. The second thing I want to just leave you all with is that, and again, not always something that we would on the natural highlight, but process. Process is important, especially when we talk about delivering projects. And what we are here to talk about, or what I'm here to talk about a little bit more today, is a little bit of a deeper dive into one of the projects that Mr. Wilcox focused on, and that is the Species Conservation Habitat Project, 3,700 acres. And this really is the one where the majority of our focus is on these days. We're pursuing each of these, especially now with the new staff resources coming on board soon. We'll be pursuing each of these in parallel, each of the projects that he mentioned and more. But certainly a primary focus on the one called Species Conservation Habitat. And the reason why I want to just leave you with a little bit of a sense of what's happening here on the process, again, not necessarily being the most attractive thing to talk about all the time, but it's because we are pursuing a new process. We're pursuing a design-build procurement mechanism for this particular project. It is new. This is not something that state agencies use very often, really, if at all, directly. We're exercising relatively new legislative authority to make this happen, and we are learning a lot along the way. We are pulling in outside legal counsel expertise from across the country on how to make this process work. We're doing a lot of interagency coordination, of course, as you can imagine, to deliver this, and just a lot of excitement there. So I just really wanted to touch basically on those two pieces that I wanted to leave you with today before I jump into some of the details. And maybe also before I jump into some of those details, I just want to riff off a little something that I heard Mr. Esquivel mention earlier in the meeting, and that is that it really is time to start changing any remnant dynamic where we talk about our work here collectively, whether it's with the community or the state or federal partners or local agencies, as any sort of something that can be characterized overly overly simply as a sticky wicket or something that is some intractable, challenging problem that just oftentimes doesn't get a different narrative than that. And it's time to start changing that dynamic. And two pieces that I think suggest, or at least give me hope in that way, and these are, I will admit, relatively small along the way, especially because the source of inspiration, the source of responsibility should always lie with us. It is ultimately our responsibility, whether it's collectively or with our state roles. But we can sometimes look toward little external factors to give us a little bit of a prompting to know that we're going in the right direction. And those two things are this. On that first item that I mentioned, the state team, all of the new positions that we have created are now been posted online. The posting for those new positions is closed, and we got a tremendous response for each of them, especially in the senior engineer level, which I'll talk about a little bit more coming up here, and also at the program manager 1 level, 3 positions there. A lot of response, a lot of people want to work on this issue, and to me, that is a good sign. Secondly, I'll talk a little bit more about this, but there was a non-mandatory field tour of the Species Conservation Habitat Project a number of weeks ago for potential applicants for the design build contract. 23 firms showed up. Apparently there was a string of about 50 cars driving around the project, and to me, strong private sector interest in, support for, enthusiasm for this project bodes really well for us. The more the merrier, whether they're applicants to new positions being created for this work or for private firms being interested in helping us get this done. So just a couple anecdotes I want to mention up front that to me, again, maybe minor in the grand scheme of things, especially because the responsibility for keeping that enthusiasm and positive momentum up lies with us. It's also nice to look outside as well and see that mirrored. So a little bit of small font on this. Again, it's not necessarily worth staring at too much. I'll walk through it, but just wanted to mention that some important things have happened since the last time we spoke to you back in October of 2018. So we have continued to move forward solidly with the design build procurement mechanism for the Species Conservation Habitat Project, those 3,700 acres. In December of 2018, we released a request for qualifications, and that was posted online and beyond. On February 7th, like I mentioned, there was a non-mandatory site visit for potential applicants. 26 firms showed up, clearly indicating tremendous interest from the private sector in this project. The statement of qualifications in response to that RFQ are due April 15th, so just coming up here in a month. Following that in May, DWR, my agency, will create a short list of those applicants, essentially selecting 5 from amongst those who are responsive to the request for qualifications. And over the course of summer of this year, we'll be developing a request for proposals, the next necessary step after the request for qualifications. And it'll be those 5 firms that are invited to respond to that RFP process. In September of this year, we plan to issue the RFP formally. And we will announce the selected design build entity in April of 2020 with a notice to begin work in June 2021. And that process, which is both the design, the construction, permitting, that's indicated in that orange-red part of the diagram there on the right-hand side. So again, process isn't always what I like to discuss necessarily, but in this case, it is a new process. It's very promising, a lot of early interest, and a lot of good work being done across the state family and beyond to move that forward. A couple more slides here. They're quite similar to each other, but this is just a representation, and again, apologies for the small font. Hopefully folks online and in the room can see that. This is simply just a representation of the organizational chart, not for all state agencies. That would get a little crazy, but just between the California Natural Resources Agency, represented the box at the top, my department, DWR, on the left, and CDFW, or California Department of Fish and Wildlife, on the right. This is not necessarily meant to be an all-inclusive, comprehensive organizational chart for those working on the Salton Sea, but it is meant to really capture the main teams that are focused day in, day out on these particular projects down here. And so that's what you see represented in those circles next to some of the boxes. Those are the number of either warm bodies or total PYs, personnel years, that are dedicated to Salton Sea project implementation. There's a couple boxes under the Department of Water Resources, the Salton Sea Environmental Management Team or Program Team box, and then there's also the Environmental Restoration Branch box. Those are just highlighted simply because last time I was in front of you in October, I mentioned that we were creating a number of new positions, and we were going to be, back then, we were planning on posting those positions online, crossing our fingers, hoping to get strong applicants. And this is just to report that we have done all of those things. We do have a pool of strong applicants, and we'll be making decisions in the coming weeks and filling those jobs within the next month or two. And so we will be essentially at the department side doubling our team for Salton Sea work. The other thing I want to mention is that box currently called, although it may not ultimately end up being called, the Salton Sea Environmental Management under the leadership of Vivian Maisonneuve, whom you will hear from later today. That's actually been elevated 2 levels of an org chart, and he will report directly to me. So this is something that I did not discuss last time I was in front of you, but it is essentially a further consolidation of that center of gravity of responsibility, authority, direction, really necessary in our mind to make sure that we deliver projects and overall program management and oversight in a way that gets the job done. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then this last slide here is just a focus on Department of Water Resources. It's nothing different than what was in the last slide, just a little bit larger. Maybe the last thing I'll mention is that the team here represents both a strengthened headquarters or Sacramento-focused team. That really is a lot of the folks in those red boxes and beyond, legal counsel. This also represents staff in our Southern Region office. Staff in our headquarters focused exclusively on the engineering side of the house. And then in the previous slide, there were also there's also mention of staff focused in CDFW who are also down here in the region. So just wanted to convey a degree of balance between having staff resources available for this work housed down here and also up in Sacramento. So a lot of good work being done there. And we'll certainly keep you apprised and look forward to the next time we have this discussion, bringing a significantly larger group of folks along for the ride. So thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions, and appreciate the continued interest and oversight. Thank you.
We'll definitely have a larger room for that one then.
That's right.
Arturo?
Yes, thank you very much. Arturo will talk a little bit about documentation we've been working on for an agreement for operation and maintenance between the 2 agencies, DWR and DFW.
I think that's the one that's not working. You should just use Chris's, I think. Sorry.
Is that better? Yes, it is. Good morning, Chairman Esquivel. Good to see you again. And esteemed board members, good to see you as well. My name is Arturo Delgado, and I'm the Salton Sea Manager for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I've been in this capacity for going on a little over 5 months now. About 2 months into my assignment, we started working with the Department of Water Resources to develop an MOU to help us manage the SCH once it's constructed. We hope in that MOU, we hope to address our commitment to work together to implement operation and maintenance, monitoring, and adaptive management activities associated with managing the Species Conservation Habitat Project. We believe that this MOU will assist the state in developing information needed to ensure effective project effectiveness, refine operation and management of habitat ponds, and inform subsequent stages of habitat restoration at the Salton Sea. Once completed, the MOU will memorialize roles and responsibilities for broad categories of SCH management activities. Some of those activities will include such things as monitoring and adaptive management, SCH operations, SCH repairs and maintenance activities, interagency coordination, inspections and reporting requirements that might be required as part of it managing the SCH, and also to increase our collaboration on funding coordination to ensure that we have funding secured to manage SCH operations. We expect that the MOU will be a living document that will be amended as necessary over time as we learn and adjust. We envision that MOU might eventually be expanded to also cover additional SSMP 10-year plan projects as needed to ensure program delivery. Insofar as next steps, we plan to hopefully have a finalized MOU here in the next few weeks and hope to make it available to the public shortly thereafter. And that's really my short update on the status of the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delgado. Before I sort of ask any questions, I wanted to open up to my fellow board members. If you have any questions or thoughts about Board Member Firestone?
I wanted to start with just some clarifying questions, and then I have other comments, but I wanted to just start on the presentation on air quality. When it had, I think it was slide, I'm going to find it, that showed the direction of wind. I think it's slide 25. But it showed the shoreline stations, 2018 high wind roses. It looks, the way that you were explaining it was that on the North Shore, winds come from north to south and would blow over. But maybe I'm not understanding the visual, but it looks from the visual like there is some movement from south to north from the North Shore. Can you explain that?
That is indeed correct. If you look at the wind roses, which is the term for the graphic display of wind by direction, you'll see that about 15% of winds come from the sea and the playa up the valley. So the majority of high wind events come down the valley from the land to the sea, but about 15% are in the opposite direction. That's correct.
And then a related question is, in looking at the stations that you have, are you collecting data from some of the other population centers, like Delta Shores and ones on the west side that seem like they may be more at risk?
No one is currently collecting data at Delta Shores, for example. We believe that the station at Salton City probably is recording higher concentrations because of the predominance of sand that was deposited there, that a situation that doesn't exist to the same extent at Delta Shores. But if there's a lot of interest there in a monitoring station, then we'll start discussions with those groups and also with the appropriate district, air district.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair Diodamo?
I have some questions about process, but before going there, if Mr. Withicum, if you could comment on, I don't have the slides before me, so I'm not going to be able to pull it up, but you had indicated that a fair amount of the dust is coming from, or sands coming from a region outside Anza Borrego. And I thought I heard you say that the sands can find its way to the exposed playa, and that could have an impact on restoration?
That's correct. Windblown sand was the driving force at Owens Lake, and we know historically from studies conducted around the Pacific Southwest that it's the principal driver of windblown dust on desert soils. That significant addition of sand that occurred in 2014 and previous concentrations or sand dunes to the south of Salton City near Naval Test Base provide a potential for sand to continue to move toward the playa, and it'll move with every high wind event. We need to stabilize the sand that is on the coastal plain now, and also, in my opinion, develop mechanisms for capturing sand that might erode from the area halfway between Salton City and Anza Borrego in the future to keep it off of the coastal plain.
Okay. And then this was my, yesterday when we were out on the sea, this was the fourth time that I've been in the area. And it seemed to me that, and I don't know if it's just, it's a large body of water, and of course every time we come out to different spots, but it seemed to me that there has been some additional vegetation. And so just wondering, we were out there with officials from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and just wondering if there is any natural vegetation that is occurring, despite the fact, all these efforts toward restoration, any natural restoration that's going on.
There is. Several of the areas have got volunteer vegetation, we call it, that comes in. A lot of times it's tamarisk, which is an invasive species, but it does hold the soil and prevent or reduce anyway dust emissions. So as we work through, particularly on the east side of the Salton Sea, there are large areas of vegetation, and we don't want to impact those areas negatively if we can help it, because they are already providing playa stabilization. Now, couple that, though, with the fact that as the sea recedes, the groundwater table that vegetation relies on also declines. So we're going to have to balance that against how much groundwater we've got available. The tamarisk in particular will go a long ways looking for water. It can go pretty deep. But at some point, we're going to have to start augmenting that vegetation with something other than tamarisk. But even dead tamarisk, or dead any kind of vegetation, provides some armor on the playa.
Right. Okay. And then my last question has to do with public process. So I note that the public comments for today's workshop were due, I believe, on March 4th. And the public comments? Okay.
Yeah. Written public comments.
Written public comments due March 14th. And that the annual report just came out last week. And so I just think that in order to provide the public with an opportunity to meaningfully comment, recognizing that this year hopefully is unique because of the challenges with the easements, and there'll be an update coming out regarding the improvements and a way to respond to the lack of progress. So hopefully this year is unique. But going forward, I think that we should hear from resources regarding a date by which that annual report would come out that we could rely upon and the public could rely upon, so that they could have an opportunity to digest the report and then incorporate information from the report into their comments.
Right.
So, Mr. Gibson, could you respond to that?
Please, yeah. So I'll start by apologizing for the lateness with which you got this year's annual report, and it was the first time we put this together, and so it took just a little bit more time in the sausage making to get it done and to you. So in future years, I would anticipate that we would coordinate with your staff and make sure that we're well ahead of the game. Ideally, I think we would want to publish it on our website as well as submit it to the board well in advance of the public hearing, so that there's plenty of time for the public to review, provide comments, and then we could see those comments and then come to the workshop ready to speak to those comments as well. And then I would just also add, the public, I understand the public comment and cutoff periods being important to the board in your process because you have a set time that you're hearing this, but our doors are also always open. We want to hear from the community. We want to hear from the local communities, from the stakeholders. We want to engage with the tribe. We want to be speaking to everybody. And that's just an ongoing process that we want to keep an open door with. And that's at an agency and department level engagement that's separate and apart from the separate community workshops process that Bruce Wilcox addressed, and that would be an ongoing thing as well.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo, and thank you, Undersecretary Gibson. Did any other board members? Don't mean to just stare at you, Sean.
Sure.
Board Member McGuire.
Secretary Gibson, so you mentioned one aspect of thank you again for the presentations today. They're very helpful for me and to just better understand the Salton Sea recovery effort and the projects that are going to be moving forward, hopefully very soon. You mentioned the deficiency plan aspect of the report that just came out last week and how you're going to provide a recovery plan with some more details when you have that information available. So do you have an anticipation as to when that plan update will be ready and you'll be able to submit that for review?
So we, as I mentioned before, we are working towards that May 1 deadline that's specific to the access, and that will be important to keeping the progress moving forward and will help inform, but it won't be totally determinative of the timeline. But I would hope by June, but possibly July, that's going to involve some of our work coming up is going to involve this group here and our colleagues doing a deep dive into the different projects and the challenges we're facing, and then it's going to involve a broader discussion that includes water board staff and others to really understand where we can make additional progress. So I would hope by June, but leave a little room for July in case there's other questions we're still drilling down on, so we can really be ready when we bring it to you.
I mean, I know there are a few. Thank you. I know there are a few other challenges, and permitting is one of them, and CDFW, Mr. Delgado, maybe you can comment on the incidental take permit. I believe is one remaining component that I saw in the report. You didn't mention that today, but I was just wondering, is that on track, and is that going to be in place in time as well?
Yes, it is on track, and our plans is to have that completed by probably end of second quarter of this year, so end of June.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire, for the great questions. Anyone else? Board Member Dodick, you're the last. Well, what we certainly heard was that we are behind on our acreage targets, but I know that this administration, given the governor's personal interest in being down here in the desert, trying to understand the Salton Sea, the appointments he's made, the engagement that Secretary Crowfoot has demonstrated already in coming down to the region as one of his first trips. It's exciting to have an administration's new sort of energy coming in. And so while certainly not welcome news that we're behind on our acreage targets here, do want to afford the space for this administration to really wrap its arms around the sea. I know that, again, this is such an incredible priority for all of us, for myself as well as chair, but as you've heard from the questions from this board, we're here to certainly have the public check-ins, these workshops, these opportunities, but it is, the workload is such that we have to be doing more faster and be far more iterative. So thank you for providing the update. Mr. Gibson, if you would like to.
So if I could, just one closing comment, and this builds off of the timeline chart that Chris Chernell laid out that talks about the implementation of the Species Conservation Habitat Project. And if you looked at that chart, it started with the request for qualifications that went out in December. And I just sort of wanted to remind you all that we don't have resolved site access to implement the projects yet, and we're confident that we're going to work closely to resolve those issues with IID. But just as an example of how we're trying to push these things forward, we started the contracting process in December knowing that we still had to catch up and resolve issues to actually implement the project. So if we hadn't done that, we would have lost 4 or 5 months on everything down the line in order to actually implement that. So the combination of moving forward with those qualifications and using our outside counsel's expertise and this new focused effort on resolving those final issues and expanding the project to the full 3,700 acres, I think, are some of the ways that we're really trying to get caught up and get these things moving. So I just wanted to make that point too.
It's really appreciated. And I know that we're all looking at that May 1st sort of deadline. And so I appreciate Board Member McGuire's inquiry and your suggestion that maybe a June timeframe for a check-in back with us is probably most appropriate right now, given things are still in flux and there's going to be discussions. But certainly that May 1st check-in, that May 1st date for us will be something that we're looking at on the easement issue, because as we heard from Director Hanks, I think obviously IID is a committed partner and a champion down at the sea. So I hope that really does translate to these easement issues that we've been having to get these actual projects done, which are, you know, when it comes to the preferred alternative that was identified in 2007, these are pilot projects. So, you know, I share the sense of frustration from the community that, you know, why aren't things happening? Why is it that we continue to have seemingly the same talks over and over again on the same set of projects? But I think the renewed commitment from IID, from this administration, from everyone to put aside whatever it is that the hurdles may have been in the previous months and years as to why we haven't been able to get progress on these projects, but double down and focus in. And so having a May 1st deadline is critical. And then the check-in in June for us, I think, will be very helpful. So just really appreciate the incredible work and leadership that you all have been bringing to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we have, so we have another panel now. We're approaching the lunch hour at 12. I'd like to go ahead and get the program advisory committees to come up and give us their update now as well. And then at that point, you know, I do want to flag as well, I know for members of the public that, you know, are having to kind of go through us and our process here in this workshop, it can be, you know, it feels like you're having to hear a lot before you get to speak your own voice. And this is such that component is so critical for us as board members to hear from the public. So if you do have time constraints, if you're not able to continue to be with us into, you know, the early afternoon here, mid-afternoon is when I'm hoping we can wrap up. Please do let Janine know. And we can flag your comment card and try to accommodate, because it is so critical, and it's why we're here, to hear from the community. But we're also here to hear the updates, and so we're kind of in the middle of a process here, so I appreciate it. All right, the next panel will be Vivian Mastuniv. Sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name, Vivian, from the Department of Water Resources, who will discuss the 10-year plan. Bruce Wilcox, you go ahead and stay seated. And you will present on the long-range planning committee. Sylvia Paz from Alancia, Coachella Valley, representing the Community Engagement Committee. Timothy Bradley, please come up from the University of California's Irvine, representing the Science Committee. Jessica Humes from the Imperial Irrigation District will represent the Air Quality Committee, and Phil Rosentrader from Salton Sea Authority will be representing water quality. We'll give everyone a moment to come to the panels. Do try to make it quick so we can continue to move through things. Okay, folks. I think we're wanting to kind of start back up quickly. Otherwise, everyone will be very hungry. Yeah, and I get.
One of those Asian bowls, just like something's there.
Okay, folks, let's, I'm sorry. I want to try to keep us on schedule, otherwise we won't be able to get to public comment. And again, I do appreciate the conversations and work that gets done at these convenings. So, great. Mr. Wilcox, would you like to introduce the first speaker? Vivian, I think, is starting us first, but maybe give a little background and introduction just to the committees. Again, I think you covered it up for a moment, but just for members of the public to know that there are these committee structures and their kind of function.
Sure.
Thank you.
From the very beginning of this project, this program, we recognized that it was large and that we needed additional help and additional input. And so we developed a series of advisory committees that we've morphed a little bit over time. These are the chairs or the leaders of the different committees. The committees take information that we give them from the design or from other information that we've gathered and look at that and provide us with input on how we might change that or what we might do. And we've also evolved it to where the point that some of the committees are actually doing some of the initial legwork on the different projects. So I think each committee member would like to give a quick update on what's going on, point out some things that they think could be done better, and look on what they're looking for in the future. I guess we'll start with Phil Rosentrader, who's with the Salton Sea Authority and has taken on the chairmanship of the Water Quality Committee. Phil?
Thank you, Assistant Secretary. Thank you, Assistant Secretary Wilcox. Thank you, Chairman Esquivel, members of the State Board. Appreciate you being here. We're very excited that we have this kind of attention, commitment, and focus on the Salton Sea. It's very encouraging to have this. Following just a few weeks ago, as was previously mentioned, the Secretary of Resources here at the very first meeting outside of Sacramento. We think this bodes well. I think it also bodes well from the standpoint of the locals. You heard a lot of angst, a lot of frustration expressed here by members of the Salton Sea Authority board, as well as members of the public, but I think there's a lot to be encouraged here as well. The chairman's earlier opening comments about it's time to start looking at the sea as this beautiful asset that it really is and examine the resources that are available to be part of the solution, to integrate the various agencies and those resources to address those problems. That has been the focus of the Salton Sea Authority, which is a joint powers authority comprised of the two land use agencies, Riverside and Imperial counties, as well as the two major Colorado River water importing entities, Imperial Irrigation District, Coachella Valley Water District, and large landowners, the Torres Martinez tribe. The focus of trying to capture the resources that are available and put them to best use to address multiple challenges that we share with the state under the QSA, the air quality, public health protection, the preservation and restoration of habitat, as well as other opportunities that we think lead to a healthier and more prosperous future for the Salton Sea. Where does this all come back down to water quality? Well, we're the newest committee, advisory committee to the Salton Sea Management Plan, but as these various projects and proposals are taking shape, it become abundantly clear that water quality is a major factor when we talk about livable habitat for migratory waterfowl, as well as potential recreational uses around the sea. So how do we accomplish that? How do we take the limited resources that will still come into this sea after the largest ag-to-urban water transfer in U.S. history, put those, configure those in the kinds of projects you've seen? in addition to that, there are regulatory responsibilities that are overseen by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Colorado River Basin Regional Water Quality Control Board. And there's an interest in examining the agricultural discharges, not just here in this valley, but all throughout Region 7. Looking at Palo Verde first, there is actually a draft Palo Verde Agricultural General Order that is out in circulation now. There will be a discussion of general waste requirements for discharges of ag waste from irrigated ag lands, starting in Palo Verde and coming to Coachella Valley and then to Imperial Irrigation District. The previous executive officer for Regional Water Quality Control Board had recommended to both the Assistant Secretary and the Salton Sea Authority that we convene groups of stakeholders who have an interest in that area, mindful that we, at the end of the day, want to have projects at the Salton Sea that do accomplish multiple benefits. We want to make sure we have water that is available for that and suitable for that purpose, while at the same time respecting the uses of the agricultural irrigated uses around the sea, as well as other stakeholders. So at the appointment of the Assistant Secretary and in consultation and cooperation with the Salton Sea Authority, a list of about 20 different participants on this regional water, or this Water Quality Committee, Advisory Committee have been formed. Had our first meeting on Halloween. Many people very interested in this, from the agricultural community, obviously, from the leaders in the habitat restoration, both avian and aquatic species, recreational water supply interests, representatives in air quality, since some of the constituents in the water also contain selenium, sediment that could become airborne, and nutrient loads that are part of the mix here for air quality issues as well. Commercial fisheries. We have a very successful commercial fishery right nearby that's functioning right now. This committee does not allow any state employees. It does not allow any consultants who are under current contract. So that is the group that has met so far. We're very interested in examining the next iterations of what we expect to come out of the Regional Water Quality Control Board in terms of general orders for irrigated water discharge. So that's one component. We intend to engage with the Regional Water Quality Control Board on that, as well as the potential solutions. Like the other advisory committees that you'll hear from, we meet and we will be looking at solutions from the private sector. Chairman Esquivel mentioned that there's an opportunity to leverage new tools, new technologies. We think that exists here at the Salton Sea as well for water quality, and we must embrace those. Where do we have a vetting of that? We think this is one of the areas with those stakeholders involved we can examine strengths, weaknesses of those proposals as they're brought forward, provide some critique, not necessarily to solve any fatal flaws, but at least to examine and bring those forward as concerns to be for consideration. So that is our function. We have another meeting set up for April 16th, and we will keep you posted as we move forward in supplying our advisory role to the state.
Thanks, Phil. I think this committee is going to be very important for feeding information into the long-range planning committee as we look at being able to take some of the water quality treatment processes that we'll be discussing in Phil's committee and use them to treat just areas that smaller areas that we're going to flood, not the entire Salton Sea, but these smaller areas and the inflows. Vivian is the chairperson of the project committee, and go ahead.
Thank you. Member of the board, Mr. Chairman, thank you for having me. My name is Vivian Maisonneuve with the Department of Water Resources. I'm the program manager for the Salton Sea program. So I'll be talking, I don't know if the presentation will come up, but I have a few slides. Let's see, next. There you are. All right, so the 10-year plan committee, just want to talk about the role of the committee, its achievements, and what we see for the futures of this committee. First, I'd like to say that the makeup of this committee is very varied. We have a lot of people from the counties, the water districts, the state, the NGOs, but also sovereign tribal nations that are around the Salton Sea. And basically, this group is sort of a place for all the stakeholders around the Salton Sea to come and talk about the project. It used to be called the Project Committee. The reason for that is it was really focused on how to develop projects, and because of the 10-year plan and because the kind of the water goals that needs to be achieved, we turn it into the 10-year plan committee to address further issues and further objectives that we would like to define within the plan, and that we did define within the plan. So far, the committee for us provided a lot of feedback and, for example, help us develop criteria to prioritize projects. So because we have also a wide variety of expertise within that group, we're able to develop those criteria and decide. And so you'll see in some presentations that we have areas in the plan, actually, areas where priorities. Well, that's directly coming from this committee that was able to actually help us develop those project areas and also prioritize them. So recently, help us also define the aspect of the program goals and objectives. So if we felt like it was something really needed, again, this group is advise the program, but we really were aware of its value, and so usually integrate those comments and whatever they would like to add to our program. It's a great added value to the program, and of course, this committee improved the communications. We meet regularly. We're supposed to meet really soon. And I definitely said my fault that we have not yet scheduled something, but would like to meet sometimes in next month or two to go over what we've achieved so far. So in the future, there's definitely room for improvement. Would like to get on board, and I wanted to share also that we have the Ag community present, but in the future, would like to better leverage the knowledge and expertise of our group, and also better integrate the geothermal entities into the group. And on that, for example, this project, this committee helped develop or kickstart some little projects with geothermal, where as we were trying to basically coordinate with them. And so currently working with CTR, one of the geothermal group, to try to develop some of the projects. And also as the different stakeholders meet during those meetings, they also show interest in wanting to communicate with us and help us develop, for example, the North Lake project that you heard earlier. It was also the opportunity for our outreach people to come in and to communicate with us and tell basically, okay, this is what you're doing right, this is what you need to improve on. And of course feeds the outreach committee and the engagement committee, so we better communicate with, as far as for the content at least, better communicate with the community. So those are kind of what we're trying to achieve with our 10-year plan committee. And as I mentioned, we do hope that it will be further improved in the future. What I would like to say is this committee will be critical for us to implement the next project, to better understand what we do wrong and what we're able to improve and what are our priorities. It will be a feedback loop. As we implement projects, it's going to fit into a 10-year plan so we can better schedule and advance the 10-year plan, and also communicate with the stakeholders, manage our expectations, and so the people understand what are the real challenges that we have at that level. So that's what we're trying to do, and hopefully improve the 10-year plan and improve implementation of the projects, and also identify, I would say, opportunistic projects. So I know we mentioned, for example, the natural vegetation of the playa. So this is kind of also we're trying to leverage that areas. Whatever happened naturally, we will try to identify those areas, try to encourage it, and of course, let the community come in and let us know, okay, is there anything that you guys are aware of that maybe we could pay attention to in the meantime? And I would say even something that goes a little beyond what we basically supposed to achieve in a 10-year plan, because our priority, of course, is improve health and habitat at the Salton Sea. Thank you.
Sylvia Paz is here to give an update on the Public Engagement Committee. It used to be the Public Outreach Committee, but based on some information that Alianza provided us in KDI, we've sort of morphed it into more of a program to try and extract information from the public. Sylvia?
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel. Welcome again. It's nice to see you. And Board Member Firestone, thank you for taking the, what should I call it, challenge or opportunity to represent us at this board level. I know that you bring a lot of expertise, especially with access to clean water, and that you are familiar with the issues in the Coachella Valley as well. So thank you for your leadership. And so I want to echo some of the sentiments that Mr. Esquivel mentioned in terms of shifting the way that we look at the sea, right? I think once we can look at the sea as a resource, we can start treating it as such. And it's something that is in alignment with our community values. We've always felt that the sea plays a critical role, not just in terms of environmental health, but public health for our region. My name is Silvia Paz. I'm the co-chair of the Engagement Committee for the 10-year plan. And my partner, or my other co-chair is Rebecca Terrazas Baxter from Imperial County, and she couldn't be here today. Mainly the purpose of our committee is to serve as advisory to the California Natural Resources Agency on best practices for community engagement. When I first joined the engagement committee, the committee was what Mr. Wilcox said, just focusing on outreach, giving communications around what the 10-year plan was, and mostly informational. We shifted that for it to become an engagement committee, and that's the process that we've been working on developing, and our recommendations to the state that outreach is very different than engagement. So since that shift, the Natural Resources Agency team has been more intentional about having workshops for projects that can still be informed by the public. We understand there are many projects where there's very little room at this point in terms of engagement opportunities. But since the new administration, this new year, I've really felt a shift in the way that we speak about how we're going to approach the work in the various committees. Unfortunately, that's not what the public sees, right? I mean, I get to be part of these conversations because I'm the co-chair, but what the public is looking is for tangible outcomes on the sea. So one of the major impediments, as you know, for that is the access to the site issue, so the easements. We hope that as you all are figuring out the easements, that we do not fall back in planning and adopting an engagement plan that moves right alongside the 10-year plan. There is currently no engagement strategy that is tied to the projects of the Salton Sea, and I think we miss critical opportunities, just the way that we're revisioning the sea. I think the community here also has a lot of value, lots of perspectives, knowledge, and expertise, and they want to be able to shape with the state what the final outcome of the Salton Sea projects are going to be. So the sooner that we can start thinking about concrete timelines, identifying where those key points are for the community to be able to enter the conversation with meaningful, valuable input, the better that we will be in terms of moving along the projects that respond to the community needs. So thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. And you need this microphone, or can you? Next up is Jessica Lavecchio from IID. She's the air quality lead. And the reason she's the air quality lead is because IID has a very robust and workable air quality mitigation program already in place. And I think the state will take a lot of the same tax as they have. Jessica.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Humes. I'm with the Imperial Irrigation District. I'm the Environmental Project Manager for the Water Department. Just to recap, our Air Quality Committee did have one meeting last year. We had a brief overview of IID's Air Quality Mitigation Program, and then heard from both South Coast and Imperial County Air Pollution Control Districts on the different rules and how they can be applied at the Salton Sea. I'm going to just briefly go through our air quality mitigation program and how it can be utilized by the state of California for implementation of air quality projects. So the program was developed in 2016 and in collaboration with Imperial County. There are three main pillars: an annual emissions monitoring program, a proactive dust control strategy and planning, and then proactive dust control implementation. This graphic just shows playa exposure at the Salton Sea over the next 10 years. So a majority of playa will be exposed on the south end, next on the north end, and then on the west and east sides. Just to go over a couple of things that previous presentations had covered, right now there's 4,300 acres of vegetation that is covering the playa around the Salton Sea. A majority of that is emergent vegetation around the drains, as well as native desert vegetation. So a portion of the playa is covered already with vegetation. And by 2027, there is anticipated to be about 64,000 acres of exposed playa. And this little star is just going to, the next couple slides, be a close-up of what this could actually look like in the future. So right now, this is Red Hill Bay. That's Red Hill in the background. It's about 100 feet tall. So over the next few years, we'll start to see how small it shrinks. This is playa exposure expected in 2022. You can see how small it is. And then in 2027, it's almost not even noticeable, with 64,000 acres exposed. Right now, dust control projects have been implemented on the ground around the Salton Sea. We have a little over 1,400 acres of proactive dust control projects. Those are the yellow projects on the slide. The gray projects are either planned or stakeholder projects, so state projects, other agency projects that are planned. IID is currently gathering soil data in the next 10-year horizon. So we will be going out in the sea collecting data to see what types of potential projects can be put on the ground. These are mostly for air quality, but the data could be used by the state as well for habitat. Oh, this came in a little weird. This is just a couple of our projects that we do have on the ground right now. All of them are surface roughening and then some vegetation enhancement. The bottom left picture was implemented at the end of 2016, 2017. And with all of the rain and water that has come in, it's now heavily vegetated. So it acts as dust control and makes really nice habitat. Our emissions estimates show that a majority of emissions come off of the western side of the Salton Sea. That is mostly due to the desert from the west influencing it. So all of our projects that we do have planned in that area also need to consider dust coming in from the west. And some of the air quality challenges that we have faced, a majority of playa emissions come from that western edge. There's incoming sand. It's not suitable for waterless dust control, and there's just a lack of water. So we have to find projects that can really control dust in a way that can be done without water. And our recommendation just to the state is that they come and meet with IID, our air quality team. We've collected data over the last 8 years with our air stations as well as on the ground monitoring that can really be utilized by the state to get projects on the ground. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. We'll be there in the morning. But that's a good idea. We should meet with your group and talk through what we're going to do. The next representative is Dr. Tim Bradley, who is a member of the Science Committee. And the Science Committee we rely on heavily to tell us if some of our ideas are crazy or won't work. And they've been very kind so far in not being too tough on us, I guess. Tim?
All right, thank you. So I am a member of the Science Committee. I'm representing Carol Roberts, who's our chair. She couldn't be here because she has conflicting professional responsibilities, but I'll try to carry on in her absence. So the Science Committee was established to aid the state of California in reviewing plans for resource management at the Salton Sea. And this committee was requested to provide scientific input and to identify weaknesses in evaluating matters put before the committee. And the committee has also scientific guidance to rectify any weaknesses that we might identify. We serve exclusively as an advisory role. So we were asked to indicate the tasks and actions and issues that the committee had looked at. So in this year, we've reviewed and commented on the development of targets for selenium concentrations at the new River West habitats, as well as the draft habitat criteria for the Salton Sea Management Program Phase 1, the 10-year plan and the work plan, and also for the species conservation habitat projects. And we've also reviewed and commented on the technical requirements for the New River West design build contract. And then we've also provided input to some of the other committees, such as the engagement campaign. We've worked with information that came from California Audubon and looked at bird trends, and then also provide input on the Tierra Salton Sea water budget analysis, which was carried out to indicate where water is available and how it could be used around the sea. We were asked also to comment briefly on concerns that the committee might have. So Chair Roberts reviewed that with the committee, so let me read her comments here. Excuse me if I read this. This is something that she pulled together from talking with everyone in the committee, so I wanted to represent the full committee. Because the Science Committee is designed to function in an independent advisory role, we also tend to function in a reactive capacity. We're provided a product to review, and we provide comments and revisions to each product in line with our combined expertise. And this has resulted in long lag times between activities and limits to the value of our inputs as the planning process continues to move forward prior to our input being available. There would be benefits in broadening the scope of our involvement. For example, some of the air quality experts who participate in the Science Committee also participate in the Air Quality Committee. And by doing so, their expertise can be brought to bear as part of the planning process, such that program designs are incrementally improved. And if other experts on the committee could be similarly engaged, our input would be more strategic in the planning process. So just to review that comment, we feel like the projects are extensively planned and brought to us. We have input, but then they're also continuing with the planning if it hasn't already been completed. So we feel like it would be beneficial if we could get information earlier and be involved in the planning process. There's a lot of expertise, including expertise from regulatory agencies on our committee, and it would be helpful to be as early as possible in that planning process so that the advice can be implemented.
Thank you, Tim. That leaves just the Long Range Planning Committee, and I am filling in as the acting chairperson of that. Arturo is Delgado from CDF, California Department of Fish and Wildlife is agreed to take that chairperson duty on, but because we haven't had time to download things to him, I will give this update, and then the next time we do this, you'll hear from him. The Long Range Planning Committee was designed to look at what we might be able to do outside of the 10-year plan, or in the last 5 years of the 10-year plan, perhaps, to understand how better we could serve the sea and the communities around the sea. And so far we have looked at water import as a potential long-term solution. You heard Phil Rosentrader talk about water quality, and we'll look at the water treatment as a possible long-term solution. We'll look at supplemental water as a long-term solution, and anything else we can come up with, but those are the only things we've come up with to this point. And the Long Range Planning Committee will meet soon after the Water Quality Committee meets to take the information that the Water Quality Committee provides and develop some kind of structure for what's next in the long-range planning, whether it's further pursuit of one of the water import projects or whether it's pursuit of water quality, water treatment, is something that we'll have to decide as we move forward. So that pretty much gives you an idea of what the committee structures are and what the committees do. And I'll just say again that the committees have been invaluable in us getting this far, and I look forward to more help from them. And I certainly understand what Tim said about trying to get the stuff to them earlier and have them. I think the North End is a good example of how we can do that, because that's just barely at a concept level. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Turn it over to my fellow board colleagues for any questions, if there are any. Yes, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. And, actually some of my questions are really probably should have been directed at the last panel, but I was having trouble figuring out how to, I wanted to hear from this panel more around the engagement piece. So first of all, thank you for all of your work and for so much collaboration from so many different people. And I think that we have a long way to go in terms of the improvements that we want to see. I really appreciate Alianza and the full management program embracing the idea of engagement. I would like to see that more reflected in the actual program report and understand more about how that engagement is impacting outcomes. In particular, it seems like we've already heard today, and I'm sure we will hear more in public comment, but about potential air quality and public health impacts. So I would like to understand, for example, how community monitoring and understanding where there's particularly vulnerable population centers, how those are getting monitored so that we can have a better understanding. I know there's a ton going on at different air districts and the Imperial Irrigation District, but I think it sounds like there may still be some gaps in terms of communities like Delta Shores, maybe somebody's covering that, but would like to understand how vulnerable communities are able to either collect information themselves or get agencies to collect information about public health. So that's on the air quality side. I think the other piece that I really appreciate being brought in is just, how are we creating community benefits and multi-benefits and recreation benefits and access benefits as we develop these projects. And so I think that making sure that, similar to the science, that the community impacts are early on in the process is something that we have the opportunity to shift with this new administration, new opportunity to be looking at this plan and resubmitting how it's working. I would want to understand a little bit, and maybe this was a question for the previous panel, but it sounded like there was, well, maybe I'll ask Ms. Paz, are there agreements or resources that are going to support either your organizations or it sounds like KDI to support with community engagement throughout this process?
There is currently no agreement between the organizations that Alianza works with and the state. We did engage with various members of the different committees on a project to understand how engagement could be improved throughout the process. And you will be hearing a little more in detail from the next panel. Some of my colleagues will be presenting there. But just to add to this conversation is we have requested from the states either a formal agreement, whether it's in the terms of an MOU or however, whatever works with the state to show their commitment to this process of community engagement. We currently are not aware of any set budget that is attached directly to an engagement plan. So it would be good if, again, to show a serious commitment to the process, that it is resourced, that there is a plan attached to each of the projects, and that in order to do that, we would benefit from better aligning, and particularly now, the 10-year committee efforts and the engagement committee efforts, because they happen separately. And similar to Mr. Tim's comments, right? Like when things are happening separately, it's more difficult to then all get behind one of the projects. It's like playing catch up.
Yeah, and just to circle around, I think part of the role of this board is this meeting and this opportunity to have everyone together, but would like to hear more about what a productive role we can play as a partner in this. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. I don't think I have, I'm sorry. Mr. Rosentrader.
Just wanted to respond real quickly to one of the comments you made about vulnerable populations on AQ. We focus intensely upon the populations around the Salton Sea. We should also keep in mind that our occasional weather events, if we do nothing at the Salton Sea and our 100 square miles of exposed playa, that dust could potentially reach tens of millions of people in the LA basin. Just want to make sure we're cognizant of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rosentrader. I think the committee structure is an incredible, valuable resource, maybe a little underutilized at this point. And so I would just flag Mr. Wilcox as part of the June update. It would, hopefully we hear sort of a rethink about how the committees will be kind of energized or rethought of or really utilized and leveraged to a greater extent, which isn't to say that they haven't been utilized. But I think that there's always room for improvement. It sounds like there are suggestions from the committees themselves how there can be a more meaningful engagement, a more meaningful process around them. So would look forward to some part of that being part of the update in June as well. So look forward to getting a further update then from the committee members and building on the discussion that we've had today. So really appreciate that. Of course, yes.
And building upon what Board Member Firestone discussed with Ms. Paz and her response, I would also look forward to hearing about integration of the public engagement, community engagement concepts and ideas into the other committees as well.
Thank you. Before we break to lunch, I have 2 cards from individuals that would like to speak before we do so. And so I would like to call up at this time Matt Desert from Imperial County, and he's the Air Pollution Control Officer for Imperial County. Is Matt still here? Matt had to leave. I apologize, Matt. I would like to call up then Robert Terry from the Salton Sea Coalition. And if there's anyone else, member of the public or otherwise, that has to speak now, please quickly flag to Janine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Bob Terry. I'm with People Over Pollution and the Salton Sea Coalition. I'm also a member of the SSMP Long Range Plan. Although we haven't had a meeting since I've been put on that, looking forward to it. I want to call your attention. First off, I want to say thank you for coming here instead of holding this in San Diego. We're very pleasantly surprised. You have a beautiful day to see our environment, our sea. No winds, although I kind of wish that there was some winds so you could see what we're dealing with. I also want to point out, along those lines, as peaceful as it is out there, where are the birds? Over 400 species of birds are supposed to be dependent on this sea. I counted a handful of birds in the whole time we've been here. Someone suggested that they've disappeared. Well, they didn't disappear. It's not magic. They're supposed to, many of them, to eat 2 to 4 times their body weight before they make their next journey. I suggest they frickin' died. We've lost those birds. Along those lines, in your Salton Sea Restoration Act, the California Fish and Game Code 2931 calls for the Salton Sea ecosystem, the permanent protection of wildlife dependent on the ecosystem. You blew it. You blew it. It's too little, too late. I have personally spoken with, you talk about public engagement, I've spoken with thousands of residents. In fact, our group has submitted to you guys thousands of signatures on petitions to look into bringing in seawater. I have spoken myself. I've gathered 800 to 1,000 of those signatures myself. I've spoken with thousands of people. And they believe pretty much that the 10-year plan, that is code for wasting another 10 years. You guys got to get off the stick. I mean, the 15 years was wasted when the QSA was signed. Now we've wasted a couple more years. When are we going to see action? And one other issue, Bruce, we've spoken about these tamarisk before. Tamarisk is not a solution, it's part of the problem. Tamarisk trees take between 1 and 200 gallons a day of drinking water per tree. They're not part of the solution. Thank you for coming, and I hope that you get spurred to some real action. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Terry. Next, I have Luis Olmedo from the Comité Cívico.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
And sorry, I'll generally say that I'll provide about, I think, 3-4 minutes per person on comments. Thank you, Mr. Olmedo.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Member Lord Firestone, congratulations on your appointment. Just a few brief comments. I think we all can agree we want more expedient action. We want projects to get off the ground. We want things moving. I know that there's a lot of it caught up, whether it's politics, whether it's what they call that, access, or there's a lot of things, but I think we really need to just move projects as quickly and as expediently. And I know it is your job to sort of be the watchdog and keep pushing, so I encourage you to keep doing that. Community engagement, I do want to say that a few years ago we were pretty actively demanding and a lot of times being very contentious, and not that that goes away. I think we're going to have to continue being very contentious positions at times, but I have to give due credit to DWR for stepping it up, to Bruce, Vivian, his team, both at the regional level and Sacramento. They did step it up. They have been putting a lot more investments. And yes, we need a lot more community engagement. One of the programs that we helped launch through this is the COEE. You can actually visit the website, www.saltonseacoee.org. That's where we put a lot of the information. A lot of this information is facts and information of the current status and the progress that is happening in Salton Sea. This does not mean it's the element that we do through advocacy and policy work that we do. This is the information that's coming from the state that is being vetted, and it's assured that it's accurate and it's getting to the community in many different ways and through many different channels. In fact, our Assembly member, Eduardo Garcia, has also been a spokesperson in many of these PSAs. Very quickly again, there's another model that exists that's really working. For the last 17 years that I've been working on environmental justice, I don't think I've ever had a time where we had a prolonged period of time that we got along with the Air District. But the Air Resources Board launched a program, AB 617, and I can tell you it's the first time it's brought us together to work, to put a plan together, to identify the sources, the emissions, and there's money involved. There's money involved in this project. I encourage you to visit that model. It seems to be much more expedient, and it's working fast, and it's bringing everybody together. There's asthma programs. I'm a big believer in programs that take care of the issue right now, although they won't take care of the issue long term. Air filtration, air notification programs for schools. I disagree with the comment from the Air Resources Board earlier, and I probably have to get more information that the Salton Sea emissivity is limited. I'd like to get more information as to how they can predict weather patterns, weather changes, what happens today or happens 10 years from now. I'm very worried of hearing those kinds of statements to the limitations. I don't believe that we should be making those kinds of claims this early on in the issue. Metrics, socioeconomic benefits, continuous monitoring, regulatory, community monitoring, and I got a long list, but I'll stop there. One of the things I've been asking is we need environmental justice. We need deputy positions of environmental justice to bring in the conversation, continue to bring the conversation of public health in disadvantaged communities. It's the only really way to really integrate that into everything that's happening here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olmelu. Next is Art Gertz from Eco Media Compass. And again, 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Art Gertz, resident of Desert Shores. I don't know anything about Delta Shores. First came here in '66, never heard of Delta Shores. Maybe there's a new community I don't know about, but me and my neighbors live in Desert Shores, vice mayor of West Shores, long range planning committee, board member of Eco Media Compass, lots of titles, no pay, very little influence. But my question here today is, here we are, the state of California, 5th or 6th largest economy in the world, $50 billion plus or minus surplus budget. We've known about the New River pollution as a gross polluter of the Salton Sea since 1944. Most of us like to think we're an ecological-based state. We have a social and ecological conscience. And so we look at the record here. How are we accomplishing and conquering these problems? The record doesn't look too good. We look at all the money that's been appropriated. 250, I guess, a million has been spent at the sea so far. Personally, as a resident, and the rest of us, we just don't see it. Maybe we're missing something. We got about $500 million left. Much of it's going to be spent on dust mitigation. The 10-year plan, all the residents know, is not working. We're not making the milestones. We knew 2 years ago that we're not going to make the milestones, and we're missing the big picture. We're always looking at, well, we can do contour plowing. Maybe some of these weeds will help. And meanwhile, we'll put a little canal around the dying, festering sea that will go more and more toxic each year. And the Benoit plan was about $9 billion. And so everybody walked away. But now his legacy is, well, we're still going to push. Well, we support that. We like to see anything positive done at the sea for a change, okay? But in all of this, we've had over 4,000 studies at the sea, most of them paid. My question here today among all of us who suffered through this tedious meeting so far, how many of us are paid to be here? How many of us live at the sea or the health-affected areas? And so my question to those who are paid and do not live at the sea or the health-affected areas, truly, what is your skin in the game? Okay, will you go on getting your paychecks no matter how much you get accomplished or otherwise? Will you still go on getting paid? You don't live here, you don't breathe the air, you don't suffer the consequences. Most of you will go on getting a check. Not to point fingers. The question is, when we're looking at, we hear from the state, okay, it was well over a year ago, we had a RFI for water importation. We had 11 proposals, the top 3 were picked, and as far as I know, it went absolutely nowhere. The next logical step is to get an engineering and feasibility study. The projection was that would cost about $1 million, $1.5 million, and we could be moving forward. Do you understand that the sea evaporates about 76 inches a year, vertical inches? That equates to about 1.2 million acre feet of water. What happens to that water? It evaporates, becomes fresh water, and goes somewhere else. The sea gets no credit for that. It's the lowest cost desaltification that we know of, other than the oceans. The oceans of the world have too much water, and that's rising every year. It's flooding out Florida, it's flooding out other areas, and we don't have enough. So logical, not being a scientist, to say the one thing that will bring the most change at the sea is the same that it's always been, is just add water. We can desalt by just dilution, it will begin to improve the salt and sea condition. It will lower salinity. We have more effective desaltification processes come online every year. We have the Lockheed method, which operates at a minimum of 35 psi. If we bring water from the Sea of Cortez, our head pressure will be 95 psi. That also equates to a lot of hydroelectric power. Okay? But we're letting it get away from us because we never focus on the big picture. The state says they're looking at it. You know what that means, looking at it? That means we're studying it. That's just what we need, another funded study. It's time to get off our butts and make something happen, because it's not happening. Every year the sea is drying up. Now all the water from the Colorado River is gone. The sea is going to dry up at an even faster rate, and we're not staying up with it. We're moving past the curve. Unless we address the big issue of bringing in water, all of these great ideas, how we're going to save the fish, how we're going to save the wildlife, meanwhile the other species is slowly dying with the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gertz. Last
Thanks.
speaker.
Sorry, I was going to say thanks for the correction on desert shores, not delta shores.
One final speaker before we'll break to lunch then, and it's Chuck Parker from the Salton Sea Coalition. Thank you, Chuck.
Hi. Oh, I don't know if is it on? Yeah. Okay. I'm from the Salton Sea Coalition, which is a group of community people in the Coachella Valley primarily. We're also affiliated with Ecomedia Compass. What we're doing mostly, since we don't have a lot of money, is we're talking to people about the Salton Sea. And one of the things that we're doing right now is we're going to the city councils in the Coachella Valley and asking them to amend an MOU that was created last year between Riverside and Imperial counties, which endorsed the North Lake project, the perimeter lake idea, and it also had a funding mechanism attached. Our group believes that our amendment, which is to say we should include ocean water import as part of the long-term solution, is a friendly amendment, an amendment which will actually help make these projects feasible, because in our opinion, there's not enough water to build a perimeter lake, and there's not enough water certainly to build a North Lake of 8,000 acres. The original proposal from Riverside County was for 4,000 acres, and it's since been reduced to 883 acres. So we're going around to the city councils. We've already gotten it passed in Desert Hot Springs and in Palm Desert, and we're currently talking with the councils planning a study session in Rancho Mirage and Palm Springs. I want to give the board a copy of these two resolutions that were passed. We believe that it's very important that it's, I think, indicative of the problem that in over 4 hours of testimony today, less than 2 minutes were dedicated to talking about bringing water in from the ocean or the Sea of Cortez, which is the only viable long-term solution. I have friends who are members of the long-term committee, and they were placed on there last August. That committee, as far as I know, has not called them to a meeting and has not fulfilled its obligation under the 10-year plan, which is to report every 6 months regarding progress on the 10-year plan. I'd like to know, I know what Bruce reported this morning, which is minimal, in my opinion. I think it's important to talk about seawater import because not that many people are aware of it. And last year there were 11 proposals submitted by bona fide companies who spent millions of dollars on engineering studies. They've looked over all of the aspects, the salinity. Some of the proposals not only say that they can bring the level of the Salton Sea up to its previous levels, but they can desalinate 2 million acre feet and put water back in to the Imperial and Coachella Valley canals and augment the Colorado River system, which is inadequate to fulfill our treaty obligations to Mexico or the other states. So I don't think there's anything that could be bad come of including or in focusing more attention on this long-term solution. And I'll tell you, from talking to people in the Coachella Valley, it's a very popular solution. Almost anybody you talk to, there was an editorial in the Desert Sun last week which said, the 10-year plan is like taking a watering can to a forest fire. Now that may be an exaggeration, but I just would like to ask you to look to the future and not to the past. I think too much of the leadership in the past at the Salton Sea has been blinded by myths like you can't restore this level of the sea. That's one of the firms, GEI, that submitted a proposal, demonstrates that it can be restored. Another myth is that it costs too much. People throw around figures like $29 billion. The cheapest proposal that was submitted by one company was to bring water from the Sea of Cortez for $500 million. Another proposal, the highest one that is included in the ones that have been pushed forward so far is $9 billion. That's about the same as the cost of restoring or refurbishing the Los Angeles airport. Well, that's my 4 minutes, so thank you very much. And I am, by the way, encouraged by what you're saying about organizational changes and the attitude of the new governor, so hopefully some good things are going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being so mindful about your public comment time. Thank you. Really appreciate those comments. We'll go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch break so that we can continue on. We still have another panel and then more public comment to get to. So let's plan on reconvening at 1:30, please. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I hope you had a good lunch. we will go ahead and get started so that we can be able to get to public comment quickly. We have one more panel. Let me pull up my information. So this panel is composed of our non-governmental organizations and partners that have interest in the wildlife, community, and public aspects of the Salton Sea. Today with us, we have Michael Cohen, Senior Associate with the Pacific Institute. Good to see you, Michael. Kim Delfino, California Program Director for the Defenders of Wildlife. Andrea Jones, who's the Director of Bird Conservation for Audubon. Pablo couldn't join us, but hold on a second. Here we are. And then we have Miguel Hernandez, who is the Communications Coordinator from Comité Cívico de Valle. And we have Sahara Wazano, who is the Director of Capacity Development for Alianza in the Coachella Valley. And then we have Lauren Alashi, thank you, Lauren, who is the Senior Design Coordinator from KDI. I think, do we have a panel order already agreed to? Well, then we'll start with Mr. Cohen. It's good to see you again, Mr. Cohen. Your long-term advocacy of the sea is well appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank
you for the reminder.
Well, I recall it was an intern in Senator Boxer's office, and it was actually one of my first memos was on the sea, and not soon thereafter, of course, was very aware of your work and had the pleasure of knowing you. So I think we've known each other for probably nearly a decade now. So good to see you, Mr. Cohen.
And congratulations on being named chair, and thanks very much for bringing the workshop down to the Salton Sea. And I'm particularly impressed because I can just look out to the right, and there's the Salton Sea. So certainly the best location for a workshop to date. And welcome to the other members of the board. And I'm very pleased to hear that you had a tour yesterday and got to see the real beauty of the Salton Sea, and appreciate your comments to that effect at the start of this. So I just wanted to, we have a lot of panelists and I want to make some brief comments. One, it's very encouraging to see the new level of state commitment. So with the new undersecretary and the reorganization at DWR, I think it's finally starting to demonstrate the political will that we'd identified for several years now as being sorely lacking. So in many ways, it's a bit of a refresh. We have in some ways a new composition of the state board, a lot of new people at the Resources Agency, bringing, I think, a new level of enthusiasm and commitment to the Salton Sea. And I think that's really the refresh we needed to see and are happy to see. In some ways, of course, we're 3 years behind schedule. So if we had seen this 3 years ago, we would be, I think, pretty close to making the milestones. But we are, unfortunately, I don't know if we've lost 3 years, but we're certainly, based on the milestones, well behind schedule. So I think the State Board staff did a really good job of providing a guidance document and a letter to the Resources Agency last May, laying out what they hoped this report was going to state. I think we've heard a little bit that this was the first report. It's a bit of a new exercise. There's some struggles to figure out how to get this document to be meaningful and provide the information requested. So maybe one thing that the board could do is request at the June update essentially a cure for the report itself. So the report provides some information, but it's thin in many areas. And just to point out, one of those areas it talks about the status of the financial resources, which is of course a critical piece for this project. And it lays out some of the funding sources and the amounts and the appropriated agency. But it's interesting to compare that with the LAO report that came out last summer, or the audit that came out back in 2013, and to look at the level of detail that went into those reports versus what's happening in this particular report. So I think fleshing out the financial reporting, how much money is actually left from these various propositions, how much money is left in the Salton Sea Restoration Limit Funds, which potentially could be applied towards operations and maintenance, that critical piece that many people have identified as one of the hindrances or one of the obstacles to moving some of these projects forward. So getting a real detailed accounting would be helpful. It might still be in June a little too early to get that level of detail for the current fiscal year, but maybe subsequently for next year's report, the board could request that the previous year's fiscal report within the agency be provided as part of the financial reporting, meaning how much money was actually budgeted, how much money was spent, how many people, what were the PIs, where did the money go? So I think some real detailed financial accounting could be pretty helpful in that. It was mentioned that the staffing levels are increasing. This is also very welcome news. I would reiterate that I think it's critical that at least one of these new staff, particularly for DWR, be placed at the Salton Sea. So it's important to have the coordination and liaison at Sacramento, but it's also critically important to have that day-to-day face time with Imperial Irrigation District. Things, as we've heard, are not going to move forward without IID. They are the major source of water to the Salton Sea, and they need to be in close coordination. And the best way to do that is have somebody down here working day to day, whether they're actually on IID's facility or nearby, but having that local presence, I think is a critically important step. Two last points. One, it was briefly mentioned, this North Lake. We are very supportive. I think we included in our comment letter, the letter we sent to the Salton Sea Authority back in January expressing our strong support. We laid out a number of criteria in that for what we'd like to see in there. One of the critical questions, though, is who's actually going to lead that effort? So will it be Riverside County as the project lead? Will it be the Salton Sea Authority? Will the state be the lead? That level of information, I think, is going to be critical to understanding who's going to be pushing this project forward, who is going to be helping to engage the local communities in that. There needs to be a designated lead, and we're still waiting to see that happen. Which brings me to the committee structure. We heard at the last panel about these various committees. Some of the panel members mentioned that there hasn't been the level of engagement with the committee members in terms of sharing information and getting that information in a timely manner to the committee members. So I'll point out the last October workshop, I think that day or the next day, the updated, revised 10-year plan was posted online. Nobody in the project committee, to my knowledge, actually saw that update prior to it being posted. So it seems like that kind of information, if we're working on the project committee and they're putting out essentially a project level plan, maybe they could run it by the project committee. We would have had some, perhaps, suggestions for them. But again, I want to thank you for holding this meeting here. I think it's critically important to bring down to the Salton Sea because the Salton Sea has so much to offer, and to actually see that up close is a good way to really focus attention and maintain the enthusiasm. So thank you for that.
Ms. Delfino.
So thank you for being down here. I'm not going to repeat what Mike just said, but we do appreciate having the panel, the board here. Also, I do want to echo, we appreciate the vigor of commitment from the new administration. I was talking to some of my colleagues and I said, and we were expressing our frustration over sort of the thinness of the state's report to the board. And I said, well, maybe we should really look at this as more of a reflection on the past administration and less of one on the new administration, and that we will hopefully see more progress on the ground with the new administration. And I think that by having Tom Gibson come in and do an assessment, I think that's a really important step. I also think the realignment within DWR with direct reports to Chris Trinnell, I think that that's a very good step and indication. So before I turn to a couple of the issues with respect to the Salton Sea Management Plan, I just want to flag the one issue with respect to the drought contingency plan. And so, Defenders of Wildlife, we do understand and agree that getting a drought contingency plan on the river is important. Even if the hydrology is better right now, it's still an issue ongoing with the Colorado River. However, IID's issue with respect to concerns about what the potential impacts could be to the Salton Sea are legitimate concerns. And in particular, the implementing legislation that has gone now to Congress to implement the drought contingency plans, the way it's been revised is actually in many ways a little more problematic from the perspective of someone who is concerned about exemption of environmental protection laws. Because of the way that language has been written as notwithstanding any other provision of law combined with undue delay, that can be read and has been read in the past by the Ninth Circuit Court as exempting application of environmental protection laws like the Endangered Species Act and NEPA. And while it's very possible moving forward under a drought contingency plan, you wouldn't end up triggering a need for review under those laws, it is very possible you would. particularly when you take into consideration the recent shakeup with Metropolitan over taking over essentially IID's responsibilities in terms of the water. And so our hope is that moving forward, when the legislation goes to Congress, and as Congress is considering it, that the parties weigh in and to clarify that it is not their intent to exempt the application of state and federal environmental protection laws, because that could potentially have an impact on the sea. With respect to the plan or the report submitted by the state and sort of moving forward, I just wanted to touch on some very more specific issues, and folks will go into more detail about other bigger points. Site access really does remain a very big issue. And I'm very glad that that Secretary Crowfoot and Tom Gibson will be coming down and meeting with IID to work this forward, and that they've set a deadline of May 1st. And that there's been discussion about perhaps a June report back to the board, which I think is absolutely critical. I think that if, for some reason, the May 1st deadline is missed, I think that in the June report, the state should put forward specific steps about what it's going to do to address the fact that they've missed the deadline. The NGO community has provided a suggestion and an offer to have a mediator come in and perform a mediation between IID and the state, because I mean, we might as well try something different. The point is that instead of just reporting on missed deadlines, I would really, and this kind of is a theme with some of the other recommendations, I think that the state should come in with not just that we've missed the deadline, but here are the very specific steps we're going to take to correct it, with deadlines associated with those steps. And I think that the board has a real opportunity here, that with the goodwill of the new administration, combined with strong oversight by the state board, that you could use this year to have maybe a little more regular, even if it's informal, reporting coming back to you about what the state is doing as it's moving forward to work through these issues. I think that's super important. The other thing that the state should do is if the IID and the state aren't able to agree on an easement issue, they need to be able to also report back how this might affect their contracting and procurement schedule, and sort of what is sort of that cutoff date as to what would then start pushing back the current schedule that they've given you, which, by the way, isn't even going to have anyone on board until sometime in 2020. So this is just something to think about. Also, it sounds like Tom's assessment of staffing and organizational capacity is coming back to you in June. It would be good for the board just to provide a deadline to the resources agency it is our expectation you'll come back to us by June 30th. I don't know. I mean, I do it with my kids all the time. I think it's always good to have a deadline assessed. You need to get it done by X date. That it gives someone, people to strive for something. I appreciated the question that Board Member McGuire made to the state about the status of the CISA permit, the California Endangered Species Act permit deadline. I think that that's another request that could go back to the department of committing to a specific deadline, and if that deadline is missed, giving an informal report back to the board about why and what is the schedule for moving forward. Because again, this is sort of my mantra here. I think deadlines should be set and expectations should be set when you miss that deadline. On the report about acreage constructed, I just want to note, I mean, the state right now, as they're reporting, at best, they will have 1,000 acres of habitat by 2021 and 3,700 acres of habitat by 2022. That's a far cry short of what they're required. And just to note, that 670 acres of the SCH is not to be counted towards the goals, because those projects were considered projects that were going to come online, and they were not part of the acreage target numbers. And that seems to somehow get lost a little bit in how this is being discussed. But frankly, 670 acres it's a big deal, and it's a difference. I think the board should ask resources to provide them with a revised schedule about how they're going to make up that difference between what their goal is and where they're at. Because when I was doing the math, by the end of 2022, if everything works out and they get the 3,770 acres of habitat constructed, they're still 1,275 acres short of their 2022 target. And then, the following year, they'll be 2,650 acres short of their target. So I think they need to come back with a more specific set of steps of how they're going to meet that. Because what they've reported to you right now is we're looking at a total of something like 16,000 acres at the mouths of the different rivers, but they've not provided any other detail other than the SCH. And so I think that's something to be focusing in on. The other thing that hasn't been discussed, but I think you need to ask about, is the Army Corps of Engineer 404 permitting process. I find it really fascinating in all of the panels that have been before you and the people speaking. Not a single person from the federal government is here. So no one from the Fish and Wildlife, and I don't know, maybe they're really busy. But the point is that there are important partners in dealing with the Salton Sea. And, in terms of being able to meet these incredibly aggressive timelines that we're on now, if we don't have the Army Corps moving forward with the 404 permitting process, it doesn't matter if we do all these other steps. So it would be good to have a report back as to who is working with the Army Corps. What is the status of that, agreement that they're working out? When do they expect it to be finished? Someone needs to be held accountable for that. And then the last thing I would say is under the dust suppression projects, there's been some discussion about that, but there was only really vague discussion in the public outreach section of the state's report about there being an agreement with Reclamation to implement 3,900 acres of dust suppression projects in 2019 and 2020. I think it would be important to maybe find out a little more detail about the status of the agreement with Reclamation. Who's doing the agreement? When do you expect it to be done? What is in the content of the agreement? What are the deadlines associated with that 3,900 acres? So those are sort of what be my recommendations that I think are really important. And it's not to be overly controlling, but I do think accountability is really important, and setting expectations is really important. And like I said, with this new administration, it could be great because they'll meet all the deadlines and they'll have great reports back. But again, I think it's important to, do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Delfino. Ms. Jones.
Hi, this is Andrea Jones, Director of Bird Conservation with Audubon, California. And I'm going to give you an update on the status of the current bird populations at the Salton Sea. Audubon strongly believes that failure to properly address the ecological changes at the Salton Sea could have serious implications for the millions of birds that rely on this habitat for their survival. And we saw an example of that this past winter. In January, there was one specific event where 7,000 birds died, and that was caused by avian cholera. Avian cholera is an infectious disease that hits waterfowl and shorebirds all across America, but it occurs mostly when birds are in stress conditions or when they're crowded together. The main species that was killed in this incident was ruddy duck, and we estimate that this one incident alone killed 1% to 2% of the entire North American population of this species. So that's a very significant number in one event, and that's because ruddy duck is a large portion of the population spends its winter here. And Audubon has also looked at various data sources to see what's happening with the birds here. We've consulted and worked with Cal Wildlife and other NGO partners, and we've done our own studies, and we are seeing some changes. One of the changes we've seen, as Cal Wildlife already mentioned, is a major reduction in the fish-eating birds. So the pelicans, cormorants, some of the grebes are pretty much gone from the sea or here in very small numbers. However, not all hope is lost. We are still seeing very large numbers of shorebirds migrating through the Salton Sea and feeding along the exposed playa. And if you look outside today, there's black-necked stilts just along the shoreline here. So this will continue to be a good place for shorebirds, but what we're seeing is a reduction in diversity. Fewer species are here than there used to be. One of the species that was here in the millions was the eared grebe, and we now just see hundreds. But what we've discovered is the Salton Sea is a very dynamic and changing system. And when you think you know what's happening, you discover something else. Some of the ear grebes started to come back because the local community residents can tell you there was a massive hatch of water boatmen that was hitting swimming pools and the like, and that was actually a great food resource for the birds. So we're seeing some birds come back, others that probably won't come back until habitats are built. Audubon strongly believes that we shouldn't simplify the Salton Sea system for birds. We need to manage it for a diversity of habitats. And that means on the dry playa, building the wetlands and the wet habitats so that the shorebirds have places to feed. It means building ponds for the shorebirds. And it also means creating a habitat like's being proposed at the North Lake. So you have the deeper water system for the fish-eating birds, and so that these birds have a safe, clean, and reliable place to go during migration or when they spend the winter here. Furthermore, as these habitats are built, we strongly believe, as do all of our partners here, that projects should all provide public access. It's incredibly important that these projects are located in places and/or are built in a way that the public can access them, school groups can use them for education, etc. So our recommendations to the state are to fund a monitoring program. We applaud the efforts of Cal Wildlife and Arturo Delgado and his staff in drafting a monitoring plan. We think that's a really great step forward, and we'll be working with them over the next few months on that draft. Funds need to be set aside for the monitoring. We've lost the USGS program here, which was an incredible scientific resource. There is no one here today that I'm aware of from the USGS. Without the USGS here, someone has to pick up and continue the monitoring programs for the water quality, the air, and the wildlife populations. And that's going to fall on Cal Wildlife. So they need the funds necessary for the long term to continue their monitoring programs. As has been mentioned today, there are what I call low-hanging fruit projects around the sea. These are places where habitat could be built or expanded without the expense of some of these bigger habitats. The big habitats need to still be built, but I think there are multiple opportunities around the sea that could be grasped and could be built quickly so that you had some interim habitats for the birds. And also these are really good places to control dust. I was happy to hear that Cal Wildlife is working with DWR on an MOU. I think that's really necessary to develop a long-term monitoring program and a long-term maintenance plan so that there is an agency responsible for the long-term management of these habitats. And I know that will happen in the 3,700 acres, but it's going to be important for any of the habitats that are built that the funds are in place and there's an agency in place that will be responsible for the management. Just having the money for building these habitats is not going to be enough. We need to think about the long-term funding stream to keep these habitats going and keep the public access opportunities in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Hernandez.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I just want to thank you guys for having us convene here at the sea. And my name again is Miguel Hernandez. I'm with Comité Cívico del Valle. And also, I'm part of the engagement committee for the Salton Sea. And with Comité Cívico, we have the Salton Sea Outreach and Education Campaign, Outreach, Education, and Engagement. So that's a program that's been funded by DWR, which is starting to come to fruition again this year. So we had some materials already developed, which definitely need to be updated. And it's both English and Spanish, and it's easily made available to our community. And we're definitely looking forward, like I said, to update those materials and develop and deliver the message that the state wants to the community to know, and obviously build their engagement and have engage them with a participatory action and have involvement in all these projects. And as we tried on our last meeting in Brawley, to get community input into what the projects could look like, what they want to see, if it's a recreational opportunity, if it's what is it that they need, what is it that they could give input to. So I think that's a really important factor to have our community be part of the projects, be part of the process of the Salton Sea, and not just have them engage, but also deliver with the projects. It's at times hard to be at community meetings and handing out these materials, and oh, the state is making this progress. We have Prop 68 passed, and then what's my update? Like they come back and so what happened with with Prop 68 monies? And it's really difficult for us not to my update to be like, well, we just missed a few deadlines and we're behind on projects. And I don't think that's a good update. We definitely need a strong leadership, as has been mentioned before. It is coming. This is the great opportunity with the new appointment of Chair Esquivel, new members of the board, and on the way from EPA with Jerry Blumenfield. So, it's a really great opportunity to take a strong leadership, as well as CCV would continue to play his role as a true advocate for the Salton Sea improvements. So I really look forward to working with state agency, continue to work with DWR, with our colleagues to continue improving the sea and actually make accomplishments and have feasible projects and tangible projects happening at the sea. And I truly want to thank you again for this opportunity. It's really important for our community to see that there's this will to get things done. There's no reason for us to give an update on we're falling behind on we're not doing anything. So I truly want to appreciate that and thank you guys again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. Ms. Halsall?
Hello. For our part, we're going to have a presentation.
It should come up here in a second. Great.
So hello, my name is Sahara Wasano. I'm the project director of Alianza, born and raised in Mecca, California, so a town 10 minutes away from here. So this is a place where I was born, and I have the opportunity and the blessing to be part of the change dealing with Salton Sea issues. Since 2010, a partnership with the ECV community members, nonprofits through the Building Healthy Communities initiative, now Alianza Coachella Valley, emerged to support community leadership and systems change to eradicate years of disinvestment in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Alianza supports environmental justice policies that enable the people of Eastern Coachella Valley to enjoy a healthy lives at home, work, and school. We believe solving community problems means addressing the root causes, and we advocate for letting people have a say in decisions affecting the places where they live. We envision a Salton Sea that is for people, that uplifts community voices and embraces a holistic definition of resiliency. The SSMP must be shaped by community input, resulting in projects that prioritize public health in conjunction with habitat restoration and dust mitigation. So here you can see the logos of some of our partners who are engaging in different forms of advocacy with the community, dealing with our local education system to environmental justice. The idea of environmental justice for us in Alianza is that all people, regardless of where they live, social status, or race, should be able to enjoy an environment that is conducive to a healthy livelihood. We seek to address disproportionate negative impacts of poor environmental conditions, both the natural and the built environment, on vulnerable populations. So we know that the populations around the Salton Sea are underserved community members. We know that if this situation were to happen closer to areas where it's more affluent, the time to address the issue would have been much shorter. But we're here to talk about solutions and opportunities. For us as community members, this is where we live, and this is where we want to also thrive. We want to have the opportunity to work with community members, including youth, to be engaged. So part of Alianza, we collaborate with different expertise as nonprofits, and we engage with the community. We provide leadership opportunities, for example, with the youth to understand the science behind the Salton Sea. We know when it smells bad. We know when it's windy. We know when we have allergies. We know when we can't see because it's too dusty. But also part of the conversations is dealing with, well, what's the science behind that? And having a way to digest that information that our community in general can understand. So part of what we do in Alianza is that we create frameworks that open up opportunities for community members to be at the space. And that's what we're here to provide you with solutions on how to engage with the community. So I'll hand it off to my colleague, Lauren.
Thank you, Sahara. So again, my name is Lauren Alashi. I'm a senior design coordinator with KDI. We're a community design nonprofit working in the Eastern Coachella Valley and part of the Alianza Environmental Justice Campaign. So, you know, the community and particularly the residents of the Eastern Coachella Valley, where we are right now, need to be more directly involved in this process, and there are tangible and practical ways of bringing them and their needs into the SSMP. So echoing Board Member Firestone's comments earlier, prioritizing opportunities for multi-beneficial infrastructure that weighs community amenities alongside infrastructural integrity and ecological well-being is key, and there are precedents around the country and state. This is not necessarily something incredibly innovative. It's not rocket science. And we can see how those precedents have created a broader and more robust definition of long-term resiliency, and that's something that could happen here at the sea as well. Working off of this, developing community design criteria in direct conversation with community members is necessary. This criteria for things such as recreation, amenities, shoreline access, environmental education programming should be developed in a way so that it can be included as part of the design build RFPs for contractors. Lastly, creating and implementing community engagement plans that lead to sustained resident involvement from concept through construction, not just for the planning phase, will work towards creating the necessary buy-in for long-term project success. So as mentioned by Ms. Paz earlier in one of the earlier panels, in August of 2018, Alianza worked to develop an MOU with CNRA and the Salton Sea Authority to analyze their engagement process and give suggestions as to how to improve it over the long term. As part of that process, we interviewed many of the stakeholders from the SSMP committee, some of whom you heard today, and compiled a recommendation report. However, the MOU has never been executed by the state, and therefore that report has not been released, but we are presenting some of our main recommendations that we have listed there. First, the state must create dedicated engagement strategies and budgets for each SSMP project in conjunction with community organizations. Secondly, and I think probably most importantly, a roadmap for how the feedback that residents give during that engagement process will directly influence projects that are being implemented is absolutely necessary. This process must be clear and transparent and have mechanisms for the community to hold the state accountable. Community amenities should not be considered as add-ons or part of a second phase. We all know how that tends to go. They must be included upfront both in the budget and in the concept and planning of each project. And lastly, creating opportunities for participatory budgeting by designating parts of the project budget that can be democratically managed by community members is a key tool for empowering residents to decide together how public monies that directly affect them should be spent. So in terms of our requests for the board, we request that the state sign the MOU presented by Alianza in August of 2018 or another appropriate agreement for the analysis of how their engagement plan could be bettered so that we can provide that completed report deliverable to them that outlines that framework that we've put together, and we hope that that can be signed by April 15th. By May 15th, we request that this board requires or suggests that the state establish a specific and contextual community engagement strategy for the current projects in coordination with local partners. We also request that while we do appreciate that this board did change the meeting to be here at the North Shore Yacht Club, but we would love to have the board members come and directly meet residents at a time and a location that works for them and their schedules, and with ample lead time in order to hear directly the needs and concerns of community members. And lastly, in the next 6 months, we request that the state begin to establish the community design criteria for this SSMP projects in coordination with local on-the-ground organizations and residents. And so I thank you for the time and opportunity to speak today. I think I represent the group by saying, we do have a lot of areas of concern, but we also have a lot of areas of optimism moving forward in this process, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your incredible work and leadership on all this. I'll leave it open to my fellow board members first, in case there's any comments or questions for this panel that you may have.
The MOU that you mentioned, this is the MOU with the Resources Agency, with the Department of Water Resources. Who are the parties to which you're proposing sign this MOU, and can you share any additional information about any specifics of that MOU?
Absolutely. So we had been in discussions with CNRA and the Salton Sea Authority for signing that MOU. Essentially, that was a understanding that Alianza, and as myself a member of that group, to pro bono do this engagement analysis for them, and a recommendation of how to put together basically an engagement framework that is community specific, that could be applicable to the communities, particularly in the Eastern Coachella Valley, but also in the Imperial Valley. And so we did the groundwork to do that. We produced all the deliverables, but that MOU has never been executed, or that agreement has never been formalized.
And maybe I'm just not getting it. I had too much for lunch, maybe. But what would be executed under the MOU? If signed?
It's essentially just an agreement that they would read this report and understand what that framework is.
Thank you, Board Member Dodick. Vice Chair Diadama.
Yeah, just thank you all for your participation and for your suggestions. And I'm just always especially thankful, Ms. Delfino, that you come in with very specific recommendations. And I think that we need more of that, and appreciate some of the suggestions. And so aside from thanking you, I just wanted to comment that maybe at the close, it'd be great to hear back from Resources. Maybe you can be thinking about some of the suggestions that Ms. Delfino and Mr. Cohen made, everyone, but in particular, those specific suggestions.
As well as a response to what concerns you may have with an MOU to read a report and consider the recommendations.
Thank you. Any other board members would like to comment?
I was just going to echo the comments of Vice Chair Diadamo, that the comments and suggestions that were made sounded very pragmatic and reasonable when looking for a transparent process to ensure that the milestones and commitments that are made are achieved. And if not, if there's things that cause delays, that those are understood, and contingency plans can be put in place appropriately. So thank you again.
Yeah, while the stipulated order has us checking in sort of once a year, that's certainly not adequate for, I think, the level of engagement this administration is looking for, and certainly that I'm looking for as chair. And so, we do have dedicated staff. It'll be a lot more iterative, and we'll continue to, we have a May 1st deadline here, an agreement for a June check-in, but, all these conversations will have to be happening in real time. There's simply too much work to do to kind of assume that we'll just have a random check-in here and again, and somehow be able to really keep the pressure on that we really need to see, I think. So I really thank all of your continued leadership in this issue and your input here, and look forward to being able to continue to engage. I think at this point, if there aren't any other questions for this panel from my fellow board members, we'll start to move into our public comment period, which I again thank. Yes. Do we want follow up now from Resources? Please. Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll let the panel exit out, and Mr. Gibson can. Of course. Mr. Gibson, Undersecretary of California Natural Resources Agency, and again, Bruce Wilcox, Assistant Secretary for Salton Sea Policy at the Resources Agency.
So I'll start very quickly, and then I'll hand off to Bruce for his familiarity with the MOU, because that was not something I was familiar with, but I'm anxious to find out about that. But I just wanted to say I essentially agree that most of the feedback was really positive, and Kim Delfino's sort of specific request for how to structure that was really helpful. I intend to follow up with her to make sure I tracked it correctly, but I thought that it was all fair feedback, and I want to take it back and try to implement that while we're moving forward. So
I appreciate that. Obviously, again, I referred to the stipulated order where, on the books, we have a once a year check-in. But I think we're, as a board, always trying to figure out how best to exercise this oversight role, how best to make sure it's additive and meaningful in this process. Yes, it's an opportunity to have that gut check in the public, but I think really, again, to your point, Ms. Delfino's suggestions are welcomed by us because, they make sense. And again, we're trying to better structure what it means to have this oversight role. So really appreciate that.
And I think there's inherently sort of a periodic nature with the actual public forum that the board would provide in our check-ins formally with the board, but I anticipate our ongoing collaboration and work with your staff and with Cal EPA and with the ARB to be a constant fluid thing where we're constantly working together on these issues. So
thank you.
And I would just note that although Ms. Delfino, specifically on the federal agencies, just requested their inclusion in the discussions, I think at the appropriate time, I'd like to actually have them participate in one of these meetings. It'd be great to have a federal panel. We really should be more in a partnership with our federal agencies, and for them to you actually have to be in these meetings to appreciate not just the commitment of the state and local agencies, but of the communities, and also to better appreciate the resource. So for them to actually attend, I think, be helpful.
Yes.
I too agree with both Mike and Kim's suggestions, and I think those are workable. A comment quickly, and the federal suggestion I think is also important, particularly given the Farm Bill status. We're going to start working with somebody at the federal government on acquiring funding from the Farm Bill here real soon. So I think that makes sense maybe to get them at the next meeting. A comment or two on the MOU with Alianza and the others. The version of that MOU we saw required us, or at least that's the way we read it, required us to implement what they suggested. We can't do that. I think we would like to implement as much of it as we can, but we can't sign a document that makes us puts us in a position where we have to do everything that the MOU talks about. So the last I knew, we were talking about revising the MOU, and to tell you the truth, I don't remember if it was us or Alianza that was going to revise the MOU and then take it to Resources Agency and the attorneys to look at, so we could get some settlement on that issue. But I think it's important that we get those problematic areas out of the MOU before we talk about signing it.
that seems straightforward enough, and so we'll make sure we run it to ground, connect with them after the meeting, and bring that to fruition.
It's really welcomed. Appreciate that.
And just to echo, since I would love to be a resource to make sure that we're able to incorporate some of the engagement recommendations and move that forward as we follow up on all of these actions. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, that engagement, I think, is a strong message coming out of today's workshop for sure. So really appreciate that. Anything further from my fellow board members as follow-up? Okay. Well, we'll know where to find you too. So thank you again. Really appreciate that. All All right, as we move to our public comment, I'm going to go ahead and start. We only have one card currently from someone that requires translation services. María Posar, ¿todavía estás con nosotros? Por favor. Aquí puedes. O si quieres, se puedes sentar también. Pero, ¿sí? Ok. Bienvenido. Gracias.
Check, 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 check.
Sí, ok. Sí. Gracias.
Mi nombre es María Posar. Soy un residente de aquí de North Shore, del este del valle. Les agradezco que hayan cambiado su junta aquí en North Shore. Yo he querido asistir a estas juntas. Anteriormente estaba una en Palm Springs en el mes de septiembre, pero no me dejaron hablar. Entonces, ¿por qué estoy aquí yo? Porque soy madre de familia con 2 hijos. Estuve escuchando todo el tiempo la junta. Usted me dice cuándo tengo que poner. Okay. Estuve escuchando la junta, entonces escuché que un científico dice que nosotros que vivimos aquí en North Shore no tenemos problemas por el polvo. Eso no es cierto. En mi comunidad hay sangrados nasales, mis hijas lo tienen. Hay un tipo de asma que no es el asma común. Hay mucha tos, hay muchas alergias en los ojos, en la piel, y me dicen que no hay enfermedades. Entonces, nosotros como comunidad necesitamos que se nos diga qué es lo que está sucediendo, que vayan a las radios, a las televisiones, convoquen, y si no esa forma no es poder llegar a la gente, pues que toquen la puerta de su gente. Yo hice una carta hace unas semanas atrás, no sé si la carta se les haya llegado, yo creo que sí. Es esta carta. Esta carta está firmada por los residentes que saben lo que está sucediendo, y los residentes que no me firmaron son los que no saben lo que está sucediendo. Entonces, nosotros en verdad necesitamos que ustedes vengan a nuestras comunidades y nos expliquen qué es lo que está sucediendo, porque realmente si yo supiera qué es lo que me espera, yo me iría de vivir a otro lugar en donde no afecte a mis hijos. Pero no puedo hacer eso, ya tengo mi casa, mi hija va a la escuela y no le puedo hacer eso porque es un cambio psicológico muy grande para ella. Entonces, realmente yo les exigiría, como miembro de la comunidad, no soy político, no sé cómo son sus éticas profesionales, pero esa laguna no se tiene que secar. El agua tiene que entrar para que los polvos no se sigan secando y que mi hija los esté respirando. Entonces, también me di la tarea de hacer encuestas. Estoy respaldada por un científico, por un pediatra, por una doctora, para ver qué es lo que está sucediendo. Entonces, aquí tengo este documento donde están los correos de los científicos. Si ustedes pueden llamarles para que ellos les corroboren lo que estoy haciendo yo como residente, y que realmente lo que ellos me han comentado es muy diferente a lo que yo escuché ahora. Entonces, realmente yo les pido de corazón y por mis hijas que hagan algo para que esa laguna no se nos seque, y no tengo que esperar hasta el 2021, 2022. Mis hijas no les puedo decir, deja de que te sangre la nariz, o a los niños que tienen asma, no puedes esperar otros 2 años más, sino no, realmente ya es una emergencia de que esa agua esté entrando en la laguna. Ese es mi comentario y espero volver a verlos muy pronto en North Shore. Son bienvenidos. Yo quiero volver a asistir a otra junta aquí en North Shore. Hoy estuve de raite y raite porque tampoco sé manejar. Entonces, yo quiero una junta aquí en North Shore, no la quiero en San Diego. Gracias.
Gracias.
Okay. Sorry. My name is Maria Posal, and I am a member of the community. Oh, sorry. And my name is Maria Posal, and I am a resident of North Shore in East Valley. And I want to thank you first and foremost for having moved the meeting to North Shore. I have wanted to attend these meetings before. There was a meeting last year in Palm Springs in September. However, I wasn't allowed to speak at that meeting. And the reason that I am here today is because I am a mother of 2 children. And this morning I was listening to your meeting, and there was a gentleman who spoke this morning about a scientist who said that those of us who live in North Shore will not be experiencing any of the impacts of the fugitive dust. But that's just not true. We see people with nosebleeds in my community, my children's nosebleeds. We have a type of asthma that is not your common asthma. A lot of people with coughs, with eye allergies, with skin allergies. And then to hear that, there aren't any illnesses occurring, that's something that we as a community know is not true. So we need to know what's actually going on for you to come and before you have these meetings to go on radio, to go on TV, to let us know. And if you can't reach our community that way, to go door to door. I wrote a letter a few weeks ago, and I don't know if you actually got the letter. I imagine you did. It's the handwritten letter she showed, and says this letter is signed by the residents of the community who know what's going on. And the residents who didn't sign are those who aren't aware of what's going on. And so we truly need for all of you to come to our communities and explain what is going on. Because if I had known what I was to expect moving here, I would have gone and lived somewhere else where to not affect my children, but I can't do that now. I have a house now. My children's already enrolled in school, and I can't do that to her because it would be a huge psychological change for her. So I'm here rather to demand as a member of the community. I'm not a politician, so I don't know what the professional rules are for saying this, but you have to do what you need to do for the Salton Sea to not dry up. You need to invest what you need to invest so that this dust will not become airborne and affect my child. I've even done surveys that have been backed by a scientist, by a pediatrician, a doctor, to look into what's going on. And I have a letter where it states the names of the scientists and doctors that back up my work. And you can contact them so they can tell you that they corroborate what I am doing with these surveys, and that what I have seen is very different from what I heard this morning. So I truly ask from the bottom of my heart and for my children to do something for the sea to not go dry, and for me to not have to wait until 2021, 2022. What can I tell my daughters? Make your nose stop bleeding? Or what do I say to these children with asthma? Can't you wait a couple more years? We really can't. It is actually an emergency now to have water back into the Salton Sea. That is my comment, and I hope to see you once again here soon in North Shore. The doors are open. I'd love to be able to attend another meeting here at North Shore. Today, as it is, I had to get rides here because I can't drive. So I'd like the next meeting to happen here in North Shore, not in San Diego. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Señora Posar. Next up, I will call up Christian Rodriguez from KDI. And after that, I'll call up a few folks so you guys are all queued up and know to expect to come up. After that will be Tina Shields, the water manager at Imperial Irrigation District, followed by Erica Mayoel. I'm sorry if I butchered your last name. I'm trying to find here, a community member. So, thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'll just generally kind of try to keep things to about 4 minutes.
My name is Christian Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of the community of Indio. I am a community organizer for Concui Design Initiative, also known as KDI, and we are part of Alianza, as you heard earlier. I'm here representing the Alianza Collaborative work. However, I'm also here representing the priorities of my family, my friends, and my colleagues, particularly those that live closest to the Salton Sea. My first comment is that these types of meetings should take place at times where the everyday community member can attend. I'm happy to see many governmental agencies and NGOs representatives. However, I would like to see more residents participating and being able to voice their concerns directly to the board. Having a meeting at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday allows for a very limited audience. There is an entire population that is being kept out of the loop in these conversations, It also happens to be that this population has been historically marginalized and suffers from the lack of investment in infrastructure and economic development within their communities. For some time now, these residents have been forced to face a potential environmental disaster that could affect their health and those of generations to come, with no concrete response from the state in a form of built projects. We must include these residents into the conversation more directly. I am particularly interested in echoing my colleague's presentation from earlier that there is a unique opportunity to bring the communities surrounding the sea to be part of the design process of the SSMP projects. KDI's work is an example of the power of design intervention and the work that is possible by partnering with community residents to design multi-use infrastructure. I am not suggesting we replace the priorities that the state has already adopted of dust suppression and habitat creation. However, I am stating that there is a huge missing element of this picture, and that is direct community involvement. I am here to attest that when clearly defined expectations, timelines, and even design parameters are given to the community in a participatory design process, and with the collaboration of scientists, engineers, and designers, the community is best equipped to provide creative suggestions, solutions, and aspects to these projects that will not only serve the birds and the fish, but more directly the people that will have to live with these projects in their backyards. I would also like to add that there is a large and cultural, vibrant community living here on the north side of the Salton Sea, and I hope that we can give more opportunity for these communities to be considered partners in this process and not just be informed on decisions being made on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Shields?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for facilitating this forum and coming down here to our piece of Southern California and not having us all commute up there. It's nice to see my kids tonight. I'm Tina Shields. I'm the water manager at IID, and today, March 19th, marks the day of contrast for IID. We are here today to learn about the status of the state's Salton Sea Management Plan progress, and we were heartened to hear some of the positive statements we've seen today. But as Director Hanks mentioned earlier, many of my water manager colleagues from the Colorado River Basin states are in Phoenix today, signing a letter transmitting legislation to Congress seeking implementation of a drought contingency plan. IID is noticeably absent from that party because we don't believe in the value, not because we don't believe in the value of collaborative efforts intended to support the Colorado River and Lake Mead during a historical drought, but because of the lack of tangible support to address the problems facing the Salton Sea where we're at today, which IID believes also serves as the terminus point of the Colorado River in a slightly different direction. In our opinion, the Salton Sea isn't just a local problem. The massive conservation programs that were foisted on IID nearly 2 decades ago provide water supply reliability, not only to urban Southern California, but they also ensure the Colorado River resilience for the other 6 basin states. And that support has downstream consequences here at the Salton Sea. As such, you can't simply write IID or the Salton Sea out of the DCP if you truly want to be done. IID has lived up to its QSA obligations for nearly 2 decades. We've met every obligation, every benchmark, every target, and every requirement while conserving over 5.2 million acre-feet of water since 2003. Yesterday, IID's board was asked to make a choice between the Colorado River and the Salton Sea, rather than to work towards viable solutions to address both issues in tandem. Because there was a deadline, a political deadline imposed under the veil of a record-breaking drought and an impending shortage declaration. A deadline that should have been washed away weeks ago with the recent snowstorms and the rainfalls that have also been record-breaking in their own right. IID not unexpectedly sided with the Salton Sea and its community who live and farm adjacent to this resource. We aren't abandoning the river in this decision, but we're asking our river partners for the reciprocity to support its efforts to seek firm federal funding commitments that will ensure the QSA promises, the legislative actions, and the contractual obligations that brought us to this place and time, and to ensure that those efforts for the Salton Sea are equally successful. I would be remiss not to briefly address the finger pointing with IID in regards to the easements. Easements are a two-way negotiation. IAD has put forth significant effort, including thousands of hours of staff time and resources, working with CNRA, the Department of Water Resources, on Salton Sea Management Plan efforts and easements and coordination, particularly with regard to air quality and habitat mitigation projects. I think it's a bit one-sided to imply access to IAD-owned lands is the primary roadblock, when there are many state deficiencies, including a lack of sufficient staffing, planning, permitting, coordination of resources, and frankly, 15 years of doing nothing while we've been providing mitigation water during that planning period. It's a catch-up process, and we think the state is committed, finally. I don't intend to delve further into the many nuances and complexities that have slowed the state's progress. However, it is critical that IID ensures that certain contractual and legislative commitments that were made by IID to the state in 2003 are integrated into the easements, rather than allowing the easements to erode the protections that our district was promised back in the day. From a water manager's perspective, I have an obligation also to ensure these projects don't interfere with our day-to-day operations and maintenance responsibilities that keep agriculture productive and viable in our service area. And I'm sure the Coachella Valley Water District will have the same concerns with regard to the North End projects. I'm going to end by just reiterating IID's commitment to resolving these outstanding issues and working towards near-term solutions with this new administration. We appreciate the new attitude and interest of your board, particularly these last couple of years, and the current Governor Newsom and his staff's administration. We appreciate the new attitude, the interest, the focus. We like having you come visit down in our neck of the woods, and you couldn't have a better day for this. Unlike August, it's a little warmer down here. But we share the resolve to move forward. We're set to meet on Monday. I have good, strong feelings that we're going to start making some significant progress with a lot of the new faces and the new attitudes we see involved. And I think that's critically important. IID has a vested interest. Unlike those who live only in Sacramento, we live down here, our families are down here, and we have a vested interest in making sure that this progress occurs. So again, I thank you. Anytime you're in this neck of the woods, we're more than happy to meet with you to discuss issues and to take you on a tour of our system as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shields. Next, we have Erica Mayoral. And then after that will be Felice Nunez from the Salton Sea Coalition. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your last name.
Mayoral, like mayoral candidate.
I don't know.
And mayoral if you speak Spanish, yes.
There we are. All right.
So, hi, good afternoon and welcome to the Salton Sea North Shore area. I am a long-term community resident. I have lived in Imperial, in El Centro, and the Imperial Valley, El Centro, Indio, Coachella, La Quinta. I've been bouncing around this entire 86, all of my life.
Which valley is better? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
They
No,
merge
don't go there.
because if you live here, you would know that they merge, that our lives are not necessarily separated by whatever is considered a county line. So I think that's really where I want to speak from. I want to speak from my own life experience. I grew up with Dippy Duck as the mascot of my childhood for water, understanding what water is in the community. And I'll admit that when I was a child, I didn't really understand what it meant to have water in the Imperial Valley. Although we were often told that we were not allowed to play near the canals, even though people who grew up in Mexicali and Imperial played along the canals. It is a normal, average thing to do in the early 1970s into the 80s. I guess what I'm trying to say with that is that what I want to recommend is that there is a massive improvement in the way that we communicate resources to the community and what it means to have all of these different agencies trying to work together and what sort of resolutions you all are planning to consider for the community and that the community can really understand what that means for them. So Maria Posar, who just spoke, a community member, also my friend, I've worked with her in the past. She is actively working to try to get the information that she understands so that her community members, her neighbors, are also able to understand what's going on in the Salton Sea. Like she said, she's a young woman who has a young family. She can't attend every single meeting, just like every other human cannot attend every single meeting. And Granted, I understand that's something that has to happen. There's a bureaucracy that is a part of what we do here. But I don't think that it does enough for the people who actually live in the community to fully understand how the water is actually affecting them, how is the lake affecting them, if there is some sort of issue with their health that's here, present. I grew up having Easter around the desert, around the Salton Sea, where we would hunt for eggs in the desert because we were risk takers like that. We stopped doing that after a while. There's been a lot of bad press as I grew up in the Coachella Valley around the Salton Sea. And I think there's a lot of room that needs to be done in order to get information to community members as to what is actually going on. And if we do have the resources to be able to provide research, to be able to provide it in a way that community members will be able to understand that research. And I don't mean to translate it into Spanish. I mean that you go and talk to the community members, that you have FaceTime with the community who is here, who needs to see who you are, and that you do care about these communities, and that you do care about what happens to the Salton Sea. We need to see your faces, and we need to see them more than once or twice a year. And I'm really happy that you did come out to the Salton Sea. It is beautiful. We all can acknowledge that it is beautiful and that it is a recreational space for many people. But beyond that, people actually do live here. People have their homes here and they don't want to move. There are similar situations that are occurring even here. If we start rebuilding the Salton Sea to make it a beautiful touristy place, what would happen to the community that can no longer necessarily afford to participate in the recreational spaces, right? I think what I want to see is not only a massive effort for communication with the local community, but that the community has an invested input that you're going to recognize to see what they want and not have it be completely taken over by tourists as well, which we do see already in the city of Indio and the sort of larger Coachella Valley, which is great. I'm not saying that money is bad, but I am saying that it does affect the way of life for community members who like to live in the valley for specific reasons. That's it, and I hope to see all of you again. My name is Erica Ramirez Mayoral, and I'm also a student at UC San Diego, and I'm interning with California Institute for Rural Studies, just so you know where I am and what I'm doing here. And again, a longtime member of the community, growing up in Imperial and the Coachella Valleys. So I do root for this area. I very much have the local pride, not so much where it's locals only, but I definitely feel that there's something here worth saving and worth getting people to understand what is going on in the community and revitalizing it through the eyes of those who live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Feliz Nunez from the Salton Sea Coalition, and after that will be Leslie Handa, and then after that will be Lillian Garcia.
I was born and raised in the Imperial Valley, and now I live in the Coachella Valley. I'm a retired registered nurse, and I am for the amendment to the MOU, which is about bringing water to the Salton Sea. What I'm really concerned about is not so much about the 10-year plan and the lake perimeter being a short-range plan, but the fact that they intend to contract Tetra Tech company, which is right now being sued in court for being fraudulent, for making up false statements and statistics. So Tetra Tech should not be one of the companies that we have to work at our Coachella Valley. They were also asked to work around the Owens Lake, which is 1/3 the size of the Salton Sea. And all of the little ponds that they did, the work they did was ruined and destroyed because of the rain. It was all washed out. And now it took $3 billion to correct the damage, because when the water was taken out of there and put into LA, all that dust just blew up in the air. I sort of think about, the little ponds that will be also made here. It's so hot and dry here that I think they will turn into little swamps for mosquitoes to breed. The other thing that was brought up in the meeting is about the sandstorms. The sandstorms are probably going to destroy these little wetlands that are being planned under the 10-year Salton Sea management plan. So that's a concern, and that's why it's very important for us to consider the long-range plan of bringing in water, either from the aqueduct or the Pacific or the Cortez Sea. I also think that there should be more of a focus on science. I understood from Professor Bradley, who's in the science committee from UC Irvine, that they are hardly being told what's going on. So for me, that's really a crucial fault, because without science, we're going to do a real bad job. I did hear that the Torres Martinez built the wetland, and they were very successful, but they forgot to put the lining on the bed, and the water soaked into the earth. So we do need science. The other thing is, there was 11 proposals put out. 3 of them were selected by the state. And these plans are scientifically engineered plans that also have taken into account working with Mexican officials and the Cocopa tribe and everything that's involved on the other side of the border. So they're not just plans that are flimsy and hopeful and maybe and probably. They're very engineered scientific plans that should be looked in seriously for long-range plan. To put it real simple, if you ask any community member, the majority of them will say, we need clean water brought into the Salton Sea to fill up all the poisons, and we need clean water to come out of the Salton Sea into the Colorado River so that we can continue with the agreement of the Colorado River Plan to provide water for the states and water to Mexico. And you know, we're looking for solutions, and like I'm not a politician, but sometimes I think, well, in order to decrease the expense of bonds, because when we use bonds to pay for something, we end up paying immense profits. And then right now we're haggling about land permits. So maybe one of the solutions in the name of environmental justice that we should consider is to claim eminent domain where we need to around the Salton Sea, and also call it an environmental hazard area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nunez. Leslie Honda. And then after that will be Lillian Garcia, and after Lillian will be Chuck Tobin.
Hello, my name is Leslie Honda, and I'm with Honda Ornithology Lab in San Diego Audubon Society Conservation Committee. I am an ornithologist, and I study many of the same species in San Diego that occur here at the Salton Sea. I'm here to emphasize why the Salton Sea is worth rehabilitating for the purpose of bird conservation. The Salton Sea may not seem like much to those who are unfamiliar with birds, but this habitat is vital to many species of migratory birds. In winter, 3.5 million birds a day use the Salton Sea. And there are more than 400 species, as it's been mentioned earlier today, on record that use the area. To provide some context, in terms of biodiversity of bird species, 400 is nearly half of all North American bird species that occur in the United States, and they occur right here at the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea is vital to the existence of individual bird species, some that I will mention today. The Salton Sea is an important breeding area for the double-crested cormorant, and on certain years supports the highest inland population in California. According to the IUCN, the black rail is a near-threatened species. However, it still occurs here at the Salton Sea. As this species has been extirpated from San Diego County, it is crucial that the habitat is conserved here so that the species will still occur at the southern end of the state. 40% of the entire subspecies of the Yuma clapper rail is found in marshes adjacent to the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea is only one of 2 areas where the western gull-billed tern occurs and breeds in the United States. The other area is in South San Diego Bay. 90% of the state's population of eared grebes winter here at the Salton Sea. In summary, since we've destroyed much of the natural habitat that migratory birds used to rely upon, many species now depend on the Salton Sea as it is the only habitat that is left. According to the 2018 State of the World's Birds, 40% of all bird species are in decline, and 1 in 8 species is threatened with global extinction. With the Salton Sea supporting high bird biodiversity, as well as large volumes of individual bird species, we cannot afford to lose this area that is vital towards the existence of so many species and so many species of birds. With the recent mass mortality events and the other direct effects from climate change, the current situation is dire and action needs to be taken quickly to rehabilitate the Salton Sea so that it can continue to support bird populations well into the future. Thank you for listening.
Hello. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Ms. Honda. Next, we have Lillian Garcia.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, and everyone here attending. My name is Lillian Garcia. I was born and raised in the Coachella Valley. I have done intense research into the issues at the Salton Sea Basin, including the Salton Sea Test Base and adjacent communities. Based on community engagement last year with North Shore, Salton City, and other adjacent communities, I was able to discover a nosebleed cluster among the children 4 to 12 years old and other health issues. The children are having nosebleeds at home and at school. As you are aware, there is much pollution, for instance, the unexploded ordnance, hydrogen sulfide, heavy metals, banned pesticides, pesticides with active ingredient, and airborne issues. Unfortunately, our region has been underserved for the past decades. As long as Imperial County continues to be an environmental nuisance, we will continue to have severe health issues among the community adjacent to the Salton Sea. I'm here today advocating for the communities that have not had a voice for the past decades. I am requesting for you to consider enforcement for all facilities and drains discharging into the Salton Sea, as it would benefit human health and wildlife too. I'd also like to add that federal agents working in our region from the border to the Salton Sea Basin are being affected by the environmental nuisance. The Border Patrol Union Local 2554 has requested an epidemiological study for Calexico and the Eastern Coachella Valley. And I know you guys had mentioned that there's no federal agency here. Last week, we had a Customs Border Protection personnel from Washington, D.C., and I believe right now they're still in San Diego, but they were out here to checking out the New River all the way to the Indio Station. So they came out to the Salton Sea, just to keep that in mind. I'm hoping that next time they're out here, Region 7 is available, and also one of your board members could help them out. I do want to add that I know you guys heard Conchita Posar about the issues with the community. A lot of the community residents are afraid to speak up. And this is the same issue that I've seen in Imperial County with the farm workers. So it's something that the state has to step in because they're afraid of retaliation. And it's something for you to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Chuck Tobin, and then our last commenter, I have a card here for Rebecca Zaragoza. She left, okay. Mr. Tobin, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chuck Tobin. I'm here representing the Salton Sea Action Committee. We're a private sector group by and large, although we do have some public sector members. Our mission is to support the work of the Salton Sea Authority. So a lot of what we do is outreach, education, we give tours. We're basically trying to just make people better aware of what is both happening now and what may happen in the future, either good or bad, as the case may be. I'm here just to put on the record a couple of things. One, on the habitat side, every jurisdiction in the Coachella and Imperial Valleys have endorsed what is called the perimeter lake. And the perimeter lake was a concept that was developed by Supervisor Benoit in Riverside County when he was on the Salton Sea Authority. And actually, the authority has put together a series of studies, and they're called benchmarks. And I think there were, what, seven of them that looked at individual issues. I would encourage you to look at benchmark 4, which is the Perimeter Lake Study. It's now, I think, 2 years from the final. So there is an engineered plan for the Perimeter Lake. Now, you've heard reference to the North Lake, and you've also heard in Andy Horn's comments on the south side to try to incorporate what he calls a recreation element. That's basically trying to say to make it deeper. Those are both parts of the overall perimeter lake. What's the benefit of the perimeter lake? First is that at least the water analysis seemed to suggest that we have the water right now in the runoff. Your own study that you, for this workshop, said that there's still about a million acre feet a year, which are coming forward in runoff. Even if that's dialed down by, I believe, 50%, it should still be sufficient for the purposes of the perimeter lake. I'm looking at Mr. Rosentrader. Am I still more or less in the ballpark there? So we have the water. The second thing is that when you look at the cost of the perimeter lake in benchmark 4, the cost was estimated as being somewhere between $1.5 to $2 billion. And you go, okay, that's a lot of money. But I would note that your report, what was presented today, said that you have 500, sort of, already. The County of Riverside has stepped up and has adopted what's called an EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure Development. Their estimate is somewhere in the 400 to 500 million range. So maybe you're up to $1 billion by that point. So where would the rest of the money come from? Well, I would offer you the observation that the state of California has just recently spent on the Oroville Dam $1 billion to fix it, and it is going to spend another $1 billion on additional improvements to the dam. So for that same $2 billion, we could build the perimeter lake with the water that we already have. All right. So there's a reason why all the local jurisdictions have endorsed the perimeter lake, and it's found officially in what they call the MOU. It's a document that all of them had on their agendas, and that they have all endorsed. So, from a dollar and cents point of view, I think you should think about that, because in a way we're halfway there. All right, so there's that to think about. And also the perimeter lake sort of does the big three that have been talked about here: habitat, dust control, and recreation. Those three are incorporated within that. So it's benchmark 4, it's the Salton Sea Authority. Benchmark 5 was the EIFD study to come up with the $500 million. The other thought I'd like to leave with you is that a lot of the focus has been on the habitat projects, but just like you're starting to see on the community participation, that needs to be elevated. I would also suggest to you that the dust control measures need to be elevated also and brought forward. There's something, all of the habitat projects take years to do. They take a while. And we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope we get there for each and every one of them. But the dust control projects are something that we can do today. I heard comment made that I think it was a reclamation that was, another couple of thousand acres on dust control. Was that correct? That they're targeting something within the next 2 years? Now, I do have a personal reason to bring that up, which is that I work for a company who makes lots and lots and lots of compost. And we've been talking about revegetation. And we also have noticed that, yes, the playa, given enough time, will, in a sense, revegetate itself because of the movement that's going on there. But we can accelerate that process through the work that's being done by IID. And I guess Jessica had to leave, but they have really pioneered many of the techniques that can be used. And the furrowing process that they use is a good step, but even better, it's to then take the furrows and put organic materials in there as a medium for that native vegetation to reestablish itself. So I would hope that you would think strongly about endorsing that step also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Janine, are there any other wrap-up final comments? Okay, well, before, I have some thoughts to wrap up with, but would definitely like to hear from my fellow board members as we wrap up today's workshop. If there is comment from fellow board members, if not, that is okay too. Well, then I would just like to really thank everybody for your patience today. I think at one point it was characterized as a tedious board meeting, but know that we again, the panels were here for us to be able to be updated, but I think the more important, certainly, parts are hearing from the community. It's why we came out here. This will not be the last time we as individual board members, and I suspect collectively, will be out here. So just wanted to really take the opportunity to, again, thank everyone for taking the time today. I know it's a work day. Many are taking time out of their personal work days to be here. So it means a lot to us. It enriches our understanding of the issues to have that honest, sometimes anger, to be blunt, around the lack of progress around the sea. I did want to clarify, ultimately, we're not a decision body as to what projects will go in or what the ultimate decision will be. The Resources Agency is the one that is in charge of the Salt and Sea Management Program, but we are here in this oversight role. And so, we want to be informed. We want to continue to be active participants and use our Regional Water Quality Control Board, the state board's authorities, to continue to work with all the partners out there to get the projects done, to recognize where there may be hurdles. I just also wanted to say that I am a community member. I was born and raised here in the Coachella Valley in La Quinta. Parents who may or may not be in the audience still live in the same home they have for 36 years. So when we talk about accountability and where that accountability stems from, do know that at least from this chair's seat, it comes from a deep and personal connection to this community, to knowing that this space is a recreational space, to knowing that my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, my nephew, my sister are also here and depend upon the success of the Salt and Sea Management Program, but us as a community writ large. And so you look at the sea, and I see, an incredible laboratory to conduct a lot of science, to learn how to do these sorts of habitat projects with, irrigation tailwater, with degraded waters ultimately. But, when we talk about the volume here, it is still, at this point, nearly 1 million acre feet. Even with the full transfers in place, 700,000 acre feet, 500,000 acre feet is an incredible amount of water anywhere within this state. And so when we talk about using those waters and putting them to beneficial use, ensuring that first and foremost health and human impacts are not seen as the sea continues to evolve, but that we start to find economies at the sea. So we get partners out here and continue to see it as an investment to an opportunity to invest in our futures and this community. So just thank you, everyone, again. Really appreciate your patience, your time, and your continued commitments. So I will now actually move on. I think we have 2 more items. You can choose to stick around, but we have to do board member reports, and we have an executive director report to then continue on with. So I'll give you folks a moment to clear out the room if they don't want to have to hear further. And thank you. Okay. Board member reports. Thank you. Yeah. Who would like to go first? I need to look at my schedule too.
I will start. And basically, it's a plug for something that I think all of you are planning to do anyway, and that is the American River Tour with the Water Forum and the City of Sacramento and others. You will be taken to the American River Parkway, where you will look at some previous restoration sites for spawning and rearing habitats, as well as some future ones. You'll also look at actually something that I rode my bike and saw for like the last 2 years without realizing that this was part of the Water Forums project, is a naturalization project where it's an ongoing effort where they are removing a concrete lined storm drain and replacing it with a naturalized meandering stream and recreating the habitat there. It's wonderful to see. And yes, it does involve a bicycle, short, not long, short bicycle ride along the American River. But I will say that as much as I enjoyed the bicycle ride, the most valuable portion of the tour for me was a discussion afterwards. And this was the first time, for me anyway, that I had a chance to really have a meaningful dialogue, not on the substance, but on the concept and on the principle of VSAs and how, it might fit into what we do on the Water Quality Control Plan. And I just found it really meaningful and really heartening to know that there are people working really hard on these things. And also, it was good to clear the air a bit, because there's also a lot of misunderstanding about, some of these concepts as well. So I know that you all are scheduled to go. I strongly encourage you to. Not only is it a good way to spend a few hours outdoors visiting one of my favorite places in Sacramento, but also for the engagement with the folks there who really, really care about what they're doing.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member Dodick. Any other board members have anything they'd like to report? Activities?
I haven't done one of these before, so so I'm not sure the level of detail that I'm supposed to share, but I feel like I've just had a couple weeks on the board. Most of my time has been getting up to speed with staff and briefings, but I have been able to meet with a number of stakeholders, particularly on dredge and fill and wetlands, which is coming up before us at our next meeting. So with
We can bring Kim Delfino back in here if you'd like.
And I think, not surprisingly, a major interest of mine in particular, and part of, I think, why I was appointed was because this administration really wants to make drinking water and human right to water a priority, and has already been making it a priority. And so I think I'm looking forward to, we've already had some meetings, and we'll look forward to continuing to develop more of an internal strategy around implementation and what we can do. And then I have also been able to connect with Yana Garcia at Cali, PA around the environmental justice work overall at the agency. And so look forward to thinking about how we integrate that in around the different regions and at the state board and our other sister agencies. And let's see, I think the other thing is I was able to talk a little bit with some researchers at Stanford that are looking at SGMA implementation guidelines for guidance around water quality, which is really that issue that is very important to us at the boards, but is difficult for GSAs to think about. And so I think they were trying to look at developing some practical tools for folks to think about, and it's a useful. I think that should be coming out soon, and I look forward to that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member Firestone. Look to my left. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Okay, so I've been out and about talking about voluntary agreements as well. as you can imagine, and I spoke at California Farm Bureau Federation's annual meeting, and first talked about the Bay Delta Plan, Phase 1, Phase 2, and the opportunities that our board's action may present as a result of the resolution offered by Board Member Esquivel at that time, and the opportunity for voluntary settlements and how that may help to lower the water supply impacts and potentially provide greater benefits. Had a was able to do a similar presentation at the Partnership for the San Joaquin Valley at our quarterly meeting, and Jeff Payne was also in attendance with the Friant Water Authority, and so he was able to make it much more real for the committee in terms of how it might look for the Friant Water Authority. Also at that meeting, Secretary Ross provided an update on safe drinking water, and I provided an update on our involvement with AB 401 activities. And then I hold a seat on the Pacific Forest Stewardship Council, which is a private nonprofit foundation that was formed as a result of the last bankruptcy that PG&E was involved in. And this is a committee that was formed in order to ensure the commitment of PG&E's commitment on land conservation, and basically an easement program for as much as 140,000 acres of PG&E watershed lands to be conserved in perpetuity. It's a slow-going process, but Jeff Parks on our staff is my alternate, and so he attends most of the meetings. I attended the most recent one because out of concern of the most current bankruptcy and how that might affect things. And I was pleased that the efforts of the council will continue regardless, because of the commitment that's already well in place from the last proceeding under the stipulated order.
Fantastic. Board Member McGuire.
Thanks. Yes. So, like Laurel, I've spent a good portion of the last couple of weeks in between board meetings, meeting with many stakeholders and briefings and things. But I do want to highlight one experience from last week, and that was on Friday. I want to thank Jonathan Bishop for bringing me down to Southern California last week, and the opportunity to meet with all the keepers. So San Diego Coastkeeper, Orange County Coastkeeper, Inland Empire Waterkeeper, LA Waterkeeper, and Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. All in one room at one time, and I thought we had a great dialogue and conversation for a few hours to go over a number of their issues and concerns, and it was just really helpful for me to understand their perspectives and where they're coming from. You know, we talked about a whole range of things, but MS4 permits, the ocean plan, trailer review, homeless issues on the Santa Ana River and others, trash, implementation of the trash policy and TMDLs, and the list went on and on. So it was just, I thought, a really effective, time well spent day to travel down there and have those conversations, and I look forward to keeping those up in the future. So thanks.
Thank you. My report, I didn't really have any outwardly facing public engagements. It was a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions, and still trying to figure out, what does a chair even do?
Meetings.
Yeah. Talk to people. No. So I don't have much of a report at this time. So we can move to our next item, which is item number 7, the Executive Director's Report, which I will kick over to Eileen Sobek, our Executive Director.
Thank you. I'm not going to... Okay. I'm not going to go into the particulars of the report, but just want to review for you older hands, been around longer hands, and the two newer board members, that the Executive Director's Report comes out once a month, and it's attached to your board agenda for every other meeting. And we're always open to suggestions because this is for you, whether you find it helpful or not, about some of the programs and issues we're working on. And so sometimes we report in detail about items that probably we don't need as much detail about, and so please feel free to let us know, or vice versa. If there's something that is too condensed and you need a bit more explanation, we're open to that as well. And then there's always an attachment, our permits and policies table, which goes into a lot more detail about the status of very specific measures that are or will be before you and are pending or recently acted upon. So I'm not going to go into any specifics about this month's report unless you have any questions.
No questions here unless Board Member McGuire.
I have one request, and it's
You had
not
your
on
question
anything
face on.
specific, and that is if we could possibly receive the executive director's report a couple of days and earlier than we currently do. That would be helpful. I just, quite honestly, haven't had a significant amount of time to review the report. So that would be the only thing. I mean, I'm, just if that's possible. I know there's lots of things on everyone's plates, but it would help. That's all. Thanks.
That will make Nancy very happy too, I assure you.
Well, fantastic. I think that actually now concludes our work. And any final closing thoughts from fellow board members?
I think
Vice
this
Chair?
was a good last 2 days. I'm exhausted, but it was a good last 2 days. And thank you all, Janine. Thank you.
Janine. Yes. Thank you. A huge thank you to staff again for accommodating the last minute change, for doing incredible work to just set up this space for us. There's no way anyway. Thank you. Not enough thank yous. And with that, this meeting is now ended. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.